Welcome back, heroes. After 3 months of intense action across all the EMEA region and defending Spatulopolis against the cruelest of threats, the final battle is almost here. I'm Counterfeit, and today I have the honor to introduce you to the competitive format of the Rising Legends EMEA Finals. Did you think that the previous Rising Legends Finals were a blast? Prepare yourselves, because this time, the best 32 players from the EMEA region will battle it out in a 3-day tournament to be crowned as the best player in EMEA. But that's not all. This time they will compete as well for 43,900 euros. On day 1, the 32 heroes will be randomly seeded into 4 different lobbies. After 3 games, the players will be reseeded into a second set of groupings and will play 3 more. Going into day 2, the points carry over from the previous day and the format will remain the same. The players playing 6 games with a reseed after lobby 3. After these 6 games, only the best 8 performers with the highest points from both days 1 and 2 combined will pass to the final day. On this final day, these heroic 8 players will compete only against each other during 6 games of TFT. At the end of this battle, the player with the highest points total will be crowned as the Rising Legends champion of EMEA, with that champion and the 3 players just below them securing spots at the Monsters Attack Championship. Last but not least, the 5th and 6th places in day 3 will have a last shot to win a spot for the Monsters Attack Championship in the Western Last Chance Qualifier. So mark your calendars and join us on May 13th to find out who will become the Rising Legends champion. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in Spatulopolis. Hey there, heroes! The Rising Legends EMEA Finals are almost here, and once more we call upon you to unleash your powers of prediction in the Pick'em section. The first step to unleashing your mighty intellect is to head over to risinglegends.gg/pick'em, slam in your Riot ID and open the door to a world of possibilities. We've got so many ways to earn predicted points, and first up is the mysterious Crystal Ball, where you will lock down your choices for the final podium, including your pre-tournament pick for the next EMEA Regional Champion. Now let's take a look at the second section. From all the participating TLCs, you'll need to rank them from top to bottom based on how you think they'll perform overall, which will be calculated by taking the average total points of the players coming from that TLC. Click the info button in this section if you'd like to know more. The next section is the group stage, which will be split up into two different parts. In the first part, you'll have to choose from the full pool of players and divide them up by how you think they'll do across days 1 and 2. You'll start by splitting your 8 favourite players that you think will qualify for day 3 into 2 group ranges, finishing in the top 4 and in the just below top 4. And for the second part, you'll divide the remaining players into additional 4-person groups, deciding approximately where they'll finish on day 2. Now that might all seem like a lot, but hold your horses, friends, because we're not totally done yet. As soon as possible after day 2 ends and until day 3 starts, we will release the final day ranking extra predictions. In this final prediction, you will take the 8 players who made it to the final day and rank them, including what may be your new prediction for champion. Last but not least, don't forget the community section. Choose between all the regions and root for just one of them. This is just to show which region has the best fans. And that's everything, heroes. The Pick'em is live right now, so don't waste time. Head over to risinglegends.gg/pick'em and lock down your choices for the EMEA Regional Finals.
Welcome to the party. It's time for you to get
Hi there, my name's Peter Harnell, aka Counterfeit, and I'm the analyst for Rising Legends. Every patch I spend hours upon hours studying, reading, and trying to understand the meta. It's important to be prepared for anything. Now, I could be a pro player, but instead I prefer to analyze boards and teach others how to play TFT. Between us, my analytical skills are above average. I mean, have you seen my spreadsheets? When I was young, my teachers told my parents I was a very intelligent child. Perhaps that is why I'm so interested in analytics. It's really important to track our players' backstories and what they post on social media. Have you seen this? What a cheeky monkey. I told Mortdog to try Who Wins the Fight contest during his streaming. He doesn't even mention me.
Hey, waiter.
Can I have a look at your spreadsheet? Is that a yes?
And we're here in beautiful, sunny Alicante for the Rising Legends Finals. I couldn't sleep because I was so exciting. Tears in my eyes because of the joy of today. Or maybe it's just the heavy eye makeup. I have no way of knowing. My name's Niberia, joined here on the desk, in person no less, by Peter Counterfeit Hartnell and David Impetuous Panda Nullscott. Guys, so good to be here. So good to be able to reach out, touch you in person. There we go. Believe it or not, we actually had to sit down and rehearse that because we
multiple
messed it up
times.
several.
Yes.
Yeah, we almost fell over several times, so I'm glad we've at least advanced that far. Much like we've advanced to this final stage of the competition. Of course, this is the Rising Legends Finals. Don't get it twisted. We've got 3 days of action, 6 rounds per day, and in that final special beautiful day, just 8 players will remain. I know, you're wondering, when's this magical event going to be happening? It's 10:30 CEST today and tomorrow, and then on Monday, we're mixing it up for you working folk, the people, 16:30. So mark your calendars for the final day of the Rising Legends Finals. Ha!
Breathe it in.
Feels good to get that out, man. Been waiting on that. We've been practicing this desk for days, and now we've got it out. And I'm just
weeks,
going.
Niberia.
Yeah, weeks, months
whole
even.
lives.
Before we even knew that set 8 was going to be coming, we were just like, you know what? We need to practice for a theoretical desk. And I think we've finally done it. And Peter,
Yes.
I've heard whisperings. I've heard rumors.
Tell me
First
more.
off, that I need to set up because I look like a question mark in the monitor. But second, we may have some shiny toys, some baubles for our viewers, our lovely chat, as Makes would love to correct me to say.
Well, absolutely. If you head across to LOL Esports, then you too can be in receipt of these wonderful gifts, including especially on day 3, the gifts will be even greater. So don't miss out.
What do you think they're going to be? Like even greater? Have we been told yet? Do we know?
Oh, I can only assume it's a personal visit from Mortdog himself. I don't know.
Don't excite our viewers. We know that is not possible, Peter. We talked about this. Come on.
He only visits me in my dreams.
That's true. That's very true.
We're lucky. We've at least talked him down. Originally, he promised you guys a car, so I think we've made progress. No, you promised them a car, not Mortdog.
I plead the fifth.
Don't bring Mortdog's name into this, Peter. It is all you, buddy.
I mean,
all
Mortdog's
you.
name to everything.
And
We noticed.
Of course, if you guys somehow missed out on Rising Legends, all of the competitions that got here, because you were burying your heads in the sand like some kind of sad ostrich, we've got you covered. We've got a recap of the entire season ready for your wonderful viewing pleasure. Check it out. Hello, everybody. Now, guys, before we get started, give me a T.
T.
Give me an F. F. All right, that's enough of that. Hey, everyone. Welcome to TFT Rising Legends.
Items transferred, and now it'll be Well, it looks like a more standard sure shot board.
Being put together in the early going. Well, double 61 will lose out to Krugs.
Has a pretty wide swing because, again, there's a big difference between that being something like the mana one and being the windy one. You see Enzo, he's just having fun right now.
Snooty here, but let's see how it goes. The Fiddlesticks has been, proc is working.
To get one more round against the crab.
There it is!
And there it goes! The artist!
Oh, God!
That major wave coming right across. There's no stopping to this organ. Look how big he is. Lou Marvin's smiling.
In front of him, he's trying to take down as much as possible, but the Velva is onto him, and she is going to die to the...
Wake up. Golden Spatula Cup. Day number 2 starting.
Everything is onto her against all of the units, and now he owed to finish off the Zac copies, which is...
And himself, that 2-star thing has
That's quite big. Jack showed up again. You excited about that?
No.
No? Okay. Turn. Only Leona. Auto will do it. And there goes the Kaisa. LeBlanc has popped off officially. No tanks in the way.
Of significance at least. She's going to have to kill everybody, and I do not think that she's capable of doing that.
And it is no mistake that Dach won that game here because, guys, Dach is an anagram of Chad, in case you haven't noticed that. So, obviously, they had to win this one.
Edge of Night saves Zed for the time being. No second ult here for Jinx. Oh my God! I thought he was safe.
Even past this point with the cash out, it's still a very dangerous place to be. Oh my gosh, you couldn't have asked for better.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m.
You know, it's been a wonderful season, and we've got to find a way to talk about it. You know, React Media used to be very popular, but now it's all about the short-form content. We've got TikTok, we've got Instagram Shorts, we've got all kinds of things. So I'm going to challenge you guys to fit into the modern social media landscape. I'm going to give you each an adjective to pick. One word that describes your feelings on the season or the season itself. Peter, start us off.
Exciting.
Tantalizing.
Splendiferous.
Riveting.
Ostrich. No? Not an adjective?
That's not an adjective.
Damn it.
That's our viewers. That's the new ones. The ostriches.
Okay.
I'm not sure calling our viewers ostriches is the
Affectionate.
plain Iberia.
Ostriches are beautiful. They're stunning creatures.
Okay,
They're
you're
the
saving it. I got
fastest
you.
land bird on Earth. The cassowary, yes, terrifying, but the ostrich, so beautiful in its elegance.
You couldn't have said it better, Matt. This is almost a documentary.
I absolutely couldn't. We'll do the ostrich documentary tomorrow. Don't you worry about it. I'll get on production right now. But first off, you know, we're here in the finals, and there's several ways that our players could get here. 3, to be exact, just like our Golden Spatula Cup winners. We started off the season with the qualification of Saru, followed by Sasa and Canvas, who is our most successful Golden Spatula Cup player of the set. Let's go through his finishes. 9th place, Golden Spatula Cup number 1. Golden Spatula Cup number 2. You guys are gonna never guess this.
What?
9th place again. You know what we call that? Consistency, baby. And then finishing it off with the 1st place. The man is on fire.
But talking about ladder as a ladder enjoyer myself, we have to give, I think, huge props to Slogasang, who truthfully smurfed his way into this competition. And I mean this literally. He had 1 account, 2 accounts in the top 10, pretty much the entirety of the set, so definitely earned a spot in this finals. And then alongside that name is someone that I think everyone is happy to see in this finals. Double 61, the most accomplished player in EMEA, managed to sneak his way into this competition. Couldn't quite do it through GSC points, didn't have the best of tournaments this set, but made it through ladder alongside Enzo at the very end there. So I think very happy to see both of these French players in this tournament this weekend.
Of course, the main body of our players coming through from Golden Spatula points earners. Of course, we'll be talking about some of the very top players in a second, but we do want to, of course, point out our traditional one Hungarian player who comes in and makes a big splash. It was Noel before, Norby this time. We're keeping the naming pretty close. Org as well, up towards the top. But of course, I can't let this pass without mentioning Kerfuzzles, bringing the UK back to the regional stage for the first time in over a year and a half.
It's been a while. Like Lalana before him, hopefully going to turn out an exciting performance just for Counterfeit's sake. I personally Take or leave the UK.
You cursed it, Peter. You cursed
Take or leave the UK?
Take or leave it.
That's
I'm
a
insulated
bold
from the
thing to
UK.
say.
I'm in the States.
I'm with you.
You guys already gave us the language here in the States. That's all we needed from you. We're all good. We fought a rebellion. We're solidly out of it. But of course, we have a couple of players, some of them we've already mentioned, for whom this is their first Rising Legends finals. And I want to highlight two of our many German players, Wet Jungler and Kevin Parker.
Yeah, I mean, they've both been doing incredibly well. You mentioned players who get through to day 3 of GSCs. Consistently, they managed to get through every single one, which is crazy by itself. Kevin Parker in particular, our best top 4 player of all of our players today.
And the crazy thing about this, sometimes there's tournament players that are only tournament players, but Wet Jungler was first on ladder pretty much this entire week until Lalana took over. And overall, Germans have been populating the entirety of the top 10 the entire set. Following Slogosang's example, we've had Loescher as well. We've had Marks dipping in and out of the top 20. So I think I'm not surprised to see so many Germans here in this finals in this weekend, because Germany has pretty much overtaken France across this entire set in terms of becoming that powerhouse nation in EMEA.
But we, of course, still have some powerhouse players from the traditional powerhouse nation, which is going to be France. But alongside Double 61, Sweller Tiger also claims the prestige of being able to say this is their 6th time making it to the EMEA end of the circuit, whether it be before Rising Legends even existed or the history of Rising Legends. So a lot is going to be riding on their shoulders, especially Double 61, multiple-time regional champion, one-time world champion, potentially going to claim it again if he can make it through the Rising Legends finals.
Yeah, in particular, I want to point out, for Sweller Tiger, there are 9 different countries which are being represented by only a single person. So Sweller Tiger, the only Italian representative, means there's a lot of pressure each of those 9 players to really make sure the country has an impact.
I think we have to talk about Kaspersky as well for Poland. I think both Italy and Poland fall into that kind of tier 2 of powerhouse nations alongside Spain and Turkey. And having only one player representing each of these countries is a surprise for sure. Not the best set for either of these countries. We're missing players like Lelouch, we're missing players like Balotelli or Shining Star in this finals, for example. So I think an extra amount of pressure for specifically Sweller Tiger and Kaspersky, knowing that pretty much all the hopes of both of these countries rely on just solely them this weekend.
And we're also missing all of our representatives from the Dragonlance Championship, save for Double 61. So this is a very exciting Rising Legends finals, not just for the finals itself, but the implications thereof. And speaking of the championship, we got to talk a little bit more about Double 61, the second reference. See what I did there? Because he is one of our most successful players coming into this finals. Perhaps not his set so far, but overall, you look at the stats, he has ridiculous top 1 rates. I think it was 30%, something like that, not only in the ladder, but in competitive as well. And it's just incredible how long-standing a player that he has been.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we don't know if anyone will ever even manage to equal up to what Double 61 has done so far. Of course, Cambiz is the obvious member of the same family to try and do the same thing, but it's a long road wherever you go.
And let's be honest, Double 61 finals, I mean, no matter what his performance is throughout a set, if there's one player in the EMEA you absolutely have no right to doubt at any point in any set, at any point in history, it is Double 61. I think this is a player that has made it to Worlds 3 times, can even maybe match Hwanmi if he makes it to Worlds this time as well. We'll see on day 3. Overall, I think a player you have to watch out for at really any time.
Yeah, I mean, you watch his games individually and you say, dude, this guy is not that consistent. But you look at the bigger picture, you look at all the finals he's been to, all the finals he's won, both globally and within EMEA, and you cannot count him out, as you said. But another player we can't count out, David, I'm going to make you talk about him at some point during the show. And this is the point. Snoodyboo has had an incredible season coming into the Rising Legends finals, took a 10th place, a 2nd place on our Golden Spatula Cups, and said, you know what, for the 3rd one, I'm going to save my mental, I'm going to save my preparation, and I'm going to wait for the finals. And now he's here.
It's his first time making it to European finals. I think everyone in Spain is very excited. He is really the face of TFT in Spain when it comes to content, when it comes to streaming, as well as being really an incredible player. All in all, I think he has a great chance to really have a good showing in this weekend, but I'm going to be conservatively optimistic. I know my caster curses are just flying around and hitting every player that I mentioned, so I won't talk about Snoody too much, despite obviously loving him as a player and as a person as well.
Well, of course, we already mentioned Cambiz and his incredible performance across the season. Snoodyboo is joined, his stats are almost exactly the same. As you said, he missed one tournament because he'd already qualified. But in terms of front runners just from the season alone, Snoodyboo and Cambiz, they're almost completely neck and neck.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the threads we're going to have to be watching, of course, is the Golden Spatula Cups, very indicative of the consistency of players, but not indicative of the cap of the players. We have a lot of players in here who, you know, you look at their Golden Spatula Cups, you're like, yeah, and then they make it all the way to the end of the finals. Double 61's one of them. We've had him on the asset. We've talked about him 17 times. Still working our way up to 61, but maybe we'll take all 3 days to reach that one. And it's because he's so great, and I think there's just so many players that deserve to be highlighted for that quality. Maybe not going to be making it all the way through every single Golden Spatula Cup, but when it's time, they really turn it on.
Well, of course, it's worth noting as well, with Loescher not being able to make it through to the final stage, we are, of course, guaranteed a new regional champion by the end of this one. So, you know, hopefully we'll get, you know, a very fierce competition that really weeds out all the players who aren't, you know, ready to enter that global stage of competition and be part of the team going to the championship.
And I'm excited to see if it will be kind of newcomers like we saw last set, Bricks, for example, Noel making that World's debut off of kind of a breakout set, or if it will be kind of the classic historical Mount Rushmore names that really we see making it so often. Double 61, but also a player like Ging, for example, Pondit Bull. We have some definitely historic names. We're missing some of them, like Lelouch, we're missing Dasik, we're missing Volta, of course, but still, some of the historic names in MEA are here, and with that extra experience, I think they might have another big chance at, again, repeating history and making it back to that world stage.
One of those big names is, of course, Snoodyboo. We talked about him earlier. We're talking with him now. Snoodyboo, how are you feeling today? You've had an amazing season. It's the finals. What's the vibe?
Hey guys, pleasure to be here. Well, I'm pretty nervous at the moment, so that's pretty much it for me right now.
We'll get you to chill out. We'll get you to relax. We're just hanging out. We're buddies. We've had dinner with you. We're just talking among friends here.
Well, maybe Snoody, it'll be a little easier to not talk about yourself, but perhaps about your fellow Spanish players who are coming in today. You know, of course, you know, while you're certainly the front runner, you know, Ukkkko, Juso, you know, how do you think they are going to do?
Well, I haven't really been testing out a lot with Ukkkko because he's kind of a lonely rider in that sense. He likes to play on his own more than anything else. I've been practicing a lot with Juso and with some German partners as well, and I think we're pretty much ready to face the meta. It's just a very wide meta. There's so many comps. It's more about picking the right comp at the right time. It's actually cool that it's not a Saki meta in that sense that we all roll for a Kaiser or something like that. So I'm enjoying that part for sure.
Snoody, happy to see you here with us, with the shirt as well you were wearing in GSC2, so I think definitely a good luck charm. I wanted to ask you about specifically Underground as a comp. I know I've been watching your streams a lot. I know you love playing Underground. I think it adds to the spectacle of your stream as well. But coming to this tournament, I know this week you've been prepping, and Underground, overall, your Underground starts have led into a lot of 8th places. There's been a lot of changes to the trait since set 8 going to set 8.5. I wanted to ask you, coming to this tournament, how viable do you think this high-risk, high-reward play is? Are you still going to take those risks? Do you think the Underground line overall is a little bit too much to go for in this tournament?
So Underground and Lulu are kind of on all these rural comps, I think, are at the same level because it's kind of like top 1 or top 8 kind of comp. We've been screaming a lot, and the result was exactly that. You either go like straight up 1st or straight up 8th. It's definitely hard to manage, hard to pivot because you either go for level 7 and 8th board or you just go for like a reroll Ezreal kind of approach. I don't really know what I'm going to do about it. I'll definitely go for it if it's like a semi-win streak approach. I feel comfortable with that. But the full open fort, I mean, it's just what I like to do, so maybe I'll fall for it once more.
So, Snoody, you mentioned a little bit about scrimming earlier, and I'm curious what that looked like for you. Was it, regional scrims? Was it national scrims with your fellow Spanish players? Did you get some super server action? How's your prep been looking?
I mean, I've been doing pretty much everything. I was at this Chinese super server on the ladder event. I sucked at it. It was pretty still fun though. And then I was watching Latam regionals. I've been watching Japan regionals. I've also participated in scrims for Europe, right? Because we all had these TR accounts. So we've been doing it a lot with about like 16 of the players. So I don't know the playstyle of the other ones. But of course, it's scrims, so not everybody's shown their hidden tech, I guess. Still very, very useful.
So I think for this question, you're probably going to be downplaying yourself a little bit, but I really want to get from you, how do you think you're going to finish in this tournament? Do you think you are ready to step onto the global stage?
I mean, knowing myself is just how about I face these 3 first games. If I'm going into it with a good approach, my mental is going to be saved, and I probably can actually make it to the final day. If I lose it at some point, I'll lose confidence because I know myself, and then it's going to be fucked. So let's hope that goes well.
And so you've been playing for a long time, TFT, having a lot of success, but you haven't quite been able to make it to this final step, to the European finals yet. I know this is now a very important moment for you. You have a lot of support from your fans, from Team Liquid as well. How much does it really mean to you in your career in TFT? Is this really the climax? Do you think you can do the European finals debut and maybe the World's debut all at the same time?
Oh, I mean, that would just be awesome. I mean, I've been chasing this so long, ever since TFT came out, then actually being able to compete is just a dream may come true. So I'm happy with where I'm at. If I make the next stage, it'll be great. That means another 2 weeks of grinding and I'm about to lose it. So I hope somehow that works out.
Stay strong, Snooty.
We believe in you, and of course, there are other people who believe in you, your fans, the viewers in general. Is there anyone that you want to shout out coming into this Rising Legends Finals, this ultimate competition after this year of a circuit?
So yeah, I want to shout out my training partners, my family, and especially my girlfriend, because she's been supporting me a lot throughout this this training and these whole ladder qualifying process. She's great, and I wouldn't be out here without her.
That's awesome. Fantastic. Snooty, from all of us, we're hoping you get to achieve your dream. We're so glad to have you here, and we're looking forward to seeing you over the next couple of days. Thank you so much. Always love to hear from him. And we've got some great news for you, David, because you've been worried a little bit about caster
That's the last
cursing.
time we talk about Snooty, please, on this broadcast.
But listen, he's got the interview buff.
Don't do it to me.
And he's got the girlfriend
You're cursing
buff.
more. You're cursing more.
No.
I'm not liking this.
I don't curse players. Listen to me.
All right.
I'm going to bring it up. I brought it up in rehearsal. Gizmos and Gadgets LCQ, 100% prediction
That
correct.
was a year ago, Nigeria.
So Lucas, Ging, both made it in. We'll not talk about their results of the Dragonlance Championship, but they did great.
All right, I'll
there.
accept your blessing, but I personally, at least, will not talk about Snooty despite
Smart.
loving him so much the rest of this tournament.
Your luck with the caster curse has not been
It's
as
not been
great.
good. It's not been
That's
good.
the trade-off for your giant brain is just anytime you talk about someone, it's just like, ooh. I heard it happened in NA last night as well.
I'm sorry, Clear. Those 4 8s in a row are all me. That's not you as a player. It's all up to me and my caster curses.
He's too powerful.
He's a powerful witch.
Going to be targeting players, just being like, and I actually kind of want to talk about so-and-so. And they're like, no!
The Chinese players are going to be in trouble come championship. It's the only way to stop them.
Whoever's leading the pack, it's just like, I think they're going to do great. And suddenly they start tanking games.
And does the blue shell.
Yeah, we'll know exactly why. But of course, we've talked a little bit with Snooty about this. We're going to have a ton of compositions. The meta is very open. But we want to run you guys through a couple of them that we expect to see several times throughout the competition and that are going to be defining the meta. The first one, of course, love it or hate it, it's been here forever. The Ox Slingers, Ox Force plus those Spell Slingers, a flexible composition that has many ways to open, including the very popular Gadgeteen line. It's taken a hit, but Ox Slingers sure hasn't. You have multiple carries you can itemize. Twisted Fate is the primary one, but Nico and the newly buffed Viego can serve in a pinch. So expect to see that very flexible, easier to achieve composition several times throughout the tournament.
Flexibility with the Nico support augment as well, with Easy being green.
Yeah.
Great with the Shojin as well. But I want to talk about something else. A big system change occurred in the last patch. Mortog removed some of the very powerful power spike emblems and hearts and crests, which are Laser Core and Gadgeteen mostly. That being said, Nigeria and Peter, there's still a way to get this power spike, but it has to be a little bit lucky. That's going to be with Tome of Traits as an option on 2-1. Players that are obviously coming to this tournament are very, I think, experienced, and they know how to play every single line they're given. So you rip open Tome of Traits right away. You see which of the best options you're given. Could be Laser Core, could be Anima Squad, could be Infinitine, Gadgeteen, so many good options. And once you're able to hit that very early power spike, stages 2 and 3 become a breeze, and you're able to almost guarantee a top 4 as long as you know exactly how to navigate those comps. And some players are especially good at executing with very clear direction at 2-1. So I'm really excited to see how Tome influences this day 1 of competition.
And of course, if you're looking for direction at 2-1, you can't do too much better than getting it one of those hero augments in. Of course, we do love ourselves some Jinx reroll, but we've seen Ashe reroll, we've seen the Ezreal doing very well as well, and particularly degenerate Lulu reroll compositions that have come through and made a massive, massive splash recently.
Shoutouts to our boy Og for his representation of the Lulu enjoyers in the chat.
I think it's not just him, unfortunately. I think there's a few more players.
I mean, a lot of players, but I just wanted to shout out Og. He's been doing so well this set. He deserves an extra mention. And of course, if you want to have that discussion or a discussion of the segment coming up next, you can head over to our socials. David, where can the people find us? Where can they join in on the memes, the discussion, and the fun?
To stay up to date with all of that you've mentioned, it's going to be the same as the entire set at TFT Esports EMEA. Maybe some contests as well going to be running across this weekend. But if you want to join the conversation and weigh in with your opinions, maybe flaming some players, supporting some players, ideally,
Hopefully supporting.
It's going to be at hashtag TFT Rising Legends with a little icon as well. It's beautiful on Twitter, so definitely use it, and we'll maybe feature your tweets on broadcast as well. So a little plus there as well for joining in.
If you want to find the memes, of course, or talk about the following video at TFT Esports EMEA, you can see all that info. All right, it left. Can we bring it back? Can we bring my buddy back?
No,
sorry.
Johnson.
No.
That's fine. I don't need him. I can do this all on my own. I don't need support for this segment. We're going to head it over. We got ambushed earlier on in the weekend by a pop quiz from our producers. Let's see how all of our casters did with the surprise ambush.
In order?
In order.
I heard some nerds studied for this. I was out in the hall instead being cool. They wouldn't know what that's like. I'm ready.
Set 6, Gizmos and Gadgets, and the first champion, Moltdog, of the first GSC was Mamen from France.
When we went into Experience.
And come back from Moltdog again.
Number 3, Sproisen?
Royson.
Oh, and for finals,
Who was set 6 winner? It was double. It was
Double
double
61,
61, of course.
Going to set 7, we had
The key is actually to think of all the pengus. That's how you do this.
Who got a pengu? That's honestly what I'm thinking about.
I'm going to say for GSC 1,
Salvi.
I don't know the order. Those questions are hard. You said it's easy. I don't know. 0 points.
Second one was won by...
It wasn't Volta, GSC 2, but that's what I'm thinking of, because I think Volta did get a pengu.
Why am I blanking on this now?
Oh, no, my brain's just not giving them.
Skipeus winning the second.
I don't know. That's Skippy. Oh yeah, oh no, because I remember I had that really good interview as well.
God damn it! He was in the woods! The man lived in the woods for years! This is not a joke, this is not a meme. Skipeus lived in the woods.
The only ever Spanish TFT champion, winning the third GSC, Lumarpin. And finally we had the Polish superstar, Lelouch.
Obviously.
Set 8. Now you need them in order again, which is hard. Okay.
Set 8, Moses attack, GSC number 1. We come out flying with Sasa.
I literally just said it earlier in the interview.
We had Starwinds.
Zaza second one.
Oh, Sasa's the second one.
Sasa.
Sasa.
And then we had, of course, Canvas.
And finally, my prediction for this Monsters Attack Horizon Legends Finals is going to be Ging.
My prediction for winning his first ever regional finals is going to be Cambiz.
Cambiz or Chuso. One of the two. People are sleeping on Chuso. If you check the numbers, he's placed like top 8 in 2 of the 3 Golden Spatula Cups a set. Dude's like actually a monster and nobody's talking about it.
I mean, I am all in on Cotterboard.
I am, so in my pick'ems, I said Snooty.
Of course, during that, you saw her, you know her, you love her, but unfortunately, our lovely Makes has fallen ill and will not be making it here today. She's here with us in our hearts. Of course, we've got to do a little dedication. This one's for you, Makes. But we've got a whole rest of show. We have to somehow go on without her, as the late, great Freddie Mercury said. Very late, but great, very great as well.
Both.
The show must go on. So, of course, it's time to talk a little bit about predictions, Peter, because we've got an entire weekend of games coming in for this, and we need to know who's going to win. All of our casters have weighed in, and I said it in the VT, I said it during my predictions, I'll say it once more. Now that David's not on the desk to be sad about the Spanish players, Chuso, my man, got it to day 2 Golden Spatula Cup number 1. Not too shabby, but he's been ramping it up ever since. 7th place in Golden Spatula Cup number 2, narrowly missed out on top 4 in Golden Spatula Cup number 3 with a 5th, and I think it could be his set to win it all.
I'm still kind of shocked that I'm the only person who predicted for Cambiz here because, as we talked about already.
I kind of cheated it in the pop quiz.
Yeah, you kind of did. Of course, I'm going to shout out Fuzzle as well. Part of the Bowl has taken a little bit less spotlight on what we've been talking about, but has been absolutely tearing it up in the French domestic scene. So he's absolutely probably, in a really good position to swing through, and with his more risky playstyle, perhaps surprise us.
Yep. I'm very biased, of course, so I'm going to talk about my next pick as well. We've got a two-person desk, Peter. We can just run this thing. Sweller Tiger. We talked about him earlier, having made it this far in the championship 6 times in as many sets, basically. So he has been doing fantastically, a little bit under the radar, the only representative here for Italy, and I'm hoping he has a chance of being able to make it all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you said, we're guaranteed to get ourselves a new champion here. As David mentioned, we've got Germany hoping to sort of cap out a really good season with a really good finals performance. I think, as you said, we're starting to get to the point where we're really testing our players' ability to get into these really high-pressure situations, and just having been here before once or twice could make all the difference.
Yeah, and let's take a look, of course, at our first lobby. We know who our players are going to be. Let's talk a little bit about them. Several of them we've heard about before this, but a lot of them are going to be new to some of our viewers because, like we've mentioned earlier, Peter, some of these players coming in through ladder haven't made appearances in day 3 of our Golden Spatula Cup. Some of them, of course, have made 1 or 2, but, this is their first final, so if you only come here from North America, East Asia, Oceania, you may not know some of these names.
And of course, as Snoodyboo said, these first 3 games before the reseed are going to be massively important. To have Double 61 and Snoody in the same lobby here, to see their fortunes play out. Yeah, this is such a loaded lobby 1, which could really set the tone. If any of our big names go 8th here, that's going to be a huge blow to their morale.
And it feels like this lobby, at least based on past performances, is very top-heavy. You have Ging, Double, and, and Snooty. Oh, hi, Elia. Thanks for the wave, buddy. So glad to see all of our players whenever they participate. You guys should actually watch out. We'll always have the cameras if they're available in the bottom right. Some of these players just absolutely mean mug like no other. They'll high roll or something, they'll be like, ah. always my favorite part of the show.
All right, well, you did mention before that over on the social media, it's not just about all of our top quality memes.
That's true.
But we have a contest over there as well. If you've ever fancied yourself an author of flash fiction, now's your chance to apply that to the legendary rune-terrored Baron that lands. We've got ourselves some little prompts here to help you set off with that story, and the best one, where perhaps they will win themselves some special prizes.
Yeah, this is no longer a Mad Lib style. If you've been winning in your family for several years, it's not enough. We're not just ramping up our TFT competition, we're ramping up the meme game, so y'all better be bringing your A game as well.
Yes, who will they call? Who will they decide to help? And what will they do?
Not the Ghostbusters. That's a copyrighted property. They could get in trouble for that.
That's true. We don't want any trouble here. No.
No. The trouble is going to be all in game number 1. As our casters are ready to take it away for game 1 of the Rising Legends Finals. Wida, Impetuous Panda, your turn.
Thank you, Niberia. I was there, but now I am here with you, Wida, and finally we are back. Rising Legend Finals, and what a lobby to start things off, Wida.
Absolute banger of a lobby, right? We have some of the greatest players in the rating. We talked about Double extensively on the opening desk, right? And the guy warrants even more talking time to a certain extent, and it's always kind of like, okay, he's kind of a little bit away during the course of the season, then comes in when it's crunch time, he's just there.
Course of the season, Elia was going to retire from TFT, came back in for this finals, maybe makes it to Worlds and he changes his mind. I would hope so. But we also heard Wida, he's going to be playing a little bit of Lulu if he can. He has the option to for this day. I think a few players are going to. That might be the one kind of D-Gen comp to look out for in this day 1.
I mean, that was definitely the kind of the pattern we saw in NA. Last time I had that day 1, we saw a lot of these Lulu compositions coming through, right? Because the comp is just so flexible. You do not need a one-cost hero augment. It can make use of pretty much any augment in the game.
We also have 2 Spanish players who I will not name. Okay, I will. We have to cast the game seriously. Snoodyboo and Ukkkko are in this lobby as well. Of course, Snoody, I think, maybe the most known Spanish player, but Ukkkko is also a player that's actually very good on D-Gen reroll comp, so maybe another player that might be angling towards Lulu and could find a lot of success considering how strong the comp is, especially when played from behind. If you have a bad start, I think people are going to maybe default to, oh, I'll just play Lulu instead.
Yeah, and Ukkkko is one of those players that kind of has made a name for himself as just one of the D-Gen reroll players on the EU West ladder. That is when you talk to any player above like 800 LP Grandmaster, they'll be like, yeah, Kiosko, he always plays reroll, right? That's kind of just the pattern for him. Very much Draven enjoyer as well. Probably not going to see a lot of Draven this weekend in general, but we have Broken, for example, one of the newer names we kind of saw come through over the course of GSC 3 mainly, and Jaru, GSC #1 winner. And honestly, might be the biggest question mark here, right? Because we didn't really see a lot of him GSC 2, GSC 3, and his win came on a different set. In reality, right? It was a very different patch, very different meta, the black machine gunning everywhere. Not so much the case, at least you would expect. But maybe, who knows, he's going to take those items, pop them onto a Lulu, and that's going to be what we're going to be seeing here. Opening Carousel, David. No belt, which is my preferred item start, because it allows you to really slam some aggressive items and win streak. But everyone getting their preferred offensive components.
And overall, there are some comps in this set that do prefer not having tank items at all. For example, I think the most played comp throughout this weekend will maybe be Oxlinger. That's a comp that loves having both TF and Nico fully itemized. So this start without any tank items here might be beneficial for those players angling towards that AP flex line.
Yeah, and as the game and 50 Cent said a couple of years ago, hate it or love it, the Ox falls on top. And they're not going to stop, you know? So
they are definitely not going to stop, at least not for this weekend, because it is just maybe the easiest comp to go into in terms of flexibility when it comes to, again, there's so many mixing and matching. Obviously, the more common is 4 Ox Force, 4 Spellslinger, but we've seen different variations that can be run, especially if you're still level 7, you're stuck there for a little bit. You might put in an Echo instead, run 2 Spellslingers, and overall, I think if you start with AP items, that's going to be the most likely angle you will take. Also, of course, Acel is going to be, I think, on a lot of boards, especially if you don't have any anti-heal already.
Yeah, and just like a general overview here of what we can expect so far today. A lot of players will be looking at TF, Warwick, or Jhin as their primary 4-cost carry. For a lot of players, there are players in here that basically never play TF, and then there's players that play nothing but TF in that type of slot. But again, the hero augments, David, are going to determine so much of what we're going to be seeing today.
Exactly. So we saw in Super Brawl, we've had 3 games in a row with 2-cost hero augments. Hopefully we have a little bit more flexibility and variety coming into this day one, coming into this game one specifically. One more comp to mention, I think that has to be Infiniteam. I think it's a comp that it can be a lot better if you have the +1, for example, if you have certain augments like Second Wind. But overall, I think it's one of the AD lines that we're going to be seeing a fair amount of with Samira and obviously the Ezreal as those main carries. And I think it is the comp that players that love capping out with legendaries, that's the comp they're going to favor the most because it can more easily fit in things like the Fiddle, like the Urgot, and not the Mordekaiser so much because of Samira with the Ace.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's a comp that's a lot harder to get online, in my opinion. Really benefits from a +1 in any stretch of the imagination here, right? Infiniteam obviously allows you to do a lot of interesting things here. Early on here for Snoody, 1 2-star coming through, but not really a lot in the synergy department. Does pick up that phony frontline, which is one of the strongest augments in the game.
Maybe the trickiest combinations of items we saw as well on his bench, belt, cloak, sword, is really, in my opinion at least, one of the least ideal combination of components coming into Stage 2 because of things like Zephyr not being ideal for most people, at least in Stage 2.
Yeah, and BT also way stronger in the late game here. But
we talked about it, and it's happening, Guida.
Tome of Traits. Choosing to sit and wait here for a second, not want to pop it immediately. We see a lot of players pick it up and then just pop it to get that direction, but Kiosko has something specific in mind, wants to tailor it instead.
He is going to check the admin very quickly. As most experienced players know to do, you quickly swap it in, and now you have infinite time to make a decision as the fight is even starting. Has the possibility for a GP upgrade, might consider making gold. We talked about Kiosko being one of those players that is very happy to lose streak and to play for that reroll comp going later into the game.
Keep in mind, KC61, very much the same case. This guy loves the win streaks, loves even more so a loss streak, right? Both him and his cousin kind of at the forefront. It's kind of been kind of hilarious watching the two of them play in the same lobbies in the Hex League, like last season and whatever, because like they always just end up trying to grief each other to a certain extent unless they put together a win streak board.
Goodness, the game is telling you where to go, and Kiosko, I think, will follow. I was curious if he was going to buy the Pantheon in the last shop, does so the very last minute, and is rewarded. The game says, you know, Kiosko, here you go, 2 more Pantheons, another Lulu for you as well. I think you should now scout, see if anyone is going down this line, and if they aren't, maybe might take that risk and go into this Lulu reroll comp we saw having so much success on ladder and yesterday in the NA regionals as well.
This is also like just a look at this is just like a classic KC61 board as well, right? It's like random 2-star upgrade, little bit of brawler, and also an econ augment that he's kind of taking away. But look at this from Ging. Has the Lulu online, has the action
it's
mark
happening,
as well,
Guido.
David.
We talked about this. We saw it happen in Super Brawl with Winds of the Wanderer, with Yasuo with a few more hero augments. In this case, no hero augment whatsoever. But this is, I think, the one reroll comp that you're happy to play without necessarily picking up that Pantheon carry, that Lulu carry augment, because it has very flexible lines later onto the game. You can pretty much at every single tier find a suitable hero augment with the 3 cost, with the 4 cost, and even with the 5 cost with Syndras and Powered Reserves, fitting the comp perfectly.
Yeah, and Power Grid is probably my favorite augment in the game. I get flamed by Kevin Parker every time I tell him that a Power Grid is good. He says Sona is a very, very, very bad unit, but it is what it is.
There's also a player here that also enjoys playing Power Grid. You've told me this yourself through the research you've been doing on ladder. That's going to be Enzo, so we'll see if that ends up becoming a thing for Enzo in this game, number 1. But overall, a lot of players with very good econ into the stage 2. We'll have to be very careful. If many players are trying to lose streak, they have to watch out who are the lose streak players, making sure they can try and cheese that lose streak. We saw the underground players trapping Vi. I think there aren't many underground players just yet, but we have to watch out for who is able to get that 5 loss streak and that 5 win streak, of course, econ being so important to really snowball your lead in TFT. Oh no, Manazane, Lulu redemption has been built. Elia staying true to his word, at the very least, we know he is an honest person. He said yesterday, I'm playing 2020 Lulu, and it might be the case.
And unironically, right, one of the worst things you can do is be inconsistent in your play in a game like this, right? When there are elements of chance at play, don't look at the results, look at the process and then continue that, right? And for Elia, probably the process has been, I'm going to play Lulu, I know exactly the ins and outs, what I can do, what can I transition into, should I fail to hit? And if you were to go onto a different line, for example, he might struggle with that.
A few players with a Lulu too, it might be that they are trying to play for a win streak instead of just that full 7 or 8 loss streak. We do have players like Enzo with Metabolic Accelerator, so definitely a player that could be looking to really full lose streak into rolling down at 3-5 if he is going to be playing a standard flex board. Maybe looking for threats, something like Samira or Acel, depending on what kind of items he has built at that point.
Yeah, going back to Snoodyboo here, right, as we're talking about, like BT, for example, Prime Belveth item can kind of be like the AD carry in that setup with the mech frontline, the Acel in the backline, then the Belveth. And also, David, we have some training dummies coming through here. You know, they got to get their final reps in before they are ready to take the big stage.
And one very quick trick for anyone watching, you see all the open components. Usually the amount of open components indicates if a player is trying to lose or is trying to win. Pretty, I think, evenly matches the HP standings there as well. So I think if you had any questions about item components and when you should be slamming, I think this is a good indicator. If you're trying to win, always slam these items early. Try and build what you can. Try and play flexibly. And then think about the comp you're going to be going to later into the game. BIS is fake, Wida, as we both know.
It definitely is, and also something that has been fake for you on ladder recently has been a laser call opener, David.
Okay,
so,
okay, I see where we're going. All right, starting strong.
You did say yesterday that I'm never touching laser call anymore. So, like, why would you not touch laser call? But why is broken on it right now?
I think if you know the line, if you have a good start for it, if you have upgrades, especially on laser core units, it's incredibly strong. It's a very easy way to win streak with the extra damage from the drones, especially when you have the Renekton 2, the Yasuo 2, the Ashe 2, and you can itemize her with that Last Whisper as we're seeing here. That means that surely Morgana might not be entering this board late into the game. There is, I think one of the biggest techs now with Laser Core is just running that Shiv on the Morgana to apply both the Magic Shred and the Sunder as well for the armor. But with Last Whisper already built, maybe an indication that Morgana is not going to be the the unit putting on this board as a flex unit for Laser Core on level 8.
Yeah, and the reason why you're talking about why Static Shiv like with the Magic Shred is important is because the trade itself does magic damage. While most of the units are sitting around the AD damage, it is definitely something to keep in mind and think back to the tank set back before it glitched out, for example, being a prime example of that. So has this early duplicator as well, David? We have spoken about those, the two of us, right? The laser timing duplicator being much more free to use here. Would you expect to see him just 2-star Yasuo randomly?
Maybe not a Yasuo, but a 3-cost for sure, especially considering that he is on a win streak. You want to try and use this champion duplicator to continue that win streak. Maybe a Riven if he finds 2 pairs early on to get that 4 Brawler online and have the option for that Garen and later into the game to have 2 Defender on this board. But for now, holding all of these pairs, perfect synergy with that Cluttered Mind augment pickup, and we'll see exactly what he's able to do in the next few rounds if he's able to continue this win streak, because Laser Core at the end of the day is an expensive comp to play. You need to have enough gold to find that Warwick 2, ideally the Mordekaiser 2, which as we know is very, very expensive. On 8, a little bit unrealistic, at least for low rollers like me when I play Laser Core. But ideally you want to go 9, so a lot of gold is needed, and a win streak helps with that.
Well, it's like
50 gold, we know what's going on here.
Well, this is what we refer to as a Yosko moment, right? Just full committing to the open fort strategy, did not want to have any streaks griefed, and that's super important because it's only him and Broken that are going to have those streaks. We saw Broken breaking double 61 streak, which is super important because if double hits into anyone else, his economy is in a much better place.
The Shiv has been built, the Rage Blade as well. We talked about ripping open the Tome of Traits right away, but it is an option to just save it. If you're going to be loose streaking anyway, you don't need any extra power from the Augment or the extra +1 anyway. Another duplicator comes in. This means 5 costs are going to be that much more enticing in this game 1.
Keep in mind as well that with the rebalancing of how the loot drops are going to work all throughout a game here, that other players are more likely to get something that is going to be equivalent of that gold orb further down the road. So, well, that's an extra spat, a free Tome of Traits, another duplicate, a lot of gold. Keep that in mind that we can see a game that is going to be going crazy around like 4-1.
And we're seeing now the Ox Force being slotted in, the Spellslingers as well. I think Ukkkko very, correctly scouted and said, okay, I am not this degenerate. I am not going to 3-way or 4-way contest the Lulu reroll comp. Instead, I'll be going to the most consistent and maybe the most, the highest performance comp that we'll see this weekend. And that will, of course, be TF as the main star of the show with the Oxslingers. Perfect items already built with the Rage Blade and the Shiv.
Yes, and also another thing here. He could have put the Lulu in for Get Seen, but he wants to see if he can spike either an Ox Force Augment or a Spellslinger Augment, because if he gets like a forecast, if he gets like Enzo up in this economic position, he's going to be able to be so stable for the rest of the game here. If we get any forecast hero augments, that is going to be a massive bonus for Ukkkko.
And the biggest problem with playing this comp is that it might be contested. A lot of players know how consistent it is and say, okay, if I can't find a better direction, I'll be going to Oxslingers as well. In this case, Ukkkko having so much gold is going to be able to potentially roll on 7 at 3-5 and find those TFs before other players take those key units out of the pool. Nico's as well, potentially Echoes if he's lucky. So I'm very curious to see what the board looks like for Ukkkko after that 3-5 roll down that I expect will come through.
Goes with the makeshift armor. Obviously an augment that really has a lot of value now that we have the training dummies as well. Laser Call, Hard Duelist, and Aegis. He could technically still go Laser Call from the spot. Rage Blade not the ideal Warrior Guides, but it is doable here. He's going to go for the Duelist instead though.
Very interesting. You already have Duelist naturally.
Oh, it's a Fiend moment.
Oh, I said 3-5, but I was wrong. It's going to be 3-2. Ukkkko staying true to his name, staying true to his legacy. Going to maybe surprise a few players with the power he's able to spike with at this point in the game. Has a Fiddle on the bench. I think at this stage, you have to put it in. It's going to be so impactful still, despite the maybe the lack of relevance it has now into the later game, especially if it's not 2-starred. Duelist, LeBlanc online for Duelist at this point in the game. A very interesting comp, very interesting setup from Ukkkko.
Yeah, that's kind of like the thing about the composition as well, is that the comp benefits from a lot of different, like, a lot of those different spatulas, right? Ox Force emblem is just good, like you can just like sit on 5 Ox Force. Spellslingers allow you to do something wild. Hard as well allows you to go 4 hard with the Syndra. So a lot of things can be done here flexibly with this composition.
Fiddle still on that T-pose, has to activate ideally, but can't do so in time to help the LeBlanc stay alive. It's only now down to the Fiddle and to the Vayne. Is the Fiddle enough? We talked about him and how strong he is at this point in the game. It is 3-2 still, Wida. I would hope Fiddle can actually get some work done.
I mean, if you're double there, it's like, good loss, right? Like, there's nothing else to be said, really, but it was very close. Okay, L-Star in the shop, we're going to start slowly but surely assembling our 4 Ox Force frontline, if that is what we are going to be doing.
And Saru, he has been winning. His name is staying true, at least for this Stage 2 and part of this Stage 3. 98 HP, has only lost 1 fight in Stage 2 by just 1 unit, so barely losing that streak at the very beginning. But now is on that full win streak, is going to be able to snowball this lead into potentially, 100, or not a 10 win streak, but maybe a 8 win streak coming into Wolves. And we talked about it. He's playing Laser Core as a comp. You need to play from ahead. You need to play with gold at your disposal, and that will be the case for the Greek player for the first GSC winner.
But he has been doing the epiphany of just slamming items, right? He has a blue buff, which is not necessarily the greatest synergistic thing within the setup that is going to be the Laser Cores.
It can be blue buff on an Aesol temporarily in Stage 4, and then potentially a blue buff Mordekaiser to get that first cast out, especially if you're able to itemize Mordekaiser with a few more AP items like Rabadons, like JG. He can really pack a punch, and having that cast come early can help him from those times we've had it happen where he just dies before he even has that first cast. Yeah. Blue buff will help with that and make sure that does not happen.
That is that's normally kind of accomplished with the use of an Archangel Staff, but there's another tier on the bench for him as well, so he does have that option open.
Players may be hoping for some key forecast in this carousel. Instead, they will be given a little bit of a glitched out carousel, a little bit of an egg happening here. We'll be hatching in quite a few rounds, but no forecast to really get that early power spike, especially for the loose streak players that were maybe hoping to find a TF, a Samira, an Echo in some cases, a Viego. Not going to have that option here.
And also keep in mind, the economy for these players that have not been streaking is also going to be in the gutter because stage 2 carousel, training dummy, no gold. Stage 3 carousel is going to be the egg. It's going to be a delayed payoff, right? So you don't get that initial burst of gold that a player would need to make would need to reach those breakpoints.
4 admin is now going to be online. It's going to be 40% attack speed as the first admin for double, and then gain 40 ability power for the rest of combat. So a bit of a mixed bag, has 4 admin in them right now, and we'll see how double navigates the rest of this game. Now he is the HP leader. Saru taking a bit of a loss in that last fight.
Definitely, and it kind of makes sense, right? Because the board is not that strong. It's not like a 3-5 kind of win streak out to 4-1. There's a lot of transition work that has to be done on this board as well, so keep that in mind here. Another player that kind of has to do some transitioning at some point is going to be Double 61 here. If he does have those 4 admins online.
And we're seeing from Enzo, Underground has been slotted in. We haven't been able to follow exactly how many heists he has just yet, but has second wind, has metabolic to gain back some of that HP throughout not just this stage, but really the entirety of the game. There are times really when you're able to, again, stabilize, have your winning comp moment in stage 4, and then you maybe lose a fight or 2, you get down to 10 HP, but over the next few fights, if you win the rest of those, you can come back in and have actually 2 lives instead of 1. So metabolic, really a great augment for players that like taking these risks in the early game. It gives them kind of that chance to come back in and have maybe that fail-safe in stage 5.
Yeah, so now looking at the trade tree, we can see Elia has gotten those supers online as long as the heart, so that's going to be a Lulu comp guaranteed. Meanwhile, Ukkkko, while still chilling with the 4, set up here on Snooty. I want to highlight here for a second because he has Riftwalker online. We saw a 2-star Pike pop off, and 2-star Pike in that composition tends to be one of the most important units in general. It's going to be the setup here where you're going to be carrying the Vex or you're going to be carrying the Jin. The amount of time that the unit buys is insane.
And a very flexible comp as well, depending on what the augment is at 4-2. If it is maybe a mascot +1, you can just play straight up for the Vex, reroll with 6 mascot. A comp that I've been playing recently and had so much success with, so I'm curious to see if Snooty goes down that route. If he doesn't find the +1 mascot, he can just go down the traditional route, which is the Renegades line with the Riftwalker, with a Jin, having the flexibility to build both AD items on Jin and AP items on Vex, or mostly on Acel. But the best thing about this comp is that it is so flexible. If you hit a Rammus 2, you play it. If you hit an Aatrox 2, you play it. Velvet, Acel, Leona, the list goes on. There are so many units that fit this comp, and they're able to get just enough frontline to buy time for that Jin and that Vex or that Acel to do enough damage.
It's also one of, you mentioned Leona, right? It's one of the few comps in this set right now that actually makes great use of Leona, because both Renegade as well as Aegis slots so naturally onto this board, right? It's synergized with the Owls, that's with the Jin, and the rest of the setup.
And Sunfire on Pike. I think Pike, one of the, maybe not underrated, but really the units that really pulls their weight. Especially if you play Build Different, for example. He's just that good as a standalone unit. He does so much. The CC in the early game is hard to find, and Pike delivers in spades. Also
has one of the most powerful augments in the game, I'd say, with the Small Game Hunter. I think it's a super powerful augment that a lot of players need to try a little bit more, right? Having that reverse Giant Slayer effect to a certain extent, right, is super powerful.
We're hearing that Ukkkko is now on not 1 fiddle, but 2 fiddles. Wida at this point in stage 3 can get a little bit lucky on his roll down sometime in stage 4 and find that fiddle 2 very early on, which could be the stabilization he needs to just go fast 8, fast 9 maybe. But Enzo, someone else that needs to stabilize after that underground cash out. He does so with a Jin 2, Last Whisper already slammed. Not the best items left over on the bench. Could be a BT for the extra AD scaling, could be a Gunblade as well for the extra healing. And Elia stays very much true to his word. Heart GP we saw in NA as well, with Juki winning that very first game with a very similar build. And more importantly, Mana Zane on Lulu. Even better than a blue buff.
It is even better than the blue buff for sure, right? You look at the continuous cast in the early game. Lulu with that around 58 mana cost, right? Doesn't get the cost reduction from a blue buff, but still gets to pump out 2 to 3 extra casts from that Mana Zane.
And still, Elia, as we're seeing, level 5 is one of the few comps in the game alongside maybe Ashe reroll that stays on 5 the maximum amount of time, almost never deliberately levels to 6, because you need to hit not just the Lulu, but the Pantheon and the GP ideally. They're all 1 cost, and the moment you go 6, the odds of hitting 1 cost goes down dramatically.
We have the 5-5-4 here, David, coming through. This opens a lot of options up, right? Because we're talking about how the Renegade composition, for example, makes great use of Leona. And Leona has some insanely powerful augments. You have this one, which is like so good in terms of getting those incremental damage reductions coming through with a lot of those like small like chip compositions. And you have the carry one as well, is also super powerful.
And for Elia as well, we talked about it. Despite playing a 1-cost reroll comp, you can still hit Empowered Reserves for the Syndra. And I think that is exactly what he hit, because he did go to 6, I assume, to slot in that Syndra to get that value from the bench slot. slots, the extra AP to the rest of the team. Not just the Lulu, but the GP also will benefit as well. Potentially the Sona once that comes in later into the game.
Yeah, and GP is kind of like this, the hidden secondary carry in this setup, right? He does so much damage over the course of these fights, especially with that hard scaling as well, the healing coming through. On top of that, potentially as well from the Sona here. So Broken has also gone to level 8, has found that shiny, so will be farming a ton of items, a ton of gold, and that means he has an insanely high cap.
The biggest worry is, hey, I'm picking up shiny. This is essentially an econ augment helping me to scale to snowball higher, but missing combat power off of my augment compared to the rest of the players. Will I start losing? The good thing is he has a triple itemized Belveth that's able to put in a lot of work. So really a great synergy here, knowing that he has a chance to maybe lose some fights, yes, but he won't be losing by these huge landslide defeats that end up snowballing into a 8th place very quickly.
Now, and keep in mind as well, he has the Clouded Mind still, getting that benefit from that egg as well, meaning he doesn't have to like break a breakpoint to hold some of these units. So that's going to mean he has an insane cap. We've seen Belveth Frey come through doing insane work in the past.
Uh-oh. Do you see what I see? We talked about Fiddle 1 copy, 2 copies, and now 3 copies as well. The T-pose menacingly scaring every other player in this lobby. And Gyusko still fairly healthy, 44 HP.
Sell me on this augment though, David, right? Because when I picked this, I never picked this augment because, well,
trust.
Quite frankly, I'm not sure how good it actually is. But the power level I should talk about by having that early Fiddlesticks 2 could outweigh that.
I think exactly the biggest decision for getting this augment is not because Gyusko thinks it's amazing, it's fantastic, it's the best when it comes to stats. It's just the power spike of hitting that Fiddle 2 very early on, and the fact that he has TF2 with that Shiv, with that Ridgeblade, I think will definitely help keep him stable all throughout this stage 4.
Definitely, TF2 is one of those greatest units. Like it's like such an insane power spike. Right? The combination of the Rage Race and the Static Shiv, he had very clear direction. Also, keep in mind, David, loaded dice on the bench.
That could get spicy.
That could get spicy real quick.
He's going to be going into 6 Duelists, a comp that you really want to play from ahead, from high tempo, and obviously heading these early upgrades will help him transition that. Didn't have obviously that typical Duelist game where you start off stage 2 with 4 Duelists, you slam a locket, and you win streak all of stages 2 and 3. A little bit harder to get that done with the changes to Duelists and their attack speed in this last patch, but overall still in a fairly comfortable position. Someone that is not so comfortable any longer is going to be Saru. We saw him at 98 HP in stage 3. All of a sudden, he has free-fallen without a parachute all the way down to 26.
Yeah, maybe listen to a little bit of too much John Mayer there for a second, but also keep in mind he did hit that Israel free very briefly ago, so that might be something that can really help get him back into the game. Again, no Rising Spell Force, no Unrelenting Force either, right? But that doesn't change the fact that Israel free is still a very powerful unit.
We're going to see now, finds the Mordekaiser has a very flexible board here now for Broken. We'll see what direction he wants to take this. Has Dual Lotus, which can, again, it's a very, very flexible augment, can help out really for every single unit, including things like the Viego, things like the Mordekaiser. That's
something we haven't talked about. You mentioned Mordekaiser. Laser Core players were almost guaranteed to be able to reach that 5 Laser Core, for example, without having to get a random spatula off of something here. It's such a massive power spike because getting that extra unit in is so big.
Looking at Ging's board now as well, is in that Ox Force line. Despite Gyusko having 3 TFs, Ging has also managed to find the upgrade. So 6 TFs out of the pool. Both players that are really indexing on this Ox Flingers comp are able to find their key upgrade, which is going to be great. I think we both know what it feels like to not hit your TF, or maybe hit only 1 copy and then just slowly bleed out to a 5th or a 6th in stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, another thing you gotta keep in mind here is that he has no attack speed attack speed buffs out of the Duelist trait. So, and that is a very, very hard cap of what he can get, especially at 2 Duelists. There's no static shit to help him shoot through the tanks.
Oh, so many low HP units there. Unfortunate for Ging. Takes a lot of extra damage. There's a Reforger on the bench, so you have a chance to maybe still have a Shiv online coming into that last PvE round.
Yeah, keep in mind as well, his frontline is so powerful in combination with that makeshift armor. Getting all those extra resistances is going to be super powerful here, so that's something you gotta keep in mind as well. He's trying to find one of those upgrades that could really help set this off. Like Nasal 2, for example, will help clean up a lot of the low HP units we saw in the previous fight. Static Shift coming through from the Aurelian Doom would also be fantastic just to get some attack speed, get that shred.
Finally, a big upgrade for Broken. Had so many 4-cost pairs, has that Asol 2 now online. But now we're looking at Saru. We're wondering what happened to this board, what happened to this player. Has found the Ezreal 3, as you mentioned, has found the MF support. Gonna give him even more gold as we move along this stage 4. But for that, he has to stay alive, and missing out on the combat power of a carry augment, potentially gonna hurt a tiny bit. We'll see if the quick draws can do it. Despite the nerfs, Kai'Sa is not the star of this comp right now. It will be Ezreal instead. Can the Ace Execution do enough? Can the Ezreal do enough? Fiddle comes in to maybe say no, but still, it's Ezreal all alone. Saru now down under 20 HP, down to 16. Snooty also in trouble, down to 27. And Snooty picked up Contagious Laughter. Curious to see what his board looks like at this point, almost entering stage 5.
It's like, what does Contagious Laughter do for this composition in particular, right? Because it doesn't have the Vex free yet, so it doesn't benefit from that extra AP.
It just helps scale over time. Mascots, that's what it does. You get that healing over time. You want to stay alive as long as possible, have that Vex do a lot of work, but right now, Vex only one Shojin, not even that blue buff. You do have the Jewel Lotus, you have the Guard Breaker as well, and the Nunu. I'm curious to see, this is not really the typical Mascot board at this stage in the game.
No, a 6 Mascot is just so powerful. It's so much healing. It's one of the reasons why Mascot, like Emblem, is such a big bonus to have in this composition, because you get to run something like an Echo, right? Like, such a powerful unit. Get that Aegis alongside of that Echo, the Alistair as well.
We have now the dual carry. I'm curious to see if it will be a Vex reroll game. It looks like it is. We have a Lesser Champion duplicator to help with one extra copy. Essentially, Snooty 4 away at this point in time, but not really fortunate on this roll down. Has already rolled 20, 25 gold. Has not found a single copy of Vex. Might have to decide. Oh, I spoke too soon. We're getting closer now. I was going to say maybe has to pivot into an Acel carry instead. But I think I'm going to try and stick to this Vex and just be a believer. He just needs one more copy at this point.
Yeah, but also his items are not great. Like, his items are fantastic in terms of, like, he has a TG, he has like good frontline items on this pie to guarantee like continuous CC, continuous healing reduction, and also has good items on what in reality is his carry here, the Jhin.
And the Shiv Rageblade Nunu, not really the tech. The Thieves Gloves not helping out too much in this fight. We'll see if the not just dual carry, but the tertiary carry angle here that Snooty has with both the Nunu, the Jhin, and the Vex will be enough. The Blitz staying strong here for double 61. Triple item Blitz, I think, as a one cost, does so much in terms of keeping your frontline alive, tanking out a lot of damage, but not quite enough to stop Snooty from at least getting one win here and maybe try and turn things around if he finds at least one more Vex.
Look at the lobby HP, David. You have Chara, who's like 2 lives behind King, and then it's relatively close up until the point you get to the top 3. Elia, Enzo, and Couple 61 are all really chilling here at the top of the lobby, and Double now with that Zona free as well. It's going to be fantastic as admin to keep in mind. He gets attack speed as well as ability power over the course of the entire combat. So 2 great stats to get for the Zona to get those casts out quicker.
And Saro, we saw him love these 2-cost rerolls with Draven, in that being, I think, a huge part of his GSC 1 win when Draven was absolutely meta. Unfortunately, or fortunately for some players, not the case in this tournament. But Ezreal is still, of course, viable from the right angle. Usually it's going to be from having Rising Spellforce as your pickup in Stage 2 or Stage 3, maybe even Unrelenting Forge with a Vi carry, keeping that frontline alive for as long as possible. In this case, just goes into the reroll anyway without the Ezreal carry. Has great items though, the Archangel's the blue buff, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough, especially with this MF not really adding extra combat power, instead just adding economy with Make It Rain.
Yeah, and there's a couple things lacking here for him as well, right? He does have Jewel Lotus, fantastic Augment, he does have second wind, but there's not a lot of frontline for that second wind to gain value from. And also, no healing on the Ezreal still. Like, you probably would like to trade either of those items for that. But Giosko, look at this.
Oh, Vayne 3 as well. No items, though. Gonna have to hope for some extra items to get some power to this Vayne 3 that can still do so much with the Runons, with an IE, with any of these AD-centric items that work so well on this Vayne. Still on 6 duelists, no +1, or actually a +1, but still opting instead to have that Belveth and that Fiddle. So a bit more of a legendary slant compared to the usual 8 duelist board.
Yeah, but this thing is that 8 duelists, you have to run some really bad units, right? You don't want to run GP, you don't want to run KL unless they're freestyle, they're actually a part of your composition, right? So having that +1 allows you to run some of these greater threat units instead.
Talking about GP, Heart, Titan Resolve, and that Quicksilver Slash. The Lulu, only 2 items now, but one of those is going to be a Mana Zane, so just going to be raining in these Glitter Lances, popping off units one by one. The Belveth next in line. Can the TF and the Vayne do enough? The Skylance comes through, blocks our view, but that does not stop Giosko from potentially getting one more Glitter Lance off, and it will be enough to kill Giosko, unfortunately, down in 7th place. And Snooty, the other Spanish player, is following right behind, it looks like, in 6th. Double does take a hit, so Snooty, I think, incredibly strong considering he just beat Double, who had that Sona 3 upgrade recently.
Definitely right. Look at this position, though. Riftwalker emblem,
Mascot emblem,
TG. The TG has kind of lost its value for someone like Giosko because Giosko can't pick items up when he cares when he's not in the game, right? But you have Locket as well, great frontline slam as well. Just get some extra shielding going on for a lot of these players that have something like something like the makeshift armor has the akin of the second winds, etc. But that extra time can be so important here. But it is going to be the emblems being left on the carousel because they don't really fit in any way here. When looking at that, BT pickup here, not ideal, but the best AD item on the carousel.
And Snooty still has not found that final Vex, unfortunately. Has that third item for the Jhin at the very least. BT will come in. We'll be able to scale the extra AD that the two Deathblades do provide for the Jhin anyway. And will this be enough to stay alive? He really, it comes down to, it just feels so bad to die when you know you're one off of a huge power spike like Snooty is right now.
Also, another thing I want to highlight here, his sack positioning is interesting to me because very often sack is like the first battalion.
The Zephyr does not hit the Vex. So important here for Snooty.
TF here going on for Ging. Has pretty good items now to got that static ship we were talking about that he was lacking, and he has that action mark as well. And keep in mind that TF has a very low mana pool. So any kill here almost guarantees an instant reset.
And the perfect pathing to start things off from the Nunu, maybe hoping to 1-2-3 punch the TF with a Jhin, with the Vex angles as well, but not quite the case. TF stays alive. Ox4 so tanky, and I think this might be the end of the line for Snooty, at least in this game one. It will be the case. Snooty out in 6th. 5 players remain, 2 German, 2 French, and Ging, the Turkish player that seems to always perform when it matters most.
Yeah, and gotta go back to the Super Bowl where I said that the Turkish team was honestly like the favorite to win outside of France, and then they had France in the semifinals, right? So can't really win them all. But
uh-oh, what is this board? So many copies. Elia on that 6 heart has a 2 mascot online now as well, because he did pick up that mascot emblem on the last carousel and is oh so close to that Malphite 3-star. Maybe is part of the reason why Snooty could not find that much success. Malphite, of course, a cornerstone part of that mascot comp.
Yeah, and also he's only still on Sona 1 because of the fact that Double has like all the Sonas in the lobby right now.
We're going to see now the Jhin has a Deathblade and the last Whisper. How much can this Lulu do? As we go later into the game, it becomes harder and harder for her to one-shot, especially when she's missing an item outright with only the Mana Zane generating the mana, and the Giant Slayer as the only real damage item on this Lulu. Obviously, apart from the scaling from 6 heart, which is kind of a huge damage item in and of itself, but it seems like it's not quite enough for Elia just yet. Could eventually bleed out to a 5th, down to 7. Ging also down to 7, Weeda.
Yeah, and this Lulu comp is one of the few comps in the game, in the history of the game even, that's able to go infinite. Right? That is the biggest thing about it, but he's also lacking that final combat power in something like an action mark, right? Like that's still lacking, as well as that final item that you're talking about. Hopefully, for Elia, he is going to find one of them from this carousel, from this Morgana. I don't know, does Morgana do like a carousel?
She can be, I think. If we spin her around, maybe it could function as one. But in this case, it will be standing still. I think one of the weaker PvE rounds, not so flashy. I think it's very hard to lose to Morgana compared to some
Don't test me, David. Don't test me.
Double is in this lobby, so maybe I might be wrong if he sells his whole board somehow. Oof. But we are not necessarily seeing the item you want. You have the Spark already on the Pantheon. You don't want the Shiv. Maybe the Zephyr for attack speed, but I think it's going to be the Bramble for now and just hope that the next carousel, that he even stays alive till that point, is really the bigger thing, considering that he is down to 7 HP and there are 3 rounds remaining until he gets to that next carousel.
Deathcap, Gunblade, Archangels, JG, the options are plentiful. Even a second Giant Slayer would have been better. Even IE probably as well.
But the Malphite 3 has been found. That's why he was holding so many of these 2-cost units on his bench, trying to increase the odds just marginally so. Obviously, this tournament has a lot at stake. You want to do everything in your power to try and find the strongest board possible.
But now we can see here, Double has started to itemize this Fiddlesticks as well, David.
And Enzo, the win streaker on the left side there, facing off against the TF, against Ging, trying his best to stay not just alive, but win streaking and snowballing these potentially into a 1st as well. The TF will see what it can do here for Ging. Turkey is on its last life in this game. 7 HP means that pretty much any loss in stage 6 and you're out. And the TF is all alone. Viego is on to him. It's not quite enough just yet with a Heartstopper, but he will be cleaning up. The TF is dead and Ging is going to be out. Is going to be out by enough, though, is the biggest question. Elia did win, which means that Ging will be falling in 5th place. And we have our first top 4 of our stream lobby already online. And it could not be any other way, Weeda. France and Germany, the 2 powerhouse countries all throughout this set, are dominating this game one as well.
Keep in mind, Enzo has Metabolic Accelerator as well, so he's just like...
To the moon! You talk about infinite scaling, this is what Enzo is trying to do here.
He's essentially just playing Soraka from Dragonlance, right? Like, he's just chilling, just like, winning fights, just give him my HP back. And we can kind of see the power that was an issue for Snoodyboo to assemble, right? Because Broken is on this Enzo as well. And this is going to be the case throughout the entirety of this weekend. This Jhin composition has really risen to prominence recently.
And we talked about the flex spots in this Riftwalker comp. We have a Mordekaiser 2, we have a Leona 2, we have an Urgot 1, we have an Aesol 2. You can really fit in so many of these very powerful late game units like these 5-cost legendaries, like these 4-costs that do so much in terms of anti-heal utility, but also spread out damage. Not having to fight front to back is also a very big thing in some lobbies when mech is present as well. And we're seeing why this is so strong here. Leah gets absolutely destroyed in this fight, down in 4th place. I still think, though, happy considering how the game went, not having that 3rd item on Lulu all throughout these stages.
Yeah, again, keep in mind, we're playing essentially like 12 games of TFT, and it's not, and this is a little bit different from like what we normally expect, right? Because you really want to have fantastic results across every single game, but you are going to have some lower variance games. You can turn those lower variance games into a 4th, into a 5th, into a 6th. Over a 12-game sample size, that's going to be super important throughout this weekend.
Double with this 4 admin, a very unusual line here, considering just how his board looks right now. I think this is definitely kind of in double fashion, but he is now down to 2 HP. Both other players are win streaking, so not looking good for the odds of winning this last fight, considering he's lost the 2 last ones. This might be the end of the road for Double, but still a good start to the tournament. 3rd place, you are able to get 6 points online for the standings and to really try and make it to that final lobby on day 3.
And also, both of the same players in the lobby, like they're playing the same composition, right? So it's not like Double could like spike a good matchup against someone like Broken, for example. And Enzo's board is probably even stronger
Fiddle
than
trying his best.
Enzos.
Can he do enough? I'm not sure. He couldn't do it for Ukkkko. Can't do it for Double either. Fiddle, not as reliable as he used to be at the start of the set, especially at 2-star. And it is now down to 2, but still, France versus Germany, Enzo versus Broken 99 to see who takes the lead in this game one, who takes that inertia, that momentum coming into the rest of the 6 games we'll be seeing today, and the 6 games we'll be seeing tomorrow. And Wida, no cutoffs this time around in this tournament.
No, and you also kind of saw another byproduct of the Metabolic Accelerator, right? Broken was unable to block off that item on the carousel because, to be honest, Enzo is just too fast.
Too fast for you. It's just a little Sonic the Hedgehog action going on in the carousel here. We're looking at these boards, 2 of the boards that we'll be seeing a lot of, or maybe one board we'll be seeing a lot of because it is Jhin on both sides with, of course, a different array of flexed units in. But overall, it's one of the comps that we talked about. It's just so flexible. You can really roll down on level 7, level 8, and whatever you hit, you can add in, which is why this comp is going to be so good for players that know the power of each of these units, know how to itemize them, know how to slot them in, and how to position them especially. This Mordekaiser are going to hurt so much here when the cast comes in. The Skylines rains down onto the board. The Jhin on both sides with the diagonal, trying their best with the otherworldly flourish. Undertow comes in, but the Quicksilver Slash, huge to help that Jhin on the side of Broken 99. Will it be enough? Or will Enzo finally take it? Kills off the Urgot, but can't kill off the Vex, can't kill off the opponent's Jhin. And slowly but surely, Broken might be able to chip away at this massive health lead that Enzo has coming into this game 1.
Absolutely, and again, it's kind of interesting because in reality, Enzo has 2 combat augments. In reality, there's only one on the side of Broken, right? But you're talking about the power level of that Mordekaiser 2 and the fact that he's been able to hold on to so much economy due to the nature of the Shiny and the Cluttered Mind means that his board overall right now is a lot stronger. And if Enzo is able to find something like the Leona 2 and the Urgot 2, there might be something else for him to gain there.
Broken considering adding in the Syndra instead, but opting to just keep the initial Urgot online. Both players looking for the Urgot upgrade. Both players have huge positioning puzzles to solve with both the Undertow and especially the Leona Deus Ex Machina coming online. Deleting the Viego immediately. Doesn't care about its BT, doesn't care about its Oxforce trait. Gets deleted with that true damage. Getting some gold running in, but it is now the battle of the Jhins. The Vex taken down on the side of Enzo. The Jhin being targeted as well. And that's another big loss for Enzo, I think. It seems to be clear what the power level difference is. Broken seems to be stronger and just needs a few more fights to really close out this game.
Also has a slightly better, and I say slightly better, a much better item on his Jhin in the Death Plate, for example, where we can see a QSS here for Broken. Right? So Enzo has all of the pieces that he needs to work with to kind of win this game, but this Mordekaiser 2 is just doing so much work in these fights.
What could be the difference maker here for Enzo? I'm not sure.
Zephyr?
I guess Zephyr, Shroud, we'll see. I think a big thing for players here, especially if they send you the game in a 1v1, they have to try and open their anvil as late as possible. I've harped on this a lot in past casts. I know it is a little bit ratty for these players to do, but we talked about it, Wida. Everything is on the line. We have to try and min-max anything possible to get a win here. The rolls come through. Enzo is of the school of the rat playstyle, trying to hold that information until the very start of the fight, making sure to pop it so he gets the item if he does move on to the opponent's board. And there it is. Thieves' Gloves is a great option. It will be the case here. Urgot now itemized, and it will be that Zephyr on the bench for Broken 99.
Yeah, look at where the Vex is right now as well. The Vex is about to snipe the ever-living, loving Zephyring out of this gen.
The Zephyr is online. The Jhin is going to go up into the air. The Pike helps make that happen. And could this be the difference? Could this be, not the difference, but just the kind of the dominance here for Broken 99 with the Jhin not able to add in his own DPS all throughout the start of this fight. Once again, Leona gets a kill, but she's killed off on the side of Broken. That's a difference from last fight. Viego's still alive. Urgot's still alive. The Skylands comes through. It's now only down to the Urgot. He's good, but he's not that good. The Vex all alone. No more mascot buffs for her. And Enzo now down to 17. The HP standings have finally been equal, despite Metabolic trying its absolute best.
Also keep in mind though, due to the nature of both of these players' HP, a singular fight loss will end the game for either player. So that's the reason why Enzo is staying in the game, trying to find that single little minute update he can do to find out where the board is going to be at. Because if he just wins a singular fight, he wins the game.
Broken has a chance to roll down and find maybe another Pike to juggle the Zephyr, try and find a way to guarantee the Zephyr onto the Jhin again. A lot of buying is going on right now. We have to get some quick movements at the end here for Enzo to make sure his main carries are not thrown up into the air. Unfortunately, the Urgot will take the hit in this case, does give that Zeke's the extra attack speed to the Jhin. And will the fight be different? I'm not so sure. I mean, we're looking at the Urgot on the side of Broken. Is going to hit a perfect undertow on both the Jhin and Enzo's Urgot. Viego's still alive. The Mordekaiser finally gets his Skyline online. Leona is dead though. Viego's almost dead as well. Could this be the difference maker? It's all down to the Jhin at this point when it comes to the damage. And Urgot and Jhin on the side of Enzo are still alive. Is it finally the chance for Enzo to come back and win it? And he does in the last fight of the game. Despite the 3 losses previously, Enzo takes the win, qualifies through ladder, had a difficult journey to make it to this finals, but starts off with a massive dub in this Rising Legends finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And so as I was talking about that, you saw the little minor optimization that he made, trying to figure out, get the positioning right, the correct items from that CG. All of a sudden, no Zephyr on the Jhin, bang, final win. And again, if you want to improve in the game, figuring out how to play these 1v1 situations is probably the best way for you to save LP.
And that's the proof right there. We had 2 similar comps. Enzo lost 3 fights in a row, but because there's so much positioning nuances with the legendaries that he had on the board, he was able to alter the way that fight went. Maybe some RNG as well going his way, potentially with the ults and how they fall. In the end, takes that win. So huge, huge fight. We do have a break ready. We're going to be hearing from Enzo, the winner of this game, and then we'll be back with the Analyst desk for you all to enjoy.
My name is Enzo. I come from France, and my age is 22. Ladder is not really competitive, you know, because we have not a lot of spot in the ladder, and player now think they just need to be good in a tournament. But for example, the tournament of France is private. All player can't participate, you know. So I don't really like. But maybe if we have open tournament in France, it may be good. I think best comp at this moment is maybe Piba with Urgot, Fiddle, with all legendary too. I think. I don't really know. We have a lot of good players in Europe, and not one really afraid me. But yeah, I think yeah, maybe Daisy, Double 61, Ging. We have a lot of really good players. Thank you for all the support. I love all of you, and be ready for this year. It's for me, dude. Yeah.
All right, sorry, we were just figuring out our blocking. It's hard. It's been a while since we've been in person. But it's been really nice getting to see our players once more. You know, coming into this game, we weren't sure how a lot of our players were doing. And one of them, of course, was Enzo. Another was Broken. Neither of them have had their big competitive moments yet. And I think this is a really promising start for two players we're hoping to get to see shine this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this going into this. This first lobby was super stacked with everybody playing in there. So, you know, we have got these, you know, many wild card players here. I think if we see a follow-up performance that's just as good as that, we could really be surprised by who makes day 3.
And let's talk a little bit about those compositions that they were playing, or rather that composition that they were playing, because Riftwalker has made an appearance. Now, this is a composition that has been dominating the meta recently after the buffs, alongside Oxslinger's one of the most common compositions, and we can see why, right? It has 2 viable 2-star 4-cost carries, so whether you get those AP items, whether you get those AD items, you can still itemize it, and there's a lot of routes you can take. We saw Snoody, all but unsuccessfully, go for the mascot angle, trying to go for that Vex 3. And we saw both Broken and Enzosx going for the more Jhin-oriented version of the composition.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get the chance to talk, about Renegades in any kind of depth coming into game 1. I think that was a bit of a mistake on our part, because to take first and second place, that sends a huge signal to the rest of the competition. You know, this is the comp to really be paying attention to. Of course, more recently we've been seeing, a few different ways to make this work coming through. But let's take a look at our overall comps list here.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to highlight here, we'll talk about him a little bit more later, Double 61 going for a little bit of a non-traditional line with that admin Sona. Of course, we've seen the admin shift away from that LeBlanc hacker, start including the Sona, but traditionally you won't see the admin emblem on her because it's very hard to get. Alongside, we already mentioned Giosko. We wanted to mention Giosko a little bit, who just was not able to make things work. Going for that Fiddlesticks augment just did not seem to be enough power for him to get to the top of the standings.
No, we saw an enormous amount, 3 different players going for the absolute corruption in that game. And as you said, putting that up to the 2-star fields, it felt like a recipe for success. But I think maybe with how much of the early game focus our players were giving, having that big drop in of the 5-cost hero augment kind of threw off the expected trajectory of a lot of players' games.
And I want to focus in a little bit on Broken and Enzo's playstyles in order to get those first and second places, because they're very similar. It's something I want to track across the tournament. They were both playing very accelerationist playstyles, trying to get to 9 as efficiently and quickly as possible. You had for Broken both the metabolic was Enzo. That's why you got notes, folks. Going for the shiny with Cluttered Mind. Cluttered Mind in the early game going to get you a lot of levels without costing you too much gold. If you have all those 1 costs, just going to be 9 gold to get you free levels every round. Pivoting that into the shiny for additional gold, additional components, allowed him to pivot into that late game, get his way there fairly safely and fairly economically fairly. And Enzosx, as we mentioned, Metabolic Accelerator gave him so many extra rounds that game.
I think this will be a concern going forward for the competition as a whole. Trying to find ways to build boards that will absolutely rip through, because we've got 32 players to start. Ultimately, only 8 of these players are going through to day number 3. So you need to be performing much stronger than you would be having to on ladder to make that top 8 at all.
Well, and even going down the standings, this is something that we've talked about Double 61's playstyle as well. He similarly aims towards that late game, but he does it in a very different style. Very 1st or 8th, he's going to play an aggressive early game, save his HP, and try and find a way to cap out that board as quickly as possible. So seeing him actively able to do that this game is very promising for one of our two-time regional champion and 1-time world champion.
But as we take a look at our overall standings, we can see that it has been a tough start to the day for Spain, with all 3 of their players coming in the bottom 4. Hopefully, able to turn things around.
Yeah, 2 of our Golden Spatula Cup winners from this set as well, having a rough start. Saru and Sasa, both going to be there in that bottom 6. But I want to see how the rest of the players are going in this top of the leaderboard. Hayden. Now that's a surprise, because we were wondering what Hayden's been up to. We only really saw him appear in the 1 Golden Spatula Cup that qualified him into the finals.
And of course, want to shout out my boy, Fuzzled up at the top. He's apparently changed his nationality very briefly to be French as well. Admittedly, it's
got to get every edge you can in TFT.
I mean, it's fair enough. If I was going to try and throw in my lot with one of the teams, it definitely would be the French team. But Honestly, great stuff to see from him. Of course, we've got so many more players to see before we even really begin to scratch the surface of our field.
Yeah, Cambiz and Wet Jungler as well, living up to the expectations we had for them coming into today's games. We'll see if they can keep it up as we go into game number 2 of the first day of the Rising Legends Finals. Casters, my boys, take it away.
Thank you, Niberia and Wida. I'm going to do the bit once again. I am no longer Spanish. Hayden, always in my heart. My Swedish nationality is coming out in spades. A good friend of yours as well. How happy are you to see him come in with a first place? How prepared do you think he was coming to this tournament?
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Come on, Wida.
To be fair, Hayden has been prepping with Dark Hide running, especially Lalana. What? No, like
Currently,
one.
number 1?
No.
No?
What took it this morning?
Oh,
I was
Wet
checking.
Jungler, come on.
I was checking what took it this morning. But no, again, Hayden, I've been kind of acting as mental coach for Hayden a little bit over the past couple of days. So, he's a player that is obviously very good at the game, very talented, has a long and storied history, but again, has some mental issues from time to time. And now he's starting off well, and that was like one of the main things for him. But this lobby in particular has some super interesting names as well here. Keep in mind, we're only going to be reseeding every 3 games, so these players played in this lobby together with themselves previously.
Some more tank components coming in for this carousel. I think a good mix of high-performing players and low-performing players in this lobby as well. As you mentioned, they were in that same lobby in Game 1. In this case, players like Crescent, Kevin Parker, and Cambiz trying to continue that good streak that they had in that Game 1. And players like Ketzer and, unfortunately, Chuso have to really try and fight their way back in.
David, quick chibi check here. I assume that you are definitely not going to be cheering for Cambiz, right?
I am not. I'm definitely not. 100%. No chance I will be cheering for Cambiz. Okay, I will be done. I'm not going to curse him, but I will. He has, of course, 100% in reference to me. Definitely no one else. That's my ego speaking. It will be the Chibi Panda Annie, which is, objectively the best Chibi version that has been added into this game.
It's definitely a Lunar New Year skin from 2014 or 15. It's totally based on you, David.
Let's not talk about how much it took me to get this little legend, because it was a lot. The answer is many things, currency, units. But in this case, we do have a Jinx online. We have a Vi online as well. We have 2 Pantheons in the shop and 4 golds to buy out the entirety of the shop, or to make 10 and go for that econ start for Cambiz.
Yeah, the Vi line definitely not big enough for Cambiz to play on.
There is a Gangplank 2 though. That's something he can definitely play with Wida, and has 2 Ashes in this shop as well. Ideally would love to find a few more duelists and have just a very strong tempo start in this case, especially with the GP2. I think GP2, KO2, despite the kind of revert to their buffs, they're still incredibly strong in the early game, especially paired alongside maybe a Nyla or a Vayne from an Orb, or even something just a Fiora for some extra frontline, and a Locket ideally. Has a chain already. Does he find a Rod? Doesn't yet, but could still find another component in this stage 1.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, like, GP3, you really need GP3 for it to be accurate, David. But we are going to be going into a 1-2-1 situation here, David, right? So
he has Get Paid, he has a Vayne, he has 3
I love
duelists.
Get Paid. Like, Get Paid is fantastic also. I mean, who doesn't love getting paid, right? Like, that's just general thing here. Another interesting thing to note about this lobby overall, as we are looking for Cambiz, he's scouting around the lobby, trying to figure out, are there anyone contesting him? We have 2 players here coming out of not the EU West ladder here, right? We have one ASA, one of the best players currently sitting ranked 2 on EU Nordic and East, and we know EU Nordic and East, very strong server, and ex-Crescent, 3-time CIS ladder qualifier for these events. Has not missed a single Rising Legends finals yet.
That's right. We're looking now at the options. Players really taking their time to scout. I think the 1 and 2 cost reroll options are the more rigid rerolls, where the moment you take a certain line, you have very little flexibility in terms of where you go with your comp. So just barely able to level up, add in the Sivir, maybe slam some items here as well onto the splits. Sunfire comes online, potentially a Cloak, but maybe just keeps it on the bench for now in case a Runon is able to be built on the Sivir or on any AD carry really throughout this stage 2. A very strong start here with both the Augment and the upgrades to Renekton and the find of a Morgana early in the game. The CC, we talked about it, Pyke being so valuable for the CC. Morgana, the same case.
Yeah, Morgana, though, is a unit you generally speaking don't want to hold at the cost of econ. Right? You can find better units that will synergize with your board in general, but she is a very strong standalone unit. Much like the Pyke, here we see the pickup here of X-Crescent in the Euro card. So essentially, just a stronger version of Trade Sector coming online for him.
Looking at the augments that have been picked up by all of our players, of course, standing out is going to be Marks, picking up that growth spurt that we saw. Another German player, Elia, really finding success with the Lulu reroll comp in the last game. Your cut picked up for Crescent. Anything else you want to really... I guess the Sivir Mana Tempering. We didn't see any Infinite Team last game.
It's time to play Warwick, David.
Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it. We know.
No.
That's an inside joke that we will not go over on broadcast.
Hyperbolic Time Chamber, though, is one of the best augments in the game, and it has some very funny interactions when you look at it, because if you go into the TF composition and look at what is the highest ranked augment for heroes, it actually is the Illusion augment as a way to get into those boards and just get a lot off that early EXP.
We're seeing the Draven, the Guardbreaker already itemized, trying to chew through all this extra armor on this Blitz. Able to finally do so. Can Renekton stand his ground for long enough? Will the Morgana CC help in doing so? The first 2 kills come through, but the backline is untouched still for Potable, and I don't think this Morgana can do it all by herself, especially not against the Draven that is just so hungry for success. And it's level 5 from Potable as well.
And that is the Potable we know and love. Some little out there plays when it comes to the streaks, right? Just being that's the way to go here. So I think we know him from his last stream, but he's also very prominent in Winston. I think that's, generally speaking, it's just like the French way of like playing TFT to a certain extent at the highest level. And again, this set as well is very streak heavy, and you can kind of see why, right, David? Strong frontline, get your team online, and that steadfast presence.
Exactly. It's an augment that you play for tempo, you play for just a big win streak in stages 2 and 3, and then maybe move into something different going later on into the game. You don't play for that reroll, you play instead for maybe something like a Gnar, for example, that has had a lot of success over in the NA regional. So I like this start from Potable, really understanding that his game plan is win streaking all of stage 2, and to do so, he sacrifices a little bit of his econ, but he can make that back up if he's able to get that 6, 7, or 8 win streak.
Yes, another thing I want to highlight, as I was talking about before, we saw Potable pick up that belt from the carousel. He has slammed a Guardbreaker. You don't see this a lot. And shout out to the good old-fashioned Barry Batten. We love Barry. And I've been talking a lot with Barry. Like, it's been a main part of my prep for this event. And Barry was kind of the one that showed me, like, belt start is really good because you just slam whatever. Outside of Zephyr, that's not really a bad item to slam.
The prevalence of Pyke as well. 3 Pyke augments have been picked up. Of course, Pyke isn't usually a kind of a unit you're going to reroll, sometimes in the mascot comp as well, but we do see a Vex with a spatula. Of course, mascot emblem is one of the buildable emblems in the game, and a player might be leaning into that Vex reroll. We saw players like Volta really playing a lot of Vex reroll, playing mascot reroll in the Super Brawl. Ketzer, also from France, could be trying to go into that same line of thought in this game too.
Yeah, and Ketzer's actually a bit of a funny story to a certain extent, right? And I say that in the way that when most people think of Ketzer, they wouldn't think about the fact that he has been to 4 regional finals since we started. That's only been 6 because he never really makes a massive splash when he's there. Right? He had a very strong GSC1 performance, much like Sharu, right? But he's always there at the finals. And that kind of speaks to the volume of player that he actually is and just the depth of France.
Usually 3rd time's a charm, but maybe in his case 4th will be
the lucky Clover,
instead.
Right?
The lucky Clover. We'll hope Ketzer knows about this luck, because you have to really, try and, make it happen, make your thoughts come to fruition. When it comes to a tournament like this, you have to have the right mental leading into it. And Marks might be in trouble with a Lulu. Of course, he is playing for a lose streak, and I don't know about you, Guido. I had, as Snoody has mentioned, 1st or 8th games playing Lulu reroll, and we'll have to see if Marks will be able to stabilize and find that Lulu 3 early on in stage 4, ideally. Maybe even stage 3.
Quick fashioned free too, that's why Fiora tends to show up. So.
It's rare, but when it happens, the game is going to be absolutely blessed, especially if you find some of the perfect augments for Lulu. We talked about it. I hit this week Last Stand as my 2nd augment, Axiom Arc as my 3rd, and then the game was just absolutely over. I was 1 HP, and I had a dream, and the dream did come true, Guido. So hopefully for Marks, the same thing can occur in these next few augment pickups in 3-2 and 4-2.
Yeah, so there's a minor issue for Ketzer here, and I say minor is the fact that there's no tier here, so he can't make Static Shiv, he can't make a blue buff, for example, as well, because very often you'll see people put on a blue buff onto Lucian. Well, Marks has that blue buff already. Early slam off the beach here as well to guarantee that front line to try to save some HP.
Exactly so, and it is curious because I think the most important augment in this comp is pretty much always going to be, or item rather, it's going to be Spark on the Pantheon. It's so important to have that shred for your Lulu to do the damage she really wants to do, where she wants to one-shot a lot of these units, and that's why the Pantheon's always placed in front of the Lulu most of the time in that frontline situation. But in this case, kind of wastes one of the cloaks knowing he has to do something with 2 swords. Sometimes it's Gunblade GS, but has to do something to preserve some HP at this point in stage 2. So has to hope to find another cloak and another rod later in stage 3 and 4.
Yeah, and also just got to keep that in mind, right? When we look around the lobby here, there are some really, really strong players all around here. And Potable, I mean, he's still 20 gold, so it's not the end of the world, but having his win streak broken here gotta hurt a bit.
It's a good sign. We're seeing Crescent under 20 gold coming into Crux. They're going to be falling behind a little bit when it comes to the econ. Has this Draven pair, has a few more gadget teams in the shop, has to be thinking if he wants to hold onto these Lulus, not just to obviously mess with Marks hitting that 3-star, but also because you want to be thinking about that high roll possibility with a gadget team 5 with a +1 at maybe 3-2 or 4-2 rather, which is the only time it's offered, or Tome of Traits at 3-2 potentially is a way to hit.
Could get it from the Crux as well.
Could also, I mean, Wida, I know you're all about your blessings, so I know you love Padebo. It looks like trying to get that energy going right here in this
for me, this is actually a very big contradictory moment, right? Because Marks is my dark horse, Padebo is my favorite to win it all. So can both just not do that? Like if they can hold hand 1 and 2, I'll be very happy, right? But
60 plus gold to roll here. You want to be rolling. This is the last chance you're going to have to be on level 4 and to roll here. You have 55% odds to hit 1 cost, and you have 3 very important 1 costs in this comp. GP, the Lulu, and of course the Pantheon as well.
I want to highlight something here, and I think this is very important. The way that Marks is rolling here, he's not picking up units that aren't in his composition. Sure, like you might get yourself a minor odds increase, but you save yourself so much mental APM, and there is the Lulu. There's no Pantheon.
We said 3-2, Wida, but it's 3-1 instead. Marks does. Maybe the impossible, but maybe not. He had 60-something gold to roll with. He had so much to do it, but oh my goodness, it's an early hit, and this is going to terrorize the rest of this lobby. Maybe the lose streak is going to be over very, very soon for Marks, especially when he's able to get a few more items onto this Lulu, especially maybe that Gunblade or the Onyx Spark in the next carousel.
Yeah, and the no healing here is going to be big, right? Because yes, he might lose with the Lulu free, but it's going to be a good loss. Which, sure, like you would prefer that, but again, he doesn't have the full setup. He doesn't have the supers online just yet. He needs to go to level 5 for that, but there is no reason for him to quote-unquote waste 4 gold, because against most players in the lobby, he would have won that fight.
Yeah, with a cap, Heartcrest is definitely a possibility. Not the absolute BIS, but it is very good right now because you're level 5. You're going to be level 5 for a very long time. And 4 hearts gives you that scaling possibility when you don't have damage items, which is the case right now for Lulu. Only the blue buff. She casts a lot. That helps hearts. I mean, it's just, going to be Thrill instead, opting for some healing.
Yeah, and again, you can understand why, because he's very far away and he probably wants to put a Giants there instead of that. Oh, David, last stand. Ancient Archive as well.
For the wrong player, though. Both of these could have been for Marks instead, but you can't have it all in life. Maybe Lulu 3 at 3-1 is enough of a high roll in this game, too.
But keep in mind, Campus streaking at the top of the lobby right now which it signals as a strong board, which means that the last stand will be pretty far away. But
time's up. You have to
scope
choose.
Weapons.
The GP gets put into the backline. Playing Duelist for now, could opt to get off of Duelist later into the game. Again, Duelist is great if you're going to go all in on it, if you get something like a spread shot, if you have a Locket already built in, a +1 Duelist, but you can also opt to just play it as a tempo comp right now and move into something like a Jhin, for example, with these AD items later on.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I was talking about the small game Hunter and the power level of it. Right now, very few units are going to be above that HP threshold, so a lot of damage here should guarantee potential good losses for Campus all throughout the stage. Building up that economy you're talking about, roll down for the very expensive Renegade composition.
Crescent, we saw that win against Potable at the very end of stage 2, able to continue that win streak, so it's absolutely massive for the gold that we saw. He did not have, he had only under 20 gold coming into Krugs, and now this win streak will help him try and rubber band back up in the econ standings coming into stage 4.
And also keep in mind, he is playing Eurocut, which means that he will by nature be lower on economy because he will be rolling more, getting more pairs offered to him, so he will be holding on to some of those more key units. But on the flip side, that means he will be using less gold on rolling overall throughout the game, so should be a net positive economy.
Looking at the augments, generally a lot of pretty generic augments, 2-scope weapons, second wind, portable forward, have to watch out for what item was actually picked up by Crescent. Players have to be scouting when there are gold augments just in case someone decides to pick up a rocket-propelled fist and try and get a few free wins by getting that corner carry right up into the middle of the board and just target it down by the entirety of your comp.
Also, Vayne too for Canvas, right? That's such a powerful unit this stage of the game. And also, another thing I want to highlight here for IASA. He is on mana tempering. We were talking about this at the start of the game, but IASA rose to prominence in the GSC sense back in GSC 1 when we saw him play all of these Spellweb lines, all these 80 flex lines. He was a master of those. Had an insane day 1, not so good day 2, right? But it just goes to show he's in his wheelhouse right now.
And we have now a few key forecasts. Unlike that game one, we do see a Bel'Veth, we do see a Garen with a chain, Bel'Veth with a cloak that could be BT. So a lot of great combinations of both powerful units that give you that next power spike, alongside key components that can make those units perform at an even higher level to help you stabilize. Ideally, not have to roll much on 7. You can go straight to the fast 8 and try and find the key units to not just win the game, but maybe just guarantee the top 4.
And also, it could be curious. The big thing about Bel'Veth is allowing her to flow freely throughout a fight. Some people do that with Edge of Night, some people do that with Titan for Soul, but she's such a flexible unit. As long as you have some sort of defensive item on her, she is a menace.
Tricky transition here from Ketzer's, considering moving into Laser Core. Has the JG, gonna be great on Mordekaiser, but we're still very far away from Mordekaiser making it onto this board. For now, you do have a Twisted Fate, you have that 4 Brawler frontline, playing true flexible lines here, just having great frontline and also some great damage. Even a 1-star TF does so much in stage 3, especially with the right items. And Shiv and JG are those items.
And keep in mind, with that Lucian with the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, as well as the Duplicator on his bench, he's going to be able to roll on level 8 and hit very reliably whatever route he wants to go to.
We talked about it. You need gold to hit on this comp, to hit the Mordekaiser 2, to hit the Warwick 2 in time, and that is exactly what Ketzer has at this point. Although, maybe this fight will be coming to an unsuccessful run here for Ketzer. He's on a 2 streak, going to be on a 3-loss streak at this point in time now, and I think this is what happens when you don't really roll at 3-5.
And keep in mind, he still has the route open to go into that Twisted Fate Oxford Slinger line we've been talking so much about, holding the Fiora on the bench, and that is a composition that synergizes incredibly well with that makeshift armor. The Oxford units that you don't really need to itemize, but they have a lot of innate resistance, then they get even more. Then you have the shielding and the survivability. It's just an overall fantastic augment for that composition as well.
Not the only player that may be angling towards Laser Core. Chuso as well, 85 HP, very healthy, has the Brawler and the Laser Core online, has Defender online as well, could be with a Garen early on, could also just be Riven alongside something like a Star Guardian, for example, like the Rel. In this case, Ketzer again trying to get a win here, but he's up against Cam. It's going to be so hard against this Vayne 2 Runon Slam. My favorite Vayne item, to be honest, is going to be a Runon. Just get you that backline access when it matters so much, and the Bel'Veth to help as well.
Yeah, and keep in mind, when this Bel'Veth is going to be 2-star, these items will be transferred over. You have the Scope, Weapons, Runans, BT, great items for this Bel'Veth, but there are so many players in the lobby looking for this line. And the Garen on the bench of Ketzer is going to be the primary frontline for these players, so someone has got to give here. Someone is going to miss.
2 more great forecasts here. Viego and Acel in the shop. Players are going to still remain slightly open to any possibilities that are offered in the shop, especially in the stage 7 roll down, so important, and especially the case with so many flexible units in this set, like the Bel'Veth, like the Acel, like the Morgana even has a 3 cost that can add so much utility to your board, help with that extra bit of CC as well.
Yeah, you can kind of see that Chuso, the player, we talked about this a lot, right? He's one of the players that has kind of been one of the rising stars from the Rising Legends, right? Because we went into it with AK Wonder, not necessarily a star in the player sense, but had a strong story background as a streamer, competitor in other games, right? Like we've cast him before in other games.
We see the Riven pair, we see the Warwick pair as well. The Blitz is being upgraded now to 2-star finally, and I'm really hoping for a Warwick 2 here, maybe transfer the items off of Bel'Veth. Gonna be Riven, gonna be Yasuo as well, gonna be a Garen pickup as well. So some upgrades here, maybe not the key ones that you would really want for Chuso just yet. Has gone fairly low in terms of the gold, down to 15, but still has a chance to, again, hit that Warwick 2 in these natural shops all throughout the stage 4.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, it's admins every 5 seconds. There's going to be team-wide attack speed gain, and that's going to be really big for this composition. Yes, Bel'Veth has this natural scaling in her kit, but for Warwick, for example, going forward, when these items get transferred over, massive bonus. Now we're looking over towards Ketzer's board here, a player that has been playing a lot of this competition on the ladder in general, but he's still lacking that final piece to get those last stable options in. He has been rolling down as well. He's only on 10 gold, so he has been trying.
Finds an Urgot, going to try and snowball with that extra gold, extra components potentially as well from the Undertow, but we're going to cap things off with a prismatic Verdant Veil, Cybernetic Shell, and high-end shopping an option. High-end shopping could help you find that Mordekaiser, could help you, of course, find that Warwick as well, but a lot of gold has been spent on the level 7 roll down, so maybe not as ideal as it would have been if you played for a more greedy, maybe 4-2 or 4-5 level 8.
No, but keep in mind, Verdant Veil in this lobby is going to be massive as well, right? You have the Exiles combination as well. like the amount of Garens we're going to be seeing, the Urgot, the amount of CC. You have so many different characters.
Chuso is a believer, Weeda. Like many players are not. He trusts Mortal.
Garen 2 in a shove as well, just
he
for fun.
says the +1's taken away in 2-1, but at 4-2, oh boy, can I hit a big spike, and that will be the case. The Garen 2 might also be the chance now to take the items off of the Bel'Veth and find that Warwick 2 as well.
Oh, Radiant Relics, David. Full offensive setup here. Gotta be that static favor coming through. I got them names as well, David. Don't you doubt me.
If Shiv is good, then I think the Radiant Shiv is going to be even better in this case with Morgana. The application of both the Sunder and the Shred on pretty much every unit the Shiv is hitting is so big for making sure you don't have to build Last Whisper on your AD carry to still find a lot of success in these fights.
And keep in mind, HP is a resource that Campbell is utilizing to its full effect right now. He was win swinging all throughout the early game, we saw that, but now he's trying to go for a 4-5. If he wins a couple of more fights, might even 5-1 and 5-2 it. He has so many options to this huge HP buffer.
Potable. Level 8's 30 gold, going to maybe potentially, with the HP, he still has 65 HP, going to try and roll this gold down as late as possible, accumulate maybe up to 50, 60, 70 gold past this last PvE phase in stage 4, and then potentially try and assemble his all-star board. He has the level up as well, so really just going to try and go maybe 9 even, Weeda.
Could go 9 right there, the option. Again, that's kind of...
How strong is he now? That's the big question. How stable is he at this point?
That's a really big question, right? Because this is a mismatch of a board, but he does have that scope weapon, so he does have a Bel'Veth too. That is the best thing, because like, keep in mind, back in Set 8, you can't play Bel'Veth without RFC. Well, then came scope weapons, and well, then a lot of people started playing Bel'Veth without scope weapons, without RFC, and we kind of saw the power level of this unit and the flexibility and the movement it allows with that extra attack range. Should have buy a lot of time, but no healing is the big kicker right now for Potable.
We saw Ketzer at 4-1. His board looks very different at 4-3. TF2, Warwick 2, perfect or close to perfect items on this TF as well. A very interesting mix of units, but all of them are going to get the work done in stage 4.
And remember, we saw the removal of the thing. That's going to be a Mordekaiser on the board. It's a big thing for a lot of these players. But the thing I want to highlight here, Ketzer, we saw on his board, on his bench, he picked up that early spatula from the Curse, so keep in mind stage 2, picked up the Earth's grab bag, and Ogden, we don't see a lot of these days. It has been removed from some of the lower tiers where it was as well. Just using it to slam down Tactician's Crown, David. Not really making an emblem. You can't make Laser Core emblem anymore, obviously. So just taking that and running with it and just providing a strong board. And keep in mind, he has to make a huge comeback because he's down to 30 HP right now, but Chuso 85, and then your next in line is Campbell for 69. So a lot of ground has to be made up, and you have in that 30 HP break, you have Kevin Parker, you have TFT Mox. Mox finally going to level 7 means he has to spike.
We have Edge of Night, the perfect build on this Warwick as well. Maybe a little bit too many healing. Doesn't want to maybe slam both the Hodge and the BT, but I think he has to. He's on a win streak, wants to, again, try and get this econ rolling for these next 2 fights. Ideally, you can win both of them without the Warwick 2, thanks to the 5 Laser Core, because you don't want to be rolling on 7 at this point. You really want to try and pivot this into not just an angle for a top 4, but an angle for a win potentially off of just the great synergy between Exiles and that Laser Core +1 as well. Going to make him so strong coming into stage 5.
It's going to be the Menacing pick that we talked about this from the Portable Forge earlier on, and that onto an Aurelion Soul we're talking about helping that ASOL cast is going to provide so much team-wide healing reduction, so much damage here, and that means that even with the double healing as well as the healing from his kit, this Warrior was almost struggling. Is it going to be
enough? You got the extra attack speed for this Warwick, the BT, the healing is helping heal past that Meteor Shower damage. The last Archangel comes through, 100 on the stacks, but not enough to take down the very tanky Blitz and the very tanky Warwick as well. One more fight, it would be just a dream scenario for Chuso to win this one as well, continue getting that gold from the win streak, and then have the chance to find some big upgrades. Big upgrades like Kevin Parker, who just hit a Leona 2 on stage 4.
Yeah, but he's down in 8th position. And I spoke to Kevin this morning. He hasn't been sleeping well. Obviously, this is not really gamer-friendly hours for most people. I think that's safe to say for most of these players having to wake up, check in at 8:30. Not ideal for most of these people, but we also saw Campus finally finding that 2-star Bel'Veth. So he's been investing into this game as well. And we can kind of see the struggle for Kevin here. He's gone to level 8, but he's still missing that Jin 2.
Missing that last damage item as well. Slams the bow for now, knowing that, any component he gets, it's going to go onto the Jin to some extent. Has the remover as well, just in case things don't go exactly as planned. But I'm a big proponent of min-maxing with components, always trying to slam them, because that extra bit of attack speed or armor or health can sometimes dictate fights if they're close enough. This one, I think, not quite close enough with a Bel'Veth 2 fully itemized scope weapons, as you mentioned, online for Canvas as well. And now Kevin Parker, one of the kind of the German wonder child coming to this tournament, he's in a bit of trouble. But he finds 2 Urgots. Is that enough? Maybe with an extra Urgot coming in the next few shops, the high-end shopping helping him try and cap out this board even higher.
Yeah, and it's not even the contested focus he's rolling for, right? He's not rolling for Warwick, he's not rolling for Twisted Fate. Like, there's not a lot of players on this line at the moment in the lobby, so kind of unfortunate for him, right? But that Leona 2 has to do a ton of work for this setup to be fully functional. He does have that small game Hunter, so when the Jhin goes for the 4th shot across the entirety of the board, additional damage towards that backline.
Going to be a potential for a Sunfire onto Zona Bramble, potentially even better. Maybe a Redemption can be found as well to get some extra tiers. Another sword could be just the second Giant Slayer for the Jhin as well. We'll see how exactly Kevin wants to navigate these last few components. All in all, he has to make this Leona tankier. I think she's not doing quite enough. She isn't really known to be a main tank. Even as a 2-star, she melts a little bit too quickly.
Could Edge of Night her though, right? So that's something you could do and try to like pivot the tanking
Urgot 2 has been
else.
found, but it's so difficult here. You don't have the gold for the upgrades. Are you going to just straight up sell the Jhin, buy the Urgot instead, itemize the Urgot? Jhin, you did your best, but you weren't doing quite enough, and now all the belief is onto the Crab and the Undertow to try and get things, not just the combat power from the Urgot itself, from the upgrade, but also the Undertow that can snowball you into a bigger lead, get you extra gold to make use of the high-end shopping as well as we move into this stage 5. Leona doing as much as she can with the Deus Ex Machina. The Undertow comes through, the gold comes through, and Urgot still alive and kicking, dealing so much damage. I think it will be just quite enough. Jhin, without items, still trying to pitch in and help with the damage as well.
This is a big win as well. Keep in mind here, avoiding 8th is one of the most important things in tournament play because every single game matters. Taking these spots, because Piscina's low rolls, making them into meteor rolls instead, is going to be a big skill here. And Ketzer and Marks are both win streaking, so right now the real fight is going to be ISA against Kevin Parker for that 8th place, and Kevin took a massive win there. But you can kind of see the struggles that ISA is going through right now. This spot is really expensive, and it didn't hit.
And really, Lucky Gloves with only 1 TG, not getting the most value out of this Prismatic Augment. You didn't hit Infinitine +1. You can't get the extra value from getting a Garen copied or a Fiddle copied or Mordekaiser if you're not playing Samira. We're seeing 1ASA. He is on the AD flex line we talk about so much in GSC #1, but it seems to not just be enough right now. I think we both agree in the meta right now. AP flex is a much better line to run with, and I wonder if the damage can actually come through, if they can get past this Garen 2-star, Warmox, Titan Resolve, Stoneplate as well. The damage from the Ace coming through, the Sure Shot damage coming through from both the Samira and the Ezra, and it seems like it will be just quite enough unless this Bel'Veth can really smurf, and it does! Oh my goodness, ISA is out! And my god, the Bel'Veth with scope weapons just did so much.
And I was keeping an eye on that left side of the screen here. Kevin Parker's going to be eliminated because of a massive frill dip. It wasn't just that gunblade, just huge frill dip at the end of the day. Then you're looking at it, the Urgot in the wrong side of things in terms of that specific matchup, but you gotta chance it. And we see the upgrades for Crestnos all around as well. This lobby is about to go crazy, but look at the HP totals. Ketzer and Marks both win streaking at 30 and 31. The rest of the lobby are within 10 HP outside of Chuzo.
The HP totals, look at the gold totals. Ketzer about to be Mr. 100 when it comes to the gold. He's hoarded up in his vault, going to be able to go fast 9. He's on a 6 win streak, which is a clear indication of how strong he is. Has not used his gold at all during stage 4 and part of stage 5, but is still on a 6 win streak. I think right now, the leading player to actually win out this game in terms of how high he will be able to cap.
Yeah, you can already see he started to angle towards the Twisted Fate. For example, Warwick frees a massive tank that can kind of sustain a ton of damage.
Finally, a loss comes through. Deserved considering how much gold you're hoarding, but I imagine after this carousel, yeah, already trying to pump this gold in to try and make it so the APM is not too hard on him, and he's able to find those correct rolls and upgrades coming into the end part of this stage 5.
Yeah, and his spot was looking strong there for a second, but now he's down into 18 HP. So 2 lives, generally speaking, on average here. But if he can transition that board into something stronger, because he doesn't have the laser call +1 day, right? It's so important for the scaling of this composition. So he has to find scaling elsewhere. 2-star Fiddlesticks, 2-star Urgot, 2-star Mordekaiser. Gotta find that unit strength instead.
So much healing on this carousel. If you were missing some sort of healing for your main AD carry, really any carry at all, 2 BTs and 2 Hands of Justice found. IE instead going to be the option here for Marks. And Marks, a reminder, a player that was going to Lulu Reroll. We haven't seen him pretty much throughout the entirety of this game, but we're seeing him now streaking, 6 win streak, 30 HP, and is sitting in a very good spot with a 4 heart online.
Yeah, but the real question here right now is Ketzer going to spike here? We haven't seen any upgrades about on the sidebar, so maybe just went to level 9 and chilled.
Oh, Urgot 2. That's something. It helps also with snowballing this into maybe some more upgrades throughout this rest of Stage 5. Potentially maybe thinking he's strong enough, going to try and not use up all his gold just yet to try and get some extra value from that PvE round coming in at the end of the stage. The Zephyr comes through on the Lulu. She's up in the air. The Glitter Lance not able to start popping off right at the start of the fight. And the Urgot, he is hungry for some kills, for some damage, and he finds it. Marks taking down a massive notch down to 14 HP.
Yeah, not a great fight from Marks here because Camp is also not super stable right now. I think a lot of these boards are kind of going to come down to how the players are going to match each other here, because there are some matchups that are a lot easier for other people. But keep in mind, Camp is part of Ball, sort of on the same line. We saw part of Ball's board for just a brief moment, and that board is the better version of this, has the mech frontline online, which is not the case for Campus.
What about Campus going to be leaning into the Jhin, but in the end, optimizing, or itemizing rather, also optimizing though. The Bel'Veth with the scope weapon is going to be a great synergy. Vex 3 found by Crescent, a player we haven't watched too much of in the last 2 stages. Going to be a huge power spike for him as well. Hopefully enough to guarantee him a spot in this top 4 and continue that good streak he had early on in the game 1.
Yeah, and Crescent is doing this with the Yorkot Augment, right? So he's not doing this with a combat augment in the hero spot.
The Shield Morgana also, I imagine, doing so much and helping sunder all this armor for both the Bel'Veth, the Jhin, I guess the Urgot as well, all benefiting, but is it going to be enough? This Warwick is just out of control, double Titans, but it seems like the Bel'Veth is doing even more. Fiddle with the laser drones can't do quite enough. A huge hit for Ketzer, who, despite going 9, despite having so much gold to work with, hasn't been able to hit the right power spikes. And Lulu is also out of control, Guido. What is your opinion on this Lulu just demolishing these 5 costs at stage 6 almost?
Honestly, it's just fun to watch, right? There's something about it. Also, I used to play a lot of Lulu in League of Legends, so that's probably also why, to a certain extent. I think it's kind of funny to see Lulu as like a carry unit, because like she's had some sort of whimsy or like the shield or anything like that for pretty much the entirety. I mean, the 5-cost Lulu that just like whimsies an entire board when you freeze start, like good memories, right? So just seeing her as a center carry of a composition. I think the thing that I talk about here is Marks' positioning, right? Because it's not the traditional positioning to me. It doesn't have that right behind second row when used to seeing. He doesn't have the battle mage.
That's exactly right. So a little bit different. I think Lulu, all throughout stages 2 and 3, you're happy to have her in the front line because you know that there are chances to just automatically snipe the opponent's backline carry because the health is low enough. There's not quite upgrades or itemizations coming through. But at this stage of the game, I think it is just safer to have the Lulu in the 3rd or potentially the 4th row to make sure she can stay alive until the very end, dish out that damage, get those last few kills, especially with Thrill. So important where you can get that kind of chain kill reaction where she gets that extra health. And Ketzer, things might be changing now. You have the Shiv Sandwich on Urgot, clearly the classic BIS for the Urgot. And you also have
the duplicator, by the way.
The actual BIS for Mordekaiser, 2 Wizard's Hat, somehow, I guess he's using them as gloves maybe, and then a JG as well, actually the actual gloves. So I'm not sure how these items are being itemized on the Mordekaiser, but the damage will be coming in for certain. The board deleted here for Chuso, unfortunately. The undertow angle not going to be fantastic. And the Warwick as well. I mean, so many carries here for this comp. The second ult does not come through, but the Urgot, can he do enough with the undertow timing? And the T-post fiddle not even having to activate. Mental damage being done here to Chuso.
He still has the duplicator on the bench as well, David. Keep that in mind. Like, he can go for Fiddlesticks free here, potentially. Mark's going out, though. The Lulu luck running out to a certain extent. So that's going to be unfortunate. But he had a pretty rough start here to this game. But I think when we look at Mark's spot here, we went 4th in the first game, 6th in this game. So going to be around the 8-point break-off. Not ideal, but not a bad start for him either.
I hope the rest of these players in these lobbies know how to surf, because there will be 2 waves for any player that faces off against Ketzer. The undertow on either side is going to be huge in terms of the CC, and we're seeing it now. Crescent versus Ketzer. There's nowhere to hide for these corner carries. Both the Jhin, the Morgana, and the Aesol will be CC'd up, locked up, allowing for that Warwick to maybe enter that backline access. He does. The Manazane is big, but maybe not big enough. Only Jhin remains. Big win for Ketzer. And Crescent now down to only 1 life. Cambiz and this Bel'Veth also fighting for anything they can get, trying to get into this top 4 as well, but not going to be the case. Chuso and Cambiz both taken down 4th and 5th respectively, and now only 3 players remain. Once again, France dominating this lobby.
And look at this. You say France dominating the lobby, they are, but look, I want to highlight something for Crescent. 3rd place in the first game, top 3 guaranteed now as well. And he's a player that I know a lot of people are kind of respected because he's one of the few CIS players that, yes, he qualifies through the CIS ladder, but he goes on to EU West and he sits top 20. He's a very well-respected player coming out of that region by a lot of top-tier players, and he's showing exactly why that's the case.
And when he makes it to finals, he makes it into that top 16 most of the times, quietly but consistently becoming one of the stronger players, more consistent players in finals here in EMEA. But we're looking at this board now. The Belveth from Potable trying to do as much as it can against an Acel that now has a JG, that now has a Manazine as well. The Garen is just walking straight up to the backline, trying to do its damage, with the Belveth as the last remaining carry. And it looks like it will be enough. Potable has a setup with scope weapons that is just so strong. Crescent, as you said, taken down in third, but still a very consistent start of day one for the CIS player.
And keep in mind here, Ketzer's item economy is so much better than Potable's because he's been farming items with these Urgots, and that is going to be something you got to pay attention to just for a second when these two bots are going to be showing up in a head-to-head just in a second, because that is something that might tear down Potable, but Potable did win the last time these two bots fought, I believe. So
this is what I wanted to look at. We're one away off of the Urgot 3. Is it time to sell board? Ketzer, how crazy are you as a player? I think he's so strong, he maybe doesn't need to, but he is at 6 HP, so it's a now or never. I think he's wasted too much time considering it, so not going to be doing it for now. And I think, come on, he has to be strong enough at this point to almost guarantee he can win this fight. 2 Urgot 2s, a Fiddle as well, cooking in that back line. He has the Mordekaiser with a BIS for sure.
Also keep in mind that Potable is on the road to level 10. This game is crazy, man.
This is what you get when you get a Prismatic Augment at the very end, especially Prismatic Augments like Level Up that allow you to really cap out higher than you usually can in a standard game of TFT. Look at that ult from the Mordekaiser. The double undertow comes through. The Acel is almost dead, but not dead enough. The Fiddle, can he cook enough? Threat versus threat. Belveth versus Fiddle. 3 items versus 2. The Belveth comes out on top, and Ketzer maybe regretting not going for the all-in play, not trying to go for that Urgot 3. In the end, though, we are still a second place. And let's reminder for the chat and for the viewers, how bad of a spot Ketzer had in the very start of Stage 4. He was very low in gold, had missing a lot of upgrades on that TF, for example, turned that around into a second place.
Yeah, again, also, Potable won that game with 50 gold in the bank.
I
just want to highlight that as well. That's the power level up, the level up, saving you so much money to hit those totally capped out boards that Potable is so known for playing. And I think that's just a fantastic game overall. It really showcases the multiple facets of the game that we currently have. We saw the Lulu reroll kind of fall short there, but we saw a huge presence of AD flex. Not a lot of AP flex in this game.
And I take it back. I talk about, 1 cost and 2 cost rerolls maybe being very rigid in the playstyles. The complete opposite happened in this game. So huge shout out to the players. I think they played some excellent boards. And one big takeaway, I think, is Belveth with scope weapons is very, very good. Both Cambis and Potable. Cambis not having the best success, ending up 5th, but still a great combination of augment and items, especially if you're able to get that triple itemization onto the Belveth. We do have a break ready. We're going to be hearing from the Italian champion Swaller Tiger, and we'll be back with the Analyst desk to break down all the crazy things that happened in this game too.
Hello, I'm Davide, my nickname is Swaller Tiger, I come from Italy. New format is better for people that don't play ladder, so people that have no time to play ladder have the chance to qualify from a national tournament. But for people that play ladder is sometimes more difficult to qualify because personally in Italy I qualified 2 times from tournament. 1 time I didn't qualify. From the ladder is more hard to qualify. I participate a lot of the Golden Spatula Cup and I play previous Super Brawl. This set I miss the first Spatula Cup and the second Spatula Cup I lose to the 2. But set 7 I reach 4th place at 1 Spatula Cup. I finish 2nd place at Super Brawl. So previous set I play better in tournament. Hey guys, thank you for watching, thank you for your support. Thank you everyone to watch the stream. Thank you everyone to support me. I hope to make a good score for me and for everyone that support me and think that I can do well in Spottle Hub.
An incredible game from all of our players, and an incredible mistake from me. I keep accidentally drawing on my hands. I keep all of these notes. You can't see them because they're going to get washed out by the 14 lights above us. But every single time I sat down to write a note next to Peter, I'd be like, oh, we should really talk about this thing. Damn it, we should talk about this thing. How am I blue again?
Well, it's a good thing that the players are more sweaty than our hands are.
Yeah. Speaking of blue, Ketzer unfortunately blew his lead and was not able to take that first place, taking a second to Pod de Bowl, who came around from behind with a really incredible Belveth board. I was worried in that early game with that Poppy steadfast presence. Didn't seem to get a lot of traction.
No, and that's what we're talking about on the cast. I think it was literally just there to, to reinforce the board early on. It's definitely one of those ones you feel not so bad about throwing in the bin afterwards. But, as you mentioned Ketzer, this kind of brings in a larger tournament concern that's already coming into play this early on. So Ketzer finished last in his first game. And so in this game, he had to come out swinging. Ideally, he would have reset his tournament performance by getting a first, but he got pretty damn close.
And I want to talk about the highlight of his board as well. That Mordekaiser pulled a lot of weight, but is representative of something we're going to see a lot during this tournament. Of course, he went with the double hat, the most fashionable Mordekaiser possible, and the jeweled gauntlet, meaning that every single ultimate would basically one-shot the backline. But I think more importantly, it brings into the conversation two things. The laser core we saw from him and from Chuso, who was able to take a fourth, and additionally, the strength of Mordekaiser even as a standalone two-star 5 cost.
Well, absolutely. I mean, when that is the premier 5 costs to be able to bring in, you're always going to be heavily encouraged to go towards laser core. And when we're seeing these ludicrously big late game boards spreading out the laser core drones across all of those different units, you just end up with a completely unstoppable end game board. If someone doesn't have something equivalent, they just can't stand against you.
And in these 2 rounds, we've seen emphasis on 3 different compositions. There was the Oxlingers that we mentioned at the top of show. The Jin Renegades composition showed up multiple times during this game. Several people pivoted out of it, but it did show up, so I'm counting it. Yeah. And then, of course, now this Laser Core composition. And Chuso had a really good showing. I was really impressed by his gameplay. Shows why he was so successful in our previous Golden Spatula Cups. But unlike Ketzer, was not able to cap out that board, was not able to hit that 6 Laser Core. I see over there, Carol. And I just think it was really incredible performance there from the Laser Core players, from our players across the board. One player I really wanted to see a little bit more from in that was Canbiz, who only managed to get that 5th place performance.
Yeah, I mean, at least, he had the guarantee from the stronger early round that, he was going to be able to work as it was. I think because we're in a situation where we're only seeing the reseeds every 3 rounds, it means that we've got much more volatile lobbies going forwards. We're not doing, say, the Swiss seeding, where if you do well, you play against other players with the same record. You can have a vastly different lobby. But let's look at how that round 2, played out.
Yeah, of course, at the bottom of the board are going to be the players most disappointed and the ones that I'm worrying about the most. And we see, unfortunately, down there at the bottom, Sasa, one of our Golden Spatula Cup champions, having a rough start to the day. Luckily for him, there will not be a points reset going into tomorrow, so he is going to be able to make his way there. As we see the top of the board, Enzo, after that incredible game one we saw on stream, following it up with one just as incredible, 2 first places in a row.
I mean, you know, for Ketsa's side of things, as we saw in the last game, being forced to play incredibly aggressive and risky to pull things back. For Enzo, this is an incredible start that will let him, you know, take things a little bit less risky going forwards, play for more top 4s, and still have a very, very good chance of making it through to day 3.
Joining him there, of course, Og and Wet Jungler, 2 of the players that we highlighted earlier on as players to watch. Wet Jungler through both his ladder performance and his performance in the recent Golden Spatula Cup. So I've been really impressed by what they've been able to pull out so far early on in the competition.
And this one, of course, from the second part of the table there, Spain certainly continuing to have some problems. I believe their players pretty much stayed exactly where they were from the first round going into the second as well. So I'd love to see more from Spain because we know their players absolutely have got it in them.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. I believe I heard our producer call for break. Unfortunately, I'm too much of a chatty Cathy to pay attention. He's confirmed it in my ear. So we are going to head over to a break before we come back with round number 3 of the first day of the Rising Legends Finals. We'll see you soon. And you thought you were free of us. Joke's on you. You're still stuck in our clutches for game number 3. My name's Niberia, joined here by a very crabby Counterfeit.
Crab.
In terms of like hands, not his demeanor. He's as positive.
I can
and
do
chipper
both.
as
I can
ever.
do both.
Okay, we'll both be cranky during the cast, and then we'll reevaluate. We'll be cranky calm.
I don't know what that is.
Referencing the hit billion-dollar box office movie Mario.
I haven't seen that one yet, but maybe I will by the end of this game.
Neither have I.
But, man, we are coming to game 3. We were promised by Snoodyboo
a more exciting video game.
A much more, well.
Wow.
We don't go that far, perhaps. But we do know that by the end of game 3, we will have a pretty good idea of where our players are lying in the tournament. We already mentioned on the desk how different our players will be playing depending on how these first games have gone. By the end of this game, we'll have a really, really strong idea of who's heading up and who's heading down.
I mean, additionally, after this comes the reseeding, the great reseeding of 2023 coming into the grand final. So let's take a look at our players for this round. We have, of course, Norby, who we highlighted, the Hungarian hope. But more importantly, a player who has not shown up so much in Rising Legends until this set. Golden Spatula Cup number 2 came running out of the gates, finding success immediately alongside Og, another recent addition to the Rising Legends roster.
And of course, as we noted before, there are several players here who've got very, very different points from each other. So again, they'll have a very different path heading into this one. I mean, at this point, we're 2 games out of the 12 that will be played across these 2 days. So there's still a long way to go, but there's only 8 spots. You need to do well starting right now.
Solo Gasang as well. Speaking of someone who has done well traditionally, a ladder warrior he has been called by some, but he has found success throughout his career in these competitive moments. Of course, coming onto the scene in Galaxies in the World Championship qualifier last set as well, finishing unfortunately just at the cutoff for last chance qualifier, but top 8 nonetheless in our finals, looking to prove himself further as a viable competitor here for Germany.
And yes, of course, for anyone coming in late, this is one of our big moments or big stories for this tournament, is the rise of the German TFT scene and seeing if they can compete with the French squads who've been up at the very top. This does seem like their time, but Solo Gasang is going to need to push out a bigger performance in this game, as we said before.
Looking for that tier start. He's got that Shiv opener. We talked about how common and how powerful Oxslingers is, so a potential slam there would be fairly safe for him, but he's going to wait until the end of the PvE round after having picked up that Nasus 2.
I do like good old bonky boyfriend. And of course, we've got one of our favorite items right now, the static Shiv. Very much the favorite of Morgana players, and honestly quite a lot of other people.
Yeah, of course, as the Morgana, in case anyone's not aware of the interaction, Static Shiv's static effect counts as a spell for Morgana, so does that armor and magic resist shred every time it procs.
All right, let's get our first augments onto the field here in the all-important Lobby 3. We have the Duelist Crest from the off and Ancient Archives, which we know is the cheat code to the game right now. If you're just a little bit lucky, you can determine your entire game from 2-1.
Let's take a look. Solo Gasang, of course, in the tank a little bit. The Ancient Archives, as you mentioned, but Duelist Crest, another valid option. We'll go for the Archives. Not a huge surprise there as he gets a second 1-cost 2-star.
Ukkkko from the UK has been doing a pretty...
Your national hope here?
My national hope right here. I mean, bringing out the early choices. I mean, this is the thing, for Kafuzzle on 11 points right now, that's a decent early showing, getting a first in the first game. I think it's more looking to ride things out and get a solid game here than an overwhelmingly strong one.
Yeah, lots of AP here. He was holding so many 2-stars. Did you see that? He had like 4 2-stars coming into 2-1. So not struggling for choice there as we see Kaspersky, the sole Polish representative, much at odds with previous finals that we've had, starting off with that incredibly powerful Zhonya's Paradox.
Oh yeah, I mean, newly nerfed in this patch, but still an absolute beast of an item, especially if you can get full value out of the defensive stats and those invincibility frames as well. But coming into the early going, you can see Sweller Tiger up at the top, another player we're hoping to see very big things from in this tournament.
Sweller, of course, is one of our most frequent representatives here in the Rising Legends Finals. This will be his 6th time attending. as a player in the final leg of these circuits. So an EMEA legend, stalwart of the scene, hopeful Rising Legends champion.
Yeah, I mean, finding the Toma traits alongside Sologa Sang is a very good start. Org and Sawi down the bottom going rich gets richer. We know, again, our lobbies on stream so far have been about finding these obscene late-game boards. And Rich got richer, that is a path to getting those ridiculous boards online later on.
Yeah, that seems to have been so far the name of the game, as you're saying. That econ lead early on, transition into just incredible scaling, seems to have been the method taken by most of our players so far.
We can see from Confuzzled here that you've got the option to be playing strong early on. The only problem is, if not enough people are playing strong early on, you won't be able to do enough damage to these econing players to keep them from hitting the late game.
Yeah, and it's really one of those things that varies lobby by lobby, game by game. You need to pay attention to very closely.
Ooh.
What are we looking at here, Peter?
We're looking at a Gadgeteen emblem, and we know this is one of the cheat codes we were talking about before. You should not have access to this emblem at this point. This is going to mean a vastly stronger board extremely quickly.
Having watched a lot of Sologasang's streams as well, I know he's incredibly well versed in this composition. He's experimented with it a lot in previous patches, so he's familiar with the several routes that it can go down. Prepping that Shiv we mentioned earlier as a strong item, potentially for that Morgana. Of course, Gadgeteen Morgana was for a time one of the premier ways to play the composition. Now has been sort of subsumed by that Sona Gadgeteen, but still a viable option.
Well, this is bad news for Confuzzled. We can see here, very close to taking his first loss. You can see the frustration in his face right now. He wasn't expecting this sudden spike of power. He's invested in the early one. No, definitely not.
Yeah, Kerfuzzle now is going to be struggling as we go into the first carousel. That one didn't really work, huh?
Yeah, we'll workshop it. But what is going well is
Confuzzled. That would have been working. Like confused. That would have been fine.
All right, we'll just forget we used it the first time. We'll bring it out later on. Everyone's forgotten about it.
Perfect.
But for Swiller Tiger, up at the top, we must not forget that he is the only undefeated player so far. Everybody else has taken some sort of loss.
Absolutely miserable components, though. Double gloves. Plus chain vest, now a bow that's going to help somewhat. Last Whisper, incredibly powerful in every AP composition this set. Could maybe turn in the other glove into a guard breaker. I don't know, man.
Well, the reason I'm sort of groaning here is because we saw last game exactly what Laser Core can do for you. And again, the cheat code is in place. Laser Core in particular, leaping up to Laser Core 4 earlier than you're supposed to. A massive power spike on an already win-streaking players. It's not even the full power of this board yet.
Yeah, and Laser Core 4 is that big breakpoint. A lot of people will be like, oh, Laser Core 6, that's going to be so much stronger. Not really. You go from 55 damage a shot to 80. Yeah, that's strong, but the biggest benefit is going up to Laser Core 4, where you get a drone for every single unit you have, sending the power of your board into the stratosphere.
I mean, we've seen it combined with the Brawlers later on, just drawing the rounds out and allowing for maximum power. Only the Renekton is missing right now for Swirl Tiger, and that can't be far off of coming in.
Especially level 5, 45% chance to hit that one cost. I want to highlight Kaspersky's board there, or rather lack thereof. A single Vex for him, going incredibly high risk, going to take massive losses into Krugs, but will hopefully guarantee a win streak. I'd hate to see the board that loses to that.
No, I mean, it's pretty terrifying. Down the bottom of the table, though, Org, one of our players from Greece, currently on 70, along with Kaspersky from before. Both of them trying to keep those loss streaks going. Again, we're looking towards the late game. So as well as Swirl Tiger is strong right now, there's going to be a big swing around point where those big economies come online.
Interesting as well for this composition. All of those admin choices were admin focused, so none of them going to give a team-wide benefit. Will decide which carries are viable for him this game between the Warwick and the LeBlanc.
Swirl Tiger still not finding the Renekton as yet, though has got an Ashe in the shop. Up against Kerfuzzled, who again isn't win streaking anymore, courtesy of the big boost of power for Sologasang. But it looks like for now, it's still, even at Laser Core 3, this board is monstrously strong.
Yeah, just so much early damage, and I'm wondering if Kerfuzzled was hopefully on a loss streak there, it would do really well for him to go from admittedly 3 wins into 3 losses. That's kind of a sad time, but better than nothing.
I mean, for sure. You know, with the lobby being what it is, and again, our players needing to really pull out the tricks.
Surely that's bait. Surely that Samira is bait. Because he's looking for this Draven composition. But we've seen Draven throughout the set Golden Spatula Cup number 3, Super Brawl, being frank, looked real bad.
It did, yeah, it's
Looked
not been
sucky,
great.
I think
less than good.
Yeah, sure. We'll try and be very kind to Draven.
Less than or equal to good.
Yeah, I've heard he's very sensitive about these things. So Draven, you're just not living up to your potential. Samira, though.
No, absolutely. I'm with you there. I think as an item holder, absolutely fine. Having the ace in early on, I mean, be able to swap out for a stronger ace is absolutely great.
Of course, the consideration to be made here from Norby is it worth picking up a 4-cost this early? Level 5, you're rarely going to be able to get another one until level 7. So is a Samira one enough to carry me to the late game? Norby thinks it's a possibility.
I mean, we've got a fairly aggressive choice in the Thriller Hunt, so we know that there's potential for Norby to really go off. But I think, Matt, you've spotted something in the shop there.
Potential underground route here for Norby has the Sona in the shop to make it 3 underground, but with the thrill of the hunt, that is a more early game focused, tempo focused augment because it is so good once you start killing. It looks like Norby is going to be focusing on murder.
I mean, it's a good place to focus if you're going to do it. Has a lesser champion duplicator as well to push the power of the board, but yeah, no win streak at all. Decides not to put the underground in. I would have been with you there. With no streak to protect, it's got to be a little bit tempting, even if it would be a relatively late point to start going into underground.
Looking to save HP, which is completely respectable, especially in these tournaments. You really can just get by the early days by guaranteeing top 4s. So Norby going to be looking for board strength where he can find it. This Rammus is pretty terrifying. Kerfuzzle just going back on the win streak train, not allowing that loss streak to continue, himself also trying to save as much HP as possible.
Yeah, I really like the choice there. We know that Kerfuzzle is trying to sort of stabilize a little bit right in the middle as we get our second set of augments coming in. We have got some pretty distinct choices, but for Norby, as much as we like the mascot crest normally, it's definitely not the one for this board.
Oh, there we go. Couple of good options. I really love Anima Visage the most out of those options. It is so strong for your tanks as you get into the late stages. So we see Og rolling down. Now, he has opted for an underground board, unlike Norby, going for the Ezreal carry with double trouble and without an Ezreal carry augment. I don't know how I'm feeling about this one. I'm a little worried, actually.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what Org has got in mind here. Bear in mind the Richer in place as well as the underground. Org has dropped down to sub 50 HP, but if he can stay on the turn and keep this composition together, not lose too much HP, when he cashes out, when he makes good use of this money, then this board will eventually turn into something magnificent.
Yeah, in one of our previous lobbies, we saw this exact composition do very poorly in the later stages, but these items are perfect for Ezreal carry, so interested to see, as you said, how it fares in the later stages. As we look over to Kaspersky, still on that Vex route, fully committed now with the mascot crest, is going to allow him a much earlier power spike for the comp.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Having to wait for the Nunu is generally going to be a real problem, but if you've got the scaling power, then why not make use of it? Enough to hand out a loss to Org, who is on a 7-loss win streak right now. Will pop underground at this point. We'll see if they want to take it. Death Defiance, not a huge payout.
Yeah, especially not great for these Ezreal boards, who tend to focus primarily on that Ezreal carry, and with the nerfs coming into the other quick draw units, not as reliable as they were as secondary carries. So he is going to continue incredibly high-risk, high-reward gameplay for our Greek representative.
Yeah, we're fascinated to see how this double-up board comes together. Maybe we just see a pile of legendaries in the late game, which just being doubled up will be hugely powerful. Up against the Chinese Superbot himself, Norby on 4 points right now. You can see the difference. Org on 15 tournament points, Norby on 4. Two players on very different paths.
Norby, of course, the big thing coming into these games, if you're having a rough start, is to get that mental reset. A top here for Norby could mean his tournament life coming into the rest of the weekend.
No, absolutely, and it means it's such a high volatility situation. Org taking these big losses, even with Underground 4. One more loss like that, and we get another chance to cash out, hopefully with something better, and then can start building back a board that can get to the late game at all.
And David, of course, has talked about this previously, both on the cast, on the desk, and behind the scenes. That 3-5 cash out for the Underground users who have gone this deep is make or break. That is the roll down that matters the most for Og.
And it's a tough lobby to take it into. Suella Tiger from Italy, the only Italian representative, still undefeated. Hopefully has managed to find the full laser core ball right now. But nobody has taken them down even a single time.
Yeah. I just continue to worry about Og because he doesn't even get to go for a 3-5 roll down. He needs to wait another round in order to break that lock that's coming out. So if he can survive, it'll look good, but it's never going to look as good as Sweller. Let's give it Og a little bit longer to make it work, sitting on that 70 gold from Rich Get Richer.
So let's take the temperature of the rest of the lobby as well. Kerfuzzle, who saw from much earlier before, has managed to hold up towards the top just below Sweller Tiger. Impressively enough, seeing that he's basically playing down on Orgwim going forwards. Salvi at the bottom end, just getting some upgrades as well. We've got a fair amount of players around the 60 HP mark in our bottom four, along with Org, of course, the standout on just 30.
Yeah, very close lobby and HP clustered in 2 different areas, that 100 to 77 range, and then, of course, the 60 down to the 30.
We check in with Sologasang again. Finding that extremely lucky Gadgettine emblem means we're back in the bad old days of Gnar carry with a Gadgettine item. It's going to hit like an absolute truck, even if he's not being hacked directly into the backline.
But this is good for Og. You know, this is going to be the loss that he needs. It's not too terrible. Still on 18 HP. That's 2 losses for, well, likely the rest of his game at this point. But it means he will pop that lock the round before Wolves. So we need to see this roll down work well for him, or it's lights out for Greece.
I mean, Org does at least have a lot of money in the bank to make that work. Obsidian Cleaver and the Gold Collector, I mean, it's what you've just got to take. The roll
sure
down.
is.
Oh, boy. I mean, it's something. It's maybe not what Org was hoping for, but we've got the misfortune on the bench. We can make a much stronger board than we've got right now, at least.
Well, let's talk about the potential positives of it, right? Because you do have double trouble coming into this game. You're going to be looking for that Ezreal 3. You're going to be guaranteed a second Ezreal 2. You can toss those on him. The Collector is going to be great for finishing off the opponent's units. So maybe, just maybe, this is enough to turn it around for Og.
So both of those on items being slammed onto the second Ezreal, who again, as you mentioned, is being doubled up. We have got a lesser champion duplicator, so this board should fully come online in a second. For now, though, Kerfuzzle holding again in second place, tied with Loescher before the rest of the lobby's HP drops down. I think actually Org's board might be strong enough right now, even before the final form is reached, to get Org back on that winning train.
Yeah, you saw just how much that shred was doing from the Obsidian Cleaver for Og's board. Now just needs to take out the dummy before Jinx takes them out. She will not have enough time as Kerfuzzled takes another win-loss, 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 loss.
So as we come to the end of stage 3, we can see we got a couple of win-streaky players where we didn't have them before. Kasperky down the bottom on 64, Norby up at the top on 77. Sweller Tiger no longer undefeated.
All getting a little dizzy here with the Supers composition, trying to slot them in, but what are you going to hold? What are you going to get rid of at this point?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this because Supers just take up so much room in your composition. I would love to see the quick draw being prioritized for damage instead, just because, you know, when you've got 2 Ezreals, you've got, you know, the extra quick draw for value all the time.
Great tank items, though, as he does hit that Ezreal 3. So a second Ezreal going to be coming out on the board. Ooh, yeah. That is not how you want those items to combine.
No, and I think that's the pressure applying there to Org. I mean, at least you can put everyone on, but not having the blue buff is a pretty big problem when this is basically all of the damage you have in the composition.
That might just spell doom for Og in the later stages. I mean, the blue buff is so critical to Ezreal getting that damage off. Yeah, executing units is cool and all, but Ezreal 3 already does that with the natural damage you get from the Jeweled Gauntlet and the Gunblade. So we'll see if Og can make it work. He's still got time.
So Sweller Tiger previously undefeated, bringing out, of course, the patented Static Shiv Morgana to just reduce all defenses in the world. Well, we can see Vi, even at the 2-star variation, is still doing pretty well. We have yet to see her go up to 3-star and double up as well.
Yeah, will be a good power spike for Og when he gets there. Of course, Sweller taking yet another loss with this odd combination of Laser Core and threats. Interested to see where he's going to go as he gets direction from our final augment of the game.
Let's see what it's going to be. It will be the heroes, but it's going to be relatively low-cost heroes. And if you're looking to maybe bring out some sort of big turnaround late game, this isn't necessarily where you want it to be.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting choice here for Og. You could go for the reconnaissance team to buff up that Ezreal that has the blue buff. Not going to be too happy that it's there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just getting an extra item. It's a bit unfortunate we already have the dual gauntlet on the Ezreal to duplicate that effect, but again, you are completely reliant on all this going off. Right now, Super's in play. We've at least got the quick draw online, but I mean, there's no money left in the bank. There's no underground ticking through either. This is the board that Org's got to make work or nothing will happen at all.
Fascinated to see the flexibility that this augment gives him as well. Where's the AP going to go? He's got the options, going to stick it right between them, give the buffs to his Ezreals. Now running into the Kaspersky board we talked about earlier on, he was struggling, open fording into the Krugs, but this time he has stabilized with that Vex around his HP mark of 64 and even picked up the Vex hero augment.
We can see with the recon team in place for Org that the backline quick draws are hitting extremely hard, and it's overwhelming the mascot's ability to heal through. So for now, I think this matchup is a good one for Org, but as you mentioned, it only needs to find bad matchups twice, and this journey is over.
I think it's the best augment he could have hoped for. And now we're seeing Mecha Riven. That's a new one.
I remember seeing this a while ago. People tried it because, of course, Riven loves having lots of HP, but it's pretty hard to make work properly. I'm loving that we're actually seeing it at this important point in the tournament.
Be interested to see if it's just an item holder for later in the game. Go for 5 mecha and put Garen up there with those tank items. We'll check back later on in the game as we see Norby, whom we spoke about earlier, potentially struggling there, picking up that lone Samira. But it looks like he's been able to stabilize 63 HP, has a frontline itemized, has that Infinity, the startings of that very strong late game AD line.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping to see a Garen come in place. Ideally, managing to pick up an Infinity emblem from somewhere along the way. I mean, right now, the front line is decent, but I think the back line still needs a little bit of work. Up against Org here, of course, who is holding nothing back at all, playing on the edge of the precipice. And this is going to mean that there's going to be a lot more of these losses coming out until Org is put down.
And this is important as well. We talked about it at the start of the game, but the pace of the lobby is determined by these players who are so much incredibly stronger than everyone else. Org is at that point for now. For stage 4, he's hanging in there and giving everyone these massive losses. So it doesn't matter if you've saved a little bit of HP in the early rounds, you're going to be feeling the pain.
We got a little glimpse of Loescher, who's up at the top right now with that Riven mecha setup. So, as you say, I do wonder what we're going to be seeing from that board late term, but for now, it's working extremely well.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering as well, what the hell happened to Sweller? He's down to 58 HP. He was our lobby leader for the first 2 stages, getting a massive 100 streak, and now he's starting to tank his HP.
We have seen these laser core boards really come back in the late game, so maybe Sweller's cashing in that HP to give him an extra burst of econ to reach that late game, because he doesn't need to be winning the whole game, he just needs to get to the end of the game with a ridiculous board. If we do see more losses coming in, then perhaps that will be a problem, but up to 5 laser core, and do bear in mind, despite the fact that Sweller has got 58 HP, he's also got Last Stand in place as well.
Yes, Last Stand is going to be huge for him in the later stages of the game. Has big data here for this Warwick as his primary carry. I'm looking forward to seeing how he transitions into this later game because we can see the only level 8 in the lobby. Also like to point out, Kaspersky has hit that terrifying Vex 3.
And we thought that would be a little tricky to do because previously we've seen a lot of Renegade comps just kind of casually stealing away the Vexes for themselves, but that hasn't been the case in this lobby because we've been seeing weird stuff like this. We can see the absolutely massive Riven just putting so much tankiness together with the 2 defensive items mean that you're going to struggle to get through that on any day.
My professional opinion, Counterfeit, she thick.
She sure is, Matt. I mean, Sweller Tiger just getting forcibly rebuffed, has at least got a decent streak going. So we are in the area where we thought we might be, which is trying to push towards level 9. We mentioned it a couple of deaths ago. If you get up to level 9, of course, you've got easier access to more Kaiser, and you've got more bodies on the board to get those drones.
Yeah, this will be a huge for Sweller Tiger. He has so much safety. You mentioned it earlier, but that Last Stand is going to be doing so much for him because he can just sacrifice game after game. We saw Ketzer with the same strategy, sans Last Stand. So he had even less safety than Sweller has now.
Let's head across to Salvi at the bottom, though, along with Org. So while Org has been holding on tremendously and hits the 3-star fight, which we know is very important, Salvi has no money in the bank, has got a Renegade comp online with a very good-looking Jhin, but it doesn't look good for Salvi right now.
Yeah, Renegade in the shop as well with that Leona if he decides to pick it up. We heard mentioned during, I believe it was game number 2, how strong that can be as a cap for the board, given that it is another Renegade. But for now, running up against Norby's board, we pointed it out earlier, Samira 1, not going to do a whole lot, and that seems to stay true here against Salvi, giving him one more round to work with.
Yeah, we're going to snap up that Leona and feel very good about the chances now to bring that in and just have another threat in place. For Salvi right now, the items aren't fantastic, but at least coming to the end of stage 4, we can maybe get that Leona truly online.
Taking stock of the field once more, Loescher has lost his win streak, but still leading the top of the board. Solo Gasang, we pointed out, was having a middling performance throughout the day, but he's remained stable around that 50 HP mark for several rounds now.
And I'm still so impressed by what Orc's been putting together here. You can see, we saw him before saying they had 2 lives left, and they've managed to keep hold of it. We check in with the economy, we can see Sweller Tiger. I mean, if that isn't a clear indication of I'm going to level 9 and I'm going to roll a whole bunch of gold once I get there, maybe I'll just slow roll at level 9 because that's how good my economy is.
Could get a high roller with the giant bank account, the triple digits. We're hoping for it. Ketzer was 4 off, and then he was like, nah, I'm going to roll down. I just want to see the 3 numbers. It makes me happy.
I don't know if I'll display you in support 3 numbers, but I suppose maybe we'll find out. You said about a lot of gold. Look at the top of our lobby. We've got 3 different players who are all above 50 gold.
Oh, 99. Come on, Sweller.
Oh, sell something.
All right, we'll look at Kerfuzzle. This is more important. This is more important than me looking for gold numbers.
Yeah, Kerfuzzle is in trouble on 8 gold, on like 99 for Sweller. Oh boy, the bottom of the table, particularly for Salvi and Kerfuzzle, is looking very perilous indeed.
Yeah. Now, Sweller, 95 gold, like you said, going to be looking for, I think, another loss. Trying to get that very high cap, trying to go hyper late as we see Norby's board pivoting now into this Leona single front line, which seems to be working out very well, able to take out the other front lines. But now, no front line left, just in time for the Samira 2, newly minted, to take the win.
Well, you don't need to have necessarily a huge amount of frontline if you've just got multiple massive damage dealers. I mean, the Thriller Hunt, normally early on, it's not going to do a ton for your backline, so they're not taking damage. But once you get to this part of the round where you're fighting backlines against backline, it's absolutely massive.
The perfect amount of frontline is just enough to win the round.
You don't want to have more than that, because otherwise you end up with just a whole bunch of frontline and no damage.
What a waste.
What a waste. No one's been wasted so far, though.
No.
We've got several players, 3 of them at the bottom, who are in peril of that happening. Org, so far, so good. Seems to be the one destined at least for a 6th.
And Sweller has pushed 9, gone for that roll down, and been rewarded with a Mordekaiser, now slotting in the ultimate Ezreal to give him that second sure shot. 3-item Warwick going for the crit wick.
All right, so we have seen oftentimes the defensive Warwick being put in place, but if you just need a little bit of extra damage, then why not? Up against our Polish representative, Kasperki, up in the corner, you can see, not having the best today so far, trying to find his way back to a full concentration state. But I think just going up against a Gnar here, knows it's going to be a very tough matchup.
Now this Sona in the back, still untouched, doing so much damage. Zhonya's Paradox is going to be strong here for Kaspersky, but she's just got one more ultimate in her. Kaspersky will take the loss, and Solo Gasang has stabilized here with this Sona 3.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what we're seeing here, and this board can get stronger as well. Kerfuzzle, I mean, we've got to see a big turnaround. We've got somewhat of the Oxforce spell slingers, though not quite as much Oxforce in place as we'd normally expect.
Yeah, just going to be sitting on 2 Oxforce, a little bit of a confuzzled board, as we mentioned earlier. But this is one of the end states of an Oxforce board. You can flex around with that backline, going for that Aurelion Soul there to get the damage out. Nico has been itemized, but no mana to her name. Not a whole lot of Star Guardian happening either. So we'll see if it's enough.
It's a little bit unfortunate to have the combination of the Exiles and the Janna. You can't use the Janna effect at all unless you want to give up on that shield. Up against Solo Gasang, we'll see if Kerfuzzle has a similar expression when this round is done.
Yeah, Kerfuzzle, that Nico doing a ton of damage in the backline. We'll get one more cast off, but that Sona still full health, pops out the heal. Kerfuzzle will be our 8th place here in Lobby 3.
And what a shame for the UK player after starting off the tournament so strong in the first place. I think that last board just didn't have the component pieces it needed. As we move forward, though, I think just having Org right in the middle of the pack now is a testament to how much HP he has stripped out of the lobby personally.
Yeah, and looking now at this carousel, we've got the Ornn items coming out, and Sweller Tiger, this is going to be great for him. We saw the power of an itemized Mordekaiser on Ketzer's board in round number 2. Round number 3, Jeweled Gauntlet plus a potential Ornn carry item for this Mordekaiser to cap the board. Maybe enough to save Sweller at just single-digit HP.
I mean, it's wild to see him down here at the bottom after such a dominating early game, but we need to see it all come together at level 9, so we haven't quite got the Mordekaiser 2 online as of yet, but now we do.
What's he going to cap it off with? Could go for the rocket-propelled fist just to surprise the opponents. That will be the choice. One of the strongest ornaments, if you will. Because of the surprise factor with that positioning, we'll often see them sit it on the bench, of course, until they get into a round. Often gives you a free win before the lobby is aware of what's going on.
No, absolutely, and we haven't seen people coming through in scouting, so we can see cornered carries here. So this should be pretty much a free round. Keep your eyes on the right-hand side of the screen.
There we go.
Bear in mind, Swiller Tiger has got last stand, so this will not be the end of him either way. On the left-hand side of the screen, Salvi is also fighting for his life.
Nunu looking for that Jin, but Jin going to stay alive for the time being. Nunu, snowball just not big enough. Nunu goes down, but it's just the Jin against the world. Nar finally finds his mark, and Salvi takes a loss, running away from his eventual fate.
He barely holds on. 1 HP in a dream. It's a big dream. The dream
You're
of
kidding.
The dream of making top 4, because right now we have got our 4 lowest remaining players on very low HP. This is a high volatility lobby.
But he does have a couple of things going his way. Manazane on this fairly tanky Viego will get a couple of ults there to soften the front line. Leona will take out anyone remaining who is too tanky to be taken down by the Jin. So there's hope, Counterfeit.
It's a very narrow window of opportunity. Kaspersky has taken some losses, so we'll be dropping down a little bit more. Keep your eyes on the Jins in the corners, and of course, we'll have Vex firing forward in that, and also the knock-up from the Nunu as well. Salvi, again, does not have the escape card of that last stand. If he goes down in this round, he is out of there.
Oh no, Sweller gets stuck on that massive Garen, and it will spell last stand for Sweller across the board. Salvi looks like he'll be able to survive, so no deaths just yet. Just this once, Counterfeit. Everyone lives.
Note as well, Org is down to 10 HP, which means that his win streak has come to an end. Again, we're down to now 5 different players who could all conceivably go out next round.
Sweller and Salvi both really low on HP. Of course, Sweller has the advantage of that last stand, which is going to be empowering his board with extra defenses, and that Omni-Vamp, especially powerful for that Mordekaiser. Let him potentially get a second cast off, but I'm not holding my breath for it.
Well, I mean, you know, for Swiller Tiger, this is basically this whole game going to plan. He got to level 9, he got the Mordekaiser 2, and now he's found a further way to increase the power of this board further. Because we've seen last time before, if you don't have an amazing board already, it's not going to save you. In this case, I think this is the best case scenario we could possibly have.
Let's chat about Og a little bit here, because we kind of just let him chill, didn't mention him because he wasn't going out. He has taken his first loss, lost 8 HP, but he's gone so long with just these Ezreal's not ideal items on that Ezreal 3, but he's got that 3-star Vi who is just so beefy for his frontline. Double Locket, no less, on the Lee Sin.
Interesting. I assume we're going to be seeing the Kaiser move back in a second, but we'll keep our eyes on several different boards here. Kaspersky is down on just a single life, so we'll see if they hold here against the... We haven't seen this Anima squad for coming fully online, but the emblem is in place. The misfortune will be just that little bit stronger.
To the left, we're going to be seeing that Jin still alive for the time being, but against the laser core Urgot, he's not long for this world. Salvi will fall, Sweller survives, and on the right side, Kaspersky struggling against the biggest Riven I have ever seen. Vex survives for the time being as Misfortune fires away, but it's not enough. Kaspersky will go out in 6th place.
That means we are down to our top 4, and Org has somehow held on with 2 lives down to 1.
Level 9!
I just never expected to see this there. I didn't expect to see a Riven mech either. This has been a wild lobby here in round 3.
I'm going to be honest, this is where I'm lamenting the lack of Og's camera the most, because if I'm making an educated guess, I don't think he thought he'd reach level 9 either.
No, that's such a live camera. He's just extremely chill about the whole situation.
Holding still in case it's a dream, just like, don't do anything to wake me up, don't do anything to wake me up, let me have this.
I mean, Swell the Tiger on 12 points. We'd love to take a couple of extra points going in, as we will see this Vayne 3 Misfortune board from Loescher. Again, something a little bit different with the Riven of frontline. There's a massive amount of damage. And I don't think Riven will be able to hold long term. She's got so much healing, but it's still not enough.
It's all on the Mordekaiser. These massive towers falling, shredding the front line means Riven will not be enough to win this game for Loescher, as Og will take a loss. And it's his last loss of the game. 4th place, an amazing recovery for him.
No, absolutely. I felt like there were so many things that could have denied him the top 4 there, but as we look forward, we've got EliaTFT as online as he could possibly be. A single loss, just like it would have for Org until this point, spells the end. But we do see an upgrade coming in here for Loescher, which could mean we're going to be getting a further boost to his board.
And remember, Loescher's not going to go out from this loss if he takes it here. He's still got time for his Riven. Of course, it's going to be shredded once more by this Morgana. So unfortunate matchups, really, for Loescher, who's relying so much on this solo front line.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the possibility of a Riven 3, but it's 2 away for Loescher right now. We did wonder if we maybe see this being diverted across to something else you're going to mech, maybe a Fiddlesticks or something similar. But for now, Loescher is taking his chances. I mean, we can see the Riven is very strong, but 3-star would be a massive boost.
That's what he's looking for in any competition where you're relying on Riven. She needs to hit that 3-star, and she won't. And it's a massive loss here to Solo Gasang. Riven doing her damnedest, but it will not be enough. Loescher barely survives 4 HP. This could be the last round of round 3.
I mean, EliaTFT managing to get the win against the Ghost there is, of course, amazing news for him. Top 2 is still very much within reach. I mean, as I said, EliaTFT, the only person with enough HP to maybe find a way to outlast this laser core board. I mean, this is we've already seen incredibly strong laser core boards today. This, I think, is going to be the strongest we could even imagine.
Yeah, fascinated by the options here. There it is! Riven 3 for Loescher!
Right. Honestly, though, Naria, I don't know if this is going to be enough.
I don't either, but it's really cool, so I'm happy about it.
We saw the end of rounds happen. Riven was the last one left standing, and by herself, she can't deal with the whole board. She's not designed as that kind of unit. She's a mega tank, but if you have your backline accessed in any way, she will stand alone and fall alone.
What's interesting to me here as well, take a look, the redemption on Misfortune. This may seem like trolling, but it reduces the AoE damage that units nearby that get healed by it will take. Very powerful against AoE effects like this Fiddlesticks ult that's coming in.
You can see EliaTFT was trying to move the Warwick down the corner, and he will do so. This is what we're worried about. The backliners get access, and once they're gone, Riven is all on her lonesome. The Urgot doing a little bit of extra damage, but Vayne stays alive, which means Riven can get back to being a tanky beast.
And now the shield on Vayne will keep her alive for the time being. One more shield for Riven. It's Janna versus Vayne and Riven. They take it away. Loescher guaranteed this top 2, but Solo Gasang yet to take a loss.
That's going to be such a heartbreaker for EliaTFT. Such good position there, but just didn't have quite enough damage. And I think you're right. The redemption, just a little bit of extra healing, bought that little bit of extra time to keep the Vayne online. We do see the key to defeating this composition, though. If you can bypass the Riven, which is pretty easy to do because she's right there in the center. If you can get around, access the backline, then Bob's your uncle.
They're going to be looking for it here with this Gnar, with the Nunu. Take a look at this positioning because the front line is all that needs to be taken down, like you said.
Oh boy. Loescher cannot afford to take the loss. Now Nunu will be walking around to the backline. We have got the Shred, which of course will be very important to make it possible, theoretically, to take down the Riven. So Gasang does again have the HP in the barrel to survive a little bit longer. With Gnar going up against Riven, we can see she's taking a ton of damage.
Gnar now doing his best to take her down. She's still alive for the time being. The backline, no time left to fire away. Vayne doing her best, but it's not enough. The redemption will not save Loescher. He takes the loss, and Solo Gasang places first.
I mean, it's still pretty damn good news for Germany taking first and second place in the lobby. We have definitely seen exactly what Germany have been showing us all season long.
We've been talking them up so much. We've been saying they brought 9 players to play. The closest behind them is France, the historic titans of TFT as a region. 6 players from them. And now Solo Gasang taking down everyone else in the lobby, followed by, like you said, Loescher, who is one of the players that we came to watch. We're not even talking about Kevin Parker. We're not even talking about Wet Jungler, the 2 players we highlighted at top of show. Germany are here to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Solo Gasang, along with Wet Jungler, known as the primary ladder players. Snoodyboo, of course, notorious for not having the tournament performances to back up his amazing ladder play. Maybe, like for so many different players in this competition, this is the turning point. This is the passing of the torch where they can finally take the limelight for themselves.
I think Solo still unfairly has a reputation among most of the viewers as a sole ladder player. The past 2 sets, he has taken competitive much more seriously, and he's been seeing the same effective results he did when he started in Galaxies. We'll see if he can keep it up in game number 4 as we come back in a quick break.
I'm Loescher, I'm 28, I'm coming from Germany, but I'm currently living in Norway and, well, playing TFT for fun. And since I like competing, I guess I also got pretty good at it, playing for fun. So yeah, excited to be here. I really like the units in this set and traits, especially threats. I think threats are very flexible and I like that. I'm a bit torn on the set mechanic, because on the one side, hero augments introduce a lot of cool, unique ways to play champions, like they add new dimensions to specific comps. But I'm not really a fan of having such a strong indicator on what to play when you pick it. So I think it's an interesting mechanic that could certainly be improved and maybe tweaked a bit to make it, well, more flexible as well after picking it. I think there are lots of players that have a good shot that can be considered the best. I mean, obviously, Saru won the first one, which was a strong showing from his side. But, well, obviously, I myself have a good shot as well, right? I think I had good performances on ladder in the last weeks. My first GSC was decent as well, hitting the finals. And then we have other legacy players like Double, Basic, or Salvi, who I always think can win a tournament. I would like to thank everyone that's supporting me, like in my stream or on Discord or wherever we interact. Especially the other players in the German community are, well, always very friendly, eager to help, and also always good for some trash talk. So yeah, thanks for that, and see you hopefully all on day 3.
What a game 3 we got to enjoy Mecha Riven, which is not something you see very often, as well as just masterfully predicting on the meta talks, Tome of Trades being absolutely fantastic, and in this case, the top 3, every single player utilizing the value of that power spike to get just extremely powerful comps online. Such a high cap lobby overall.
And I think the big talking point here is going to be how the Tome of Trades were used by both of these players, because obviously we saw the 2-1 from Svella and Sologasan gave them clear direction. They did wait to pop it for quite a while though, and then you had Loescher, who's a knower of a specific line here, being the Mecha Riven line, and even if that had been a different tier of hero augment as well afterwards, it's worth keeping in mind that he would have had different options to work from.
And we have to highlight, in TFT, it's very easy to execute on the known comps, play Aux Flingers, itemize with a Shiv on TF, okay. But Loescher's able to actually break the mold completely. This is a very rare line. Some players, I guarantee in this tournament, are not able to play this Mecha Riven line properly, and Loescher's able to pull it out to get just a masterful game here. And I think we really have to highlight how hard that is, especially when there's so much pressure involved. A line that he's maybe played 1 or 2 times maximum, because you need so many different conditions to be met for this comp to even come online. So really huge props to him. Props to SwordTiger as well. I think he played a masterful game of Laser Core. You're able to have this huge wave of tempo early in the game. You get last stand that says, hey, you have a failsafe. You can now chill out, greed out to a maximum level, play for a very high cap board. That SwordTiger 6 finals, he knows how to do that very, very well. Hit Mordekaiser 2, hit all his upgrades, and was able to get that 3rd place as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the big thing as well. We got to see how powerful Laser Core can be. And again, just using your augments to the best of your ability is going to be super, super fantastic, right? And again, I want to go back to this Loescher board, I know, because it's the most interesting board in the lobby, period, right? Because when you have the combination of the hero augment, and again, with the combination as well of the ability of the rune, whenever she has more HP than her enemy, she's dealing 200% more damage or so, I believe, with her auto attacks to come through. So combine it with the mech HP as well as the mech ability power and AD you get from that, that's a huge multi-level damage boost.
And the Mortog Blessing hitting the Riven 3 at just the right time to win out in those last few fights as well. One more player that I have to give props to is my Dark Horse Og. A lot of the chatters were saying, oh, this spot is doomed. Did make a minor mistake in the itemization with both
minor
those Ezreals.
Mistake, yes.
Minor mistake. We'll forget about that altogether. It is the big stage. It is maybe some pressure, some nerves that the Greek player is feeling. But overall, he played a line that if you were a stat fiend, you look at the double trouble stats right now after all the nerfs that it's had in the last few sets, 5.0. You look at Reconnaissance Team, 5.0. You look at Ezreal's carry augment, not really that ideal stat-wise, but Og says, I do not care. I understand TFT to a high enough level to know that from this spot, I can go into this line and find success, manage to get that top 4, and establishes himself as one of the favorites coming into the end of this day 1, day 2 as well, with 4th place in the standings right now. So I'm happy that at least there's one player I did not curse. Hopefully that stays true for the rest of this day.
Yeah, and unlike SwordTiger, Og did not have to rely on big data.
He did not. Absolutely did not. SwordTiger, I think you have to with Laser Core. I think it is maybe the key augment that really pushes you ahead. That was a good one, Weed. I'll give you that. I don't give you too many, but this one I will cede in this case. And I think for the rest of the lobby, we have to talk about the fact that because so many players were able to hit these very high cap boards with +1 for many of the traits, with kind of a comp you don't see very often, but if you pull it off with Mecha Riven, it can be fantastic. There were players that really were not able. They were just playing kind of a more standard TFT, and those comps were not really able to do much, like Solvy's Jhin Renegade board, for example. But looking now at the standings, Vida, any players that you really want to mention that really have to start getting things together for the rest of this day 1, with a reminder, of course, that we do have no cutoff for day 1, so a lot of these players can have crazy 9 remaining games throughout this day 1 and day 2 and still make it back in.
Yeah, and also keep in mind there are going to be incremental price points increases. So even if someone like Sulanok, for example, is going to have a rough way to close out the day, he will have a chance to play for a different, for more prize money going into tomorrow. I think Hayden for me is the biggest standout here, right? We've been talking about how good he is as a player, and but he also had a bit of a rocky intro to this set, right? He got the 2nd place in GSC number 1, was really annoyed about the fact that he didn't win.
Mm-hmm. I want to give a big shout out as well to the Seoul country representatives. We have Ukkkko for Finland. Where do we see him? In the very top right there. We have Hayden for Sweden. We have SwordTiger for Italy. All these players that are the single representative for their country are coming in, and with all the fans they have from those countries only rooting for them, they're able to actually make it count. I think the one player that has to make a comeback is Kaspersky for Poland. Had a very rough start. This game also not ideal, but hoping we see him make a comeback. I know the Ultra League and all its fans are really, really happy to be rooting for him.
Yeah, I think that for Kaspersky's game was kind of rough, right? Because he had that Sonya's Paradox and couldn't transfer that over correctly, and just couldn't transition into the Vex board.
And again, kind of a standard comp that really could not really fight against that Laser Core +1, the Gadget Team +1 from Solo as well. We haven't talked much about it, but I think we all know how strong Gadget Team is overall when it comes to getting that +1 early and getting that power spike to ride it all the way into a fast 9, really at stage 5. But I think our casters are ready for the game number 4, Niberia And Peter, take it away.
Thank you so much, David. We're coming into round number 4, and we have a hell of a lobby ready for you. 2 GSC winners, the top Golden Spatula Cup point earners, 2 of the most successful players in the Golden Spatula Cups by placements. It's going to be a banger of a game.
Yeah, I mean, Cambiz versus Snooty, that's what certainly came in very excited to see. It has been a very, very good day for Cambiz so far. For Snooty, much less so, but it does seem like Spain overall are recovering. And Snooty, of course, is the one you're expecting to make that comeback if anyone's going to.
Yeah, you know, he mentioned earlier that he was concerned that if his first game didn't go well, the rest of his games would not either because of the mental. But we know him. He's a big streamer. He's got the community behind him. Come on, Snooty, you can do it. But of course, don't prove David right if you don't.
That's the only thing.
It's the only thing I care about. Just don't prove him right that we're cursing you. I believe.
Insufferable. I mean, he's already, very smug about being right most of the time. We just don't need any more of it.
We don't need it. Don't need that heat.
But, of course, as well, alongside Cambiz, Wet Jungler coming to this one. We already saw Solgasang, who we thought would be the lesser of the two, doing very, very well before. If Wet Jungler continues on this path, we're going to see Germany pushing even further into the field. As much as our individual countries, as was pointed out by the desk, are doing very well, at least for the most part.
One of the players that I really want to highlight that's not in this lobby, but want to talk about it again from the standing, Enzosx. 3 first places in a row. We're done talking about him. That's all I'm going to say. But Cambiz, 20 points, took 8 points in game number 1, 4 points, so that's a 5th in game number 2, and 8 points in game number 3. So that consistency is here for one of our highlighted players.
All right, let's get into round number 4. Bear in mind, again, we said we would be reseeding these lobbies. So up until this point, our players knew who they would be playing against. They could prepare for them specifically. Now we're in no man's land. We can see in the way that this is all laid out, we've got a big spread of points in this lobby.
And Darkest, of course, I know a player close to both of our hearts. They have not been having the greatest of days. Of course, their Golden Spatula Cup performance was roughly on par with their previous set, in which they took 10th in the Rising Legends Finals. So I am hoping they are going to rally after this game and smash everyone.
Coming into this lobby, as I think was pointed out in the chat, we are seeing the family affair coming to fruition here. Double 61 and Cambiz. We thought that maybe this would be a passing the torch moment, but the best case scenario for the two customers, of course, is that they both succeed, they both do really well, and they both get to play in day 3, which of course would be unprecedented before in our competition.
I was completely distracted by the monster destroying Spatulopolis coming onto Snooty's board. That's why I'm rooting for him now.
I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, Snooty, as I said, in terms of statistically from our season, an incredibly good player. This is going to be a very tough lobby. One of the lower point scorers in this lobby. At least he's got the ability to directly go after the people above him. If he finishes first, he takes points away from all those players like Double, like Cambiz, who would otherwise be taking his spot.
This is a potentially promising opener, not just for any player, but for Snooty specifically. We talked about this in the interview with him at the top of the show. He is a player who has enjoyed Underground in the past, knows how to play around the highs and lows of high school football, Underground, and this is something he is very comfortable with. So if he can somehow manage to find a Sona coming out of this, he is going to be absolutely thrilled.
Okay, we'll make it a slightly stronger ball as we check in across the field. Of course, we were looking for those first augments coming in. You can see down towards the bottom, we've got ourselves a fair amount of bows and swords in this lobby, a smattering of tiers, but it's really this next round which will be determining what route are we will be taking through the game.
Yeah, lots of flexible components here for him. Just anything aggressive will do just fine. Sorry, I'm now looking at doubles components, which are miserable. Okay, now it's a little bit better. Now that he's got all 5 of them.
So we don't have a hero augment coming in, which is bad news for Snoodyboo, because that means we're not going to say find a Vi from it. Ancient Archives could potentially give us an underground route, or at least give us a route we're going to be going for the whole game.
Full purchasing and immediately selling. Gadgeteen at Heart and Mascot are some of those top tier emblems you hope that you're going to get. So a quick scout around the lobby will tell Snooty what line he wants to take. It will be Gadgeteen.
I mean, when you've got 5 components from the start of the game, it's going to be almost impossible to resist.
And he somehow found a Sona. That's the Snoodyboo we know and love. Now going to be going down this underground route to prepare for the later stages. Of course, we saw last game with Solgasang's masterfully piloted Gadgeteen game. Stick that emblem on the Sona into the later stages and watch her soar.
We have got a couple of Rich Got Richer players, Double 61 and Wet Jungler. Saro, though, standing out for me with a Super's Heart come in, not something we see commonly at all.
I'm going to be honest, Peter, I have literally never seen anyone go Super's Heart.
I mean, I think if you're re-rolling for 2 costs, it lets you just drop the Gangplank entirely, but I do agree, it's a very bold decision, but perhaps these are the times which call for those bold decisions. Again, we've got such a big spread of points, so if you're drawing towards the bottom, you need to play high risk because you can't beat the upper players just in a straight TFT game.
Incredibly curious. I want to keep an eye on it throughout the game. Whatever Saru is cooking looks delicious. I want a piece.
So for Snoodyboo, as you mentioned before, we've now got the combination of the Underground and the Gadgeteen. The late game is great. Sarah,
that's going to be it. It's going to be the Lulu reroll. Because you don't need Gangplank for anything. You do not need Duelist in this composition. You're just going for the hearts. You're going for the Pantheon in the early game. Going to end it with 4 hearts. So being able to drop that Gangplank gets him to his power spikes faster, gets him to his power spikes at lower levels as well. Because a lot of the units in this composition are very, very cheap. There's just not enough space to put them on the board.
Well, bad news has arrived in the form of Giosco, who's running exactly the same composition. So even if you don't need to find Gangplanks, someone else is going to find them instead of you.
And this is the Giosco special. We talked about it top of show. We talked about it. We heard from Snoodyboo as well that this is one of the Giosco specials. So contested here for Saru. A little bit of a concern for him, but we'll see how much.
I think for Giosco, we know the hearts, you can definitely take him a few different ways going forward. So if you don't think you can hit Lulu 3, maybe you come out with supers and just throw in a whole bunch of good AP units, have a bunch of hearts online, have a generically strong late game board.
It's one of the strongest parts of this reroll composition. Any reroll composition you see that can exist without its augment generally has a higher tier out. For this, it could be that Gadgeteen mascot Nunu. You could go into more hearts like you mentioned, a Syndra to cap the board. Lots of ways out. As we head over to Darkest board, see an Obsidian Cleaver on their board with a Gunblade, and not much else.
And more supers, do bear in mind that supers is apparently the soup of the day.
Yikes. Of course, running up against Snoodyboo, so this may be a pretty easy victory, as Snoodyboo is going to be continuing to try and take those losses to pop that Underground early.
A quick word, of course, about Darkest. We haven't seen so much of them this season from Turkey. Yeah. Absolutely won our hearts over before with some absolutely incredible play. I'm really hoping this is the event where we see Darkest coming back to prominence, because when they've been in the spotlight, they have absolutely made the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them perform incredibly well. We remember last set during Dragonlands, they innovated and were the first one to bring to our final stage that Guardian-itis composition. Did very well with that. Like I said previously, 10th in the Rising Legends finals. But also, similar performance to last set in GSC, so I don't want to count them out yet. Because last set, they had a day 1, got knocked out in the OQ for Golden Spatula Cup 2, and then day 1 again. Still made it to the finals. They're on a similar streak this time. I think they can still show us what they've got.
Now checking in on our inventories, we do see the double 61 managed to sneak out a spatula there, so definitely has got something brewing. We've got multiple players on win streaks right now. Campus, Wet Jungler, and Darkest, all on a collision course with each other.
Yeah, Rich Get Richer here for Wet Jungler, so angling towards that later stage of the game. On a 3-win streak at the moment, as you mentioned. Trying to beef up this board with the use of Gargoyle Stoneplate on the Blitzcrank. Blitz is one of the strongest one costs in the game, especially as a solo frontliner with Gargoyles.
Absolutely. It's not dynamic defense's Blitz, sadly, which is just a complete unkillable rock, but still pretty good for now. Again, Wet Jungler and Campbell on 19 and 20 points respectively in this lobby. If either of them finish out strongly, they will be making a very, very good case to come into the back half today and into day 2 as favorites to get to our top 8.
Rough round for Snoodyboo as well. Yes, he is trying to full loss streak, but the problem is you take losses that big, you end up with very little HP to work with in the later stages. He's actually going to cash out on that first lock.
I think it does make sense. I mean, at this point, at least, the Gnar has been hit. So we can start moving into a Gadgeteen 5 board. I think, with those big losses coming in, it starts to make you a little bit fidgety. Seeing so many players win streaking, they're spending gold to keep those win streaks going, and those losses will keep getting harsher.
All right, going to sell off those undergrounds that we were talking about earlier, make his board as weak as humanly possible. Still putting in Duelist, because that's how the cool kids do it.
I mean, it makes sense. You've got a big loss streak. You want to make sure you maintain it into Krugs. With Snoodyboo, that's where the economy comes from. Up against Saro, And of course, well, the blue buff on the Lulu, exactly what you want.
That's right, blue buff, baby. Love to see it for Saru. Of course, still going to be contested by Ukkkko, as we pointed out earlier, but seems to be having a hell of an early game so far.
Ukkkko and Snoodyboo down in the 60s. We have Cambids and Darkest up at the other end of the table, though, maintaining their win streaks. And I think this is a consequence of players playing kind of weak in this lobby towards the bottom, is that you're going to give so many more opportunities to let those streaks run.
Yeah, and now Snoodyboo heading all the way towards this pivot into full Gadgeting. We'll probably look at 3-2 to stabilize. Has the units necessary. What I'm going to flag from Snoody's play, though, before we move on to Ukkkko, he sold the Sona.
Interesting. Yes, on a very traditional place we want to put your Gadgeting emblem. Perhaps he's got something else in mind. Maybe a frontline Gadgeting certainly was popular previously.
With the Garen, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's a huge amount of damage reduction as well as amplifying your damage.
Ukkkko has seemingly abandoned the route we saw him on earlier. Saw the perhaps Super's heart and said,
nope.
Can't beat that. Can't beat that.
Not contesting this 3 ways in the lobby, thank you very much.
But he will contest Riftwalker mascot. That Ukkkko is prepared to do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it again and again. I think it's been demonstrated really well in our previous lobbies. There's so much flexibility with this composition. You know, you don't necessarily even have to lean that hard into the Riftwalker side of things. You can just get the Zac online and build the rest of the board however you please.
Now going to be swapping out that Lux to start transferring items as we see Snoody. Oh, this is a throwback and a half.
Wow.
Kai'Sa? I think that's how it's pronounced.
Is Kai'Sa in this set? I wasn't aware.
We haven't seen her for an entire patch. Full ages since we've last seen her grace our boards, but we are going to finally see this Kai'Sa make an appearance. Has been nerfed on 13.9, of course, so hasn't been seen quite as much. Still a viable unit in her compositions, but doesn't seem like she was able to do all that much for Snoody.
I do wonder if Snoody is intending to make the big change as of this next round coming in. We'll be able to add an extra dose of power in with the plating, but I think it's going to re-roll. We got a chance to bring in a 4 cost, but Temper Tantrum is such a strong addition, giving the damage damage amplified to your whole team whenever Nar is able to damage one of the opposing units.
When in doubt, just hit, as Snoodyboo has going in for those mascots. Found the 2-star Alistair, has a second copy on the board, going to pick up the Temper Tantrum Orb just to get him the power from having a 2-star Gnar.
I think the problem that Snoodyboo is running into here is, we remember from before, you know, we've got a Lulu reroll comp in the lobby. At this point, Snoody would ideally be, having the Gadgeting 5 up and live, but right now doesn't have any Lulus at all.
And interesting stuff from the top of the lobby. Darkest going for that Darken Assimilation. Aatrox, not a focus of the compositions we normally see. He's been much maligned as a frontliner, especially on our own broadcast, I will admit. But we'll see how he can do in these later stages of the game post-buff.
Cambids with a Heartstopper, bringing us about something a little bit different. We can see a substitute Jhin in place. The Vayne doing a very good job of just doing the same function until that Renegades comp comes fully online. And it's been good enough to keep Cambids winning. Darkest still remains winning as of now, but will not maintain any longer. We have only one win-streaking player now.
And I've got to say, for Snoody, I wonder if he's regretting getting rid of that Underground so early on. Taking a 7-loss streak still, so would benefit greatly from the extra economy it would have provided him.
We're seeing a little bit of a recalibration here. So we've got the Lulus finally being added in. Maybe we're going to be seeing that Sona getting the Gadgeting emblem back again. I think Snoodyboo just trying to find his way for this lobby, which has really kicked up the pace of play, has become pretty tricky.
And normally I don't think of the lost gold of selling combined units as significant, but when you've done it so many times in a single game, you start to worry for the state of the economy as you go later. Snoodyboo perhaps has stabilized with this Sona.
We'll see, because there's a lot of damage coming in. Gnar is doing a pretty good job of tanking to allow time for the Sona to come online. And with the damage boost from the Gadgeting, I think at least it softens the loss, but for Snoodyboo, it's going to be very close to the line here, which would end a massive loss streak for him, and I don't know if it's actually a good thing.
Sona with the mechanics to save herself with the heal, but like you said, interrupting a long loss streak, and now the pressure's on Snoody's board to continue to provide that massive strength. So he may be looking for items for his Gnar, since his Sona has all 3 items. Looking for something for the front line, perhaps. He's got a lot of options. Open BT now, so I suspect that's the angle.
Oh yeah, no, I'd absolutely expect that as well. And just a short note again about the points of our players in this lobby. Cambiz and Wet Jungler coming in as our 2 highest scoring players. They're both in 1st and 2nd place right now, looking to cement that lead.
Yeah, and Wet Jungler as well, coming in as our 1st place in Golden Spatula Cup points, coming in at 6th, 14th, and 25th in the 3 Golden Spatula Cups. So always making day 3, always performing. And Cambiz at 100 streak, as we see Saru's board once more has stuck with the Lulu reroll.
Just one away.
Swapping out the Malphite in favor of the GP3 that he found. Play what you find, I suppose.
I think it has been an awkward spot, again, because we're talking about the supers have been contested, so I think having the super slot is going to be a bigger deal than it would be otherwise, but this board has taken a while to fully come online, to not even have the Lulu 3 at this point. We're hanging around at level 5 for an awful long time.
And he's rolled down to 10 and is 1 off of that Lulu 3. That has got to bite. He'll have to do it again at 4-1, but in the time being, he's just going to see how this board does for him as he faces the undefeated Canvas.
Yeah, I mean, this substitute board is still working so damn well. The Vayne, again, substituting it for the Jhin, but doing a very good job of that substitution. Saru goes from a win to a loss. That economy is in shambles.
And this is a strategy we've seen Canbiz use before. In a previous game, he was playing in this flex state of going, all right, I don't know what I'm doing. The early game didn't quite work out. I'm going to grab a Vayne, get her to 2-star, and hold those items. So Canbiz playing what he knows and finding massive success with it.
As we check in with Canbiz and see exactly what they're up to, you can see the mascot emblem is in place. So once we do get the Rift Walkers and bits and pieces online, this board's going to get even stronger than it is right now. Again, to be able to pull off this kind of win streak with just item holders is amazing.
Yeah, it shows a really good knowledge of both the meta and the set, the ability to say, okay, this board is going to be stronger, this micro adjustment is going to improve. Now, Ukkkko running up against him, going to be running into the same composition. His is itemized, though, so may have the edge in this. We're going to be taking a look at this Vayne firing away. Will be against that Jhin and Viego. I think Canbiz is going to take his first loss of the game.
I mean, he's pretty much done what he needed to at this point, though. Above 50 gold.
For sure.
Managing to, up at level 6 right now, can coast out. We saw this from Swell Tiger before. You're going to reach where you wanted to. Admittedly, you'd love to have this extra gold heading into Wolves as well, but you can't be too greedy.
Yeah. Ukkkko, of course, going to get credit from the full lobby, be like, oh, thank you. Thank you for stopping Canbiz, because now this slows down the game a little bit. If Canbiz is that far ahead on that long of a streak, through these 2 rounds, he would have gotten something ridiculous like an extra 10 gold just from the streak.
Oh boy, Saru, it took 2 full stages to find the Lulu 2, and time is not their friend. I mean, it's something. At least we've got the Viego in place as well with the hero augment to share around a little bit. Omnivamp on the team to effectively kind of give an extra half item to the Lulu and make her relevant even when she's taking damage.
But this may be enough for Saru to stabilize. I'm concerned with the lack of a Pantheon 3. Oh, we see at the top 2 players with massive amounts of gold, and Canbiz finally starting to spend it.
I mean, this is the really bad news for everybody else in the lobby. It's been rough for the bottom of the lobby so far, but when there's so much gold still in place, so much potential for those leading players with Canbiz and Wet Jungle to get even stronger, it's very rough times, particularly if you don't have that gold yourself.
Yeah, Ukkkko rolling all the way down. Unclear what he was able to find. Also want to highlight Double 61 sitting on 86 gold.
Oh boy. I mean, the whole bottom of the table, with the exception of Double, was really suffering. We've got loads of players on 40 HP. At least this time around, we don't have one player who's going to stand out loss streaking, but the overall damage to the lobby has been extreme thanks to Canbiz's win streak, which is, of course, no longer in place.
And looking at Darkest now, we haven't seen their board in a while. We've seen their HP total, and we're seeing that they're doing something similar to what they did when we first saw them in competitive, where they're utilizing a lesser-known composition and finding success with it.
Axiomark coming in for Saru wins, though, is a complete lifeline. It's all about casting again and again. The only problem with the Lulu, of course, is she's generally going to be killing 1, maybe 2 units at a time if you're really lucky. But Axiomark accelerates that process dramatically.
All right, Celestial Blessing here for Double 61, a very traditional Infiniteam board, has the Infiniteam emblem on the Garen. We talked about how important that is to getting this composition to the later stages and capping out strong.
And Double going to spend all of that money. We saw them before. The rich got richer, no longer with any effect at all. But it has gone to the point of having Garen 2 online, now duplicated, and the Fiddlesticks as well. This is a hell of a front line, but the back line still needs a little bit of work.
Yeah, you want to find another Lucian to get those items off him. You can split them up between the Twisted Fate and the Samira if you want, or stack them all on Twisted Fate. No, attack speed's a bummer, but AP's AP.
No, absolutely. I mean, we can see this board right now is still strong enough to give Snoodyboo a pause for thought. I imagine we've got ourselves at least a somewhat where Snoodyboo wants to be. He's on a win streak right now, but I do not think that's going to hold because this Infinity board is just too strong.
Too strong, but Snooty putting up a good fight. Unfortunately for him, only 5 Nars on his board and the bench combined, so still away from that power spike we are looking for from him.
I think that's we've seen this before, the rerolls dropping out of favor somewhat is going to make it so much harder to get those 3 stars online. If people aren't, say, taking all of the Kaisers out of the pool, as they were in previous patches, it's so much more work to hit the 3 stars you need to really cap out.
Daredevil now paying off for double 61. I love his strategy here of allowing himself to take losses, just saying it's okay. Similar to a last stand, the more losses you take without dying, the stronger your board becomes. Unlike last stand, you're not left with 1 HP.
We're seeing this splitting up of items for double 61 as he tries to keep that HP going. I mean, you can see double 61 with so much money before, spending out big, relying on the win streak coming in. X Crescent on 15 points, just above double. Has a very tasty looking Misfortune build, but it's going to be down to the wire, and I don't think Misfortune's got quite enough punch as of yet.
No, double 61 spent all of his gold, and it was an investment well made, as we can see him continuing this win streak, making it into the later stages, as his cousin is at the top of the leaderboards, 77 HP after a loss, but still 9 above the next contender.
And something that's jumping out to me as we come close-ish to the end of stage 4. Ukkkko has managed to salvage things somewhat, now on a win streak. It's been a pretty rough ride for the Spanish player.
No kidding.
But somehow he's managed to crest that wave and keep things going.
Yeah, pivoting into that Riftwalker composition, giving up on the Lulu early game, seeing it was contested by Saru, who's not doing great. But Ukkkko, on that win streak, has recovered his game masterfully. Now, Dark is going to pick up an extra tank item for their board.
So we look on the HP on the side, Snooty and Saru definitely both in big trouble. Snoodyboo's Gadgetines, they're still not fully there as yet. At least we got the Gadgetine 5 online, which of course is fantastic news, but still so far away from those upgrades. Snooty has the choice, finds a second Nunu.
Rolls over it.
I just don't think Nunu 2 is happening this game, though.
Yeah. Has to hit level 8 to even have a minuscule chance, 1% at level 7. But until he finds that Gnar, the investment is better spent rolling than it is leveling.
At least with not having to play our Poppy in here, this is a somewhat stronger board. But on the other side from Wet Jungler, we can see we've got the Twisted Fate there fully itemized. We've got the Nico also starting to be itemized as well. There's a ton of damage online, and Gnar at 2-star, I just don't think can stand up, particularly to the Twisted Fate once he starts getting targeted.
Plus a Nico with easy being green, that's a free bunch of AP for your Nico. Now, Sona's actually holding her own pretty well. Hold on a second here, Peter. Twisted Fate gets knocked down a peg.
Okay.
Snoodyboo will make it to the next round alive. Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
Apparently, Snoodyboo is pausing the game to try and see if he can find any of those Nars which may have slipped under the bench.
Checking his pockets, looking under the desk.
It's always in the coat you've checked last, isn't it?
Yeah. Or, under the table, slipped under while you were, sitting. I actually lost my wallet like that.
Yeah?
I was getting out of my car, I was at the pharmacy, and I was just like, oh, having a great time, got what I needed, and lost my wallet. Took 4 days to get it back.
Ooh. So
that's what's happened to Snooty's Nars. I don't think he has 4 days, though, because the finals end on Monday.
Yes, the thing is, as you mentioned, there's so few Nars in place right now. It's a really tough situation, because the temptation is always going to be, you know what, I need to high roll to get out of the situation. I'm just going to send all of my rolls in and hope I somehow hit a ton of Nars. And if I don't, I'm just going out in 8th. Maybe, if Snooty thinks that way, if you don't do that, it just takes longer for you to go out in 8th, but it's just more inevitable that way.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting this game is that we're at a turning point in terms of the lobby as a whole. We're seeing that Canbiz, who was previously a massive lobby leader, had so much of an HP advantage over the rest of the field, starting taking loss after loss after loss, down to 64 HP, where before he had a lead of something like 20. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is what happens when we've got some of our players, of course, as we've seen in every single game, they are aiming for ridiculous late game boards. So when you take a loss against one of them, oftentimes it's not even going to be a little bit close. So that whole thing kind of collapses. But if your front line's not good enough, you get rolled over like a tidal wave, and you take, a huge amount of HP all in one go.
Yeah, 2 players on Rich get richer as well. We have Wet Jungler on it as well as Double 61, and we've already seen how successful Double's board has been. Yes, he rolled down. I know, but he can make his way back there if his board continues to be as strong as it has. Versus Canbiz doesn't have any of that economy augmenting augments.
That's the best kind of augments.
Sometimes it happens. And that's going to be a problem for him as we get closer to this end of the game. But I think it's safe to say he's looking good for a top 4 at the very least.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I know personally speaking, when the rich got richer, it's always very tempting to hold on to that goal for as long as possible. But at some point, you do have to turn that into board strength. If you get up to the high levels quickly, then it's kind of done its job already, and you can start reaping the rewards of getting those wins in, and hopefully, as you say, turning into the top 4. In an ideal world, you can keep hold of that goal for a really long time, but I think this lobby has just not been one of those where that's really been practical.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of other things that I want to flag as being a little bit weird. The Lulu board coming in from Saru, we thought he would be having a little bit more success with it, ended up being uncontested. Initially, of course, we had Gyosco going for supers, but eventually he pivoted out. He went for, yes, holding Malphites, but not enough for a 3-star.
Well, that's, it's so frustrating when you end up in that situation, because even if your opponent pivots out, you needed to hit your board at the point where they were holding your units. They say, oh, don't worry, my friend, I'm going somewhere else. But in the meantime, your board has been slowed down so much that the window of opportunity for your board to be dominant has passed. And even if you do hit later on, you're with a shadow of the strength you could have had otherwise.
Yeah, Snooty finding a Gnar hiding under his desk tomorrow, being like, I needed this yesterday. This is useful for my game now. Or useless, not useful.
As I say, hopefully we can find a Gnar plushie here somewhere and maybe post it to him by the time.
This would have been better last set when we still had the Gnar plushie. I'll see if production still has it somewhere.
It's probably secreted away somewhere. In fact, that's probably why we can't find any Gnars in this game.
It's like the warehouse in Indiana Jones where they take all of the hidden artifacts. It's just like, well, Gnar plushie's in box 714. Good luck finding it.
Oh boy. I mean, it's been a very, very rough game. I think for Wet Jungler, we know as well, as much as Canbiz and Wet Jungler were dominating on the Wet has started to fall off a little bit. I think we're still in line for a fairly volatile late game. But I think, right now at least, Canbiz, with the cushion of accumulated points, is still in a really good spot to say, even if he can't win the lobby, he's still very happy with how things are going.
Yeah, as well, Darkest I want to highlight as being someone going for that Dark and Assimilation. Usually we only see vertical threats or a threat front line if we have something like threat level maximum. But Dark and Assimilation, that's going to be good enough, and I'm interested to see if we were right in previous tournaments in saying that Aatrox is not a good enough front line. I'm wondering if the buffs, the augment, are going to be enough as we go forward. And of course, real quick, in case you all are wondering what's going on, we had a player disconnect. We will get back in the lobby as soon as humanly possible, but in the meantime, just vibe with us, chill out.
Absolutely. I mean, to go back to what you were saying about the Aatrox, I think, with all the threats, theoretically, they are there for when you can't get the front line you want, otherwise to say, you know what, Aatrox will at least be good enough. You certainly aren't relying on him for damage, but if you can get the right items together, maybe throw in a Warmogs, a few other bits and pieces, he can serve well enough.
Yeah, I mean, his problem has never been that he's not a damage threat. It's that, he's paper. Because you want HP on him, you want that to scale his ability, but then you don't have enough defenses, and then without the HP, Aatrox kind of struggles to get any healing in, struggles with that initial cast to get the additional HP. So it's an interesting tightrope that I'm hoping Darkest is navigating as they head towards the later stages of the game.
I think it's also with the Dark and Assimilation. If memory serves, spreading out the damage reduction across the team is always a little bit iffy. Because as you said, if you want to be itemizing your Aatrox really heavily, you really want the Aatrox to be the one who's surviving. Having the rest of your team be a little bit tankier isn't necessarily going to move the needle tremendously when you've got a Gnar, ideally a Gnar 3, breathing down your face.
Yeah, don't know if we're going to have that in R3 this game.
Maybe not.
Snooty was at something like 17 HP, I think. Maybe confusing him with Saru, but we've got multiple players in trouble, folks. It's hard to remember which one is dying the most in the moment.
All right, I believe we're going to be, just while we wait for things to get back underway, we're going to take a quick look at how the lobby lies right now so we can kind of help get you guys ready for when we come back and get live again, because honestly there's still a lot to talk about. We still, we've had a very, very competitive lobby here in round 4 after we've had the reseed.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, but Wet Jungler and Canvas, players that we really want to see continue their success, not just for personal reasons, but, looking at them on the leaderboards. They're 20 and 19 points respectively, and they're doing incredibly well coming into this game. If they can keep this up, they are looking very good for making it to the final 8.
So let's run through what we've got right now. Thank you very much, production, for letting us have this one. Oh, hello.
Oh, we just got into the... All right, cool. Well, I feel so bad for production. Alvarito in the back working on the graphics, being like, I'm almost there. Immediately back in the game.
Well, that's how you get the game back on the way, is you do a lot of work, and then inevitably the game's immediately
The moment
ready.
you start complaining, the problem is solved.
Oh boy, I mean, you're right though, for Snoodyboo, I'm not sure this problem is ever going to get solved. At least X Crescent and Sarowinds are on similar HP, and he will actually be playing up against Sarowinds, but of course Saro has the 3-star, whereas Snoody does not.
Not getting those one-shots, though, which is really what you're looking for. You won, as mentioned earlier, that Pantheon in the front line with Ionic Spark. But there is no magic resist shred here, my friends, and Sona will shred through Saru's board. Not long for this world as Saru goes down to 6 HP.
X Crescent is still fighting towards the bottom. This would be incredible news for Snoodyboo as they both take losses. Snooty now has a realistic chance of top 6ing.
Yeah, got an extra round off this as well through the Aurelian Doom. Going to be able to get some items. X Crescent. Woo! What a cash out.
I mean, just, this
stonks.
I actually love one of these augments, especially if you've got a lot of HP. Dropping down a whole bunch of gold is fantastic. But X Crescent fighting from behind, it's always a bit risky because you're relying on later game power. But at least with money in the bank, 35 on a loss streak, he will be able to come out swinging into what could easily be his final round.
The Mana Zane is going to be very useful, though. Wondering if he'll slot in more quick draws at any point, because it would give a little bit of extra damage for that Misfortune, and you're relying on those first 2 bursts to provide the majority of your damage because you have no other mana generation.
Oh, absolutely. And Winty's there. I mean, right now the priority seems to be for X Crescent on the front line. We have got enough money to potentially go up a level, and it will be taken. X Crescent doesn't want to die with money in the bank.
Leveling up, going to be putting in Prankster. That'll help out with the front line a little bit, but don't know if it's going to be enough.
I mean, Snooty, of course, will be thrilled to see someone just casually using a Gnar as a throwaway unit.
I'm sure. Love to see the player cam when he realizes that, but now X Crescent's potential last round is upon us.
This is it.
All right.
Ask and you shall receive. Of course, this does mean for Snoodyboo they can guarantee with a win here that there will be one more Narb dropping back into the pool, but it's going to be a very tough round. The Misfortune getting Silence to slow her down, getting those multiple casts.
And we can see across the lobby from Saru, while Saru is struggling, Darkest is thriving. That Belveth doing so much damage, taking out Saru as Snooty will survive, but just barely.
I think we have seen an elimination there. We have Saru is out of there, so Snoodyboo down to 3. X Crescent barely above. Wet Jungler as well, taking a big fall from Grace, down to approximately 1 life as well.
The second Sona 2, not going to be enough to get through this, selling the excess copies of that Sona. Now we'll put on that Hand of Justice, just really hoping here to get through this next round.
I mean, this is just not the situation you want to be in for Snooty at all, but I think just trying to hold on for one more space up against what's going to be a pretty tough board here up the top. I believe that's going to be so Snoodyboo
versus Darkest board. Again,
boy.
Darkest the assassin across both of these boards. Maybe taking out Crescent, maybe taking out Snoodyboo. Crescent's board gets off one valiant ultimate from the Misfortune. She finds a second, but in the background, the Belveth alive across both battles, undefeated, unbowed, unbroken. She'll fire away once more. Misfortune gets the ultimate off, but Belveth with the mechanics dodges away as Snoodyboo will find a victory and save his game.
I mean, the scope weapons Belveth, such an absolute pain. Normally the problem will be that Belveth will just dive into the opposing team and get murdered, but in this case, gets her full DPS all round long. Snooty, though, no money in the bank. Wet Jungler is gone, so Snooty has broken into top 5.
Potential top 4 coming in here for him. That would be an incredible turnaround for his game. He has been struggling so hard for so long, just desperately rolling for Nars for a full stage now.
It's going to be tough. Double 61 just above is on a win streak. Giosko and Kambiz are all in the 30s of HP. And if Kambiz hands out a loss here, we'll have our final 4 of this lobby.
What happened to Canbiz's board? Because he was win streaking, and I'm not sure how. Just a Jin 1 and a Vex 2 as the damage threats here. As Viego starts to pop off. Okay, I'm seeing the angle as Sona under threat in the back line. The front line of Canbiz just too strong to be taken out. And Snoodyboo will, unfortunately for his run, take a 5th.
I think he's got to... I mean, you may not see it in his face, but he should be pretty freaking happy about ending that one in 5th. It looked very, very bad for a long time. But we've now got 4 strong players coming into our top 4. And pleasingly enough, for what we hoped would happen, Darkest has been able to take the pole position.
And Darkest desperately needs this, as does Giosko, both of them at 7 and 8 points respectively. This may be enough to get them back in that top 8 contention.
Yeah, just through a contrast there, Kambiz and Wet Jungler have 20 and 19 points. The most points you can get from a game is 8. So as you said, you're just trying to get back to some medium, let alone trying to take the lead.
But Darkest board, we have seen how much their board has been able to put out on the back of this Bel'Veth, Obsidian Cleaver, Giant Slayer, and Gunblade seems to be the magic formula on top of those scoped weapons.
I mean, it's a pretty damn good board. I mean, we've got the extra shielding coming in, the Darkin spreading that damage out. I'm saying maybe this wasn't so great from before, but we've got a lot of tanky units, which means that damage reduction is going to have pretty damn good value now up against double 61.
Now we've seen how strong this Infiniteam board can be. Can it beat Darkest on this 3 streak? So far, the backline is safe for Darkest. That's the key to this game. And once this Aatrox falls, it may all be over. Samira fires away. Twisted Fate to follow. Bel'Veth takes out the Twisted Fate. Soon the Sivir. The Samira Bel'Veth 1v1, and Double will take the L.
Just casually taking a sip of coffee there. Darkest now on the win streak, but the rest of the lobby are not slacking either. Kambiz hitting out the 2-star Jin. This win streak has looked pretty good so far, and Darkest definitely has a line in on the top 2. But we've got 3 very hungry players just below them, hoping they can knock each other out.
And checking back on Giosko's board, he has managed to fit in this 4 Oxforce with the addition of that Oxforce crest. So giving him that primary carry of the Viego, a little bit more tankiness alongside the Jin in the back. It's going to be up to those 2 to defeat once more double 61's Infiniteam board.
And I love that we've got the double threat in here for double 61. We've got the Samira in the corner, we've got the Twisted Fate on the other side as well, splitting up your damage, and it's just ripping through everything. Giosko just to really rely on the Viego to stay alive, get those resets, get so close, goes right on and hands out the L to Double, knocking them out with 0 HP.
Oxforce, baby, that's what it's here for. That shield saving the Viego until he could take down the Samira. One more ult would have done it were it not for that. So Giosko will secure a top 3 as Double falls out in 4th.
As you said before, Giosko and Darkest in very much the similar situation. Kambiz, next one up, has no gold in the bank and barely a streak either. We could, as you said, be seeing this be a huge game for both Darkest and Giosko.
If they take top 2s here, they are back in the running. Oh, we're getting some bad news from our observer. Do you want to read it, Counterfeit, or should I?
Well, yes, our observer, Danny, letting us know. You know, one of the biggest crimes you can do in TFT is to die with money unspent. Double died with a lot of money unspent.
70 gold, to be precise. Really hoping that he would get richer, but unfortunately, taken before his time.
I mean, in that situation, you know that Double made the smallest of miscalculations. You know, knew it was extremely unlucky to just get knocked out all the way to 0, had planned specifically for it, and was maybe looking for first place, has to settle for 4th instead. It's still a decent showing, but not what he wanted.
But this is also how he plays, right? He always goes for top 1. This is emblematic of his play style, so not surprised in the least. So we see Giosko positioning for potentially round-winning game. We'll run into Darkest, though, who will survive regardless of the result.
Yeah, I mean, that Bel'Veth is on the back line, just be able to attack all day long. At least in this case, Jin does have the ability to put down a little bit of hurt. But I think the Hextech Gunblade as well just makes it so hard to do meaningful damage to that Bel'Veth. without killing the rest of the board in its entirety.
This Viego, I think, is unethical. I'm calling it now. So much healing, but just can't tear through. This Aatrox, living for so long, this frontliner, long maligned, has made his way into a reliable frontline as Gyosco now 1 round from death.
And Cambiz managing to survive that round as well means that he's 1 step closer to cementing his lead at the top of the table right now. Darkest still keeps the win streak going, but we're very, very close to the end here. We could even see both of them knocked out in a single round.
Yeah, Cambiz now, his board we have seen is on this similar Riftwalker. We talked about how it's going to be contested throughout the day, how it's going to make an appearance several times. This game, we're really proving it to us.
The Renegades standing online, and the mascots as well. It's a pretty good board, but Gyosco has put everything into getting to level 9. So we've got a very similar, almost a mirror image on both sides.
Jhin versus Jhin, but don't count out Viego diving into the backline here on the side of Gyosco. Not able to find the KO onto the Oxforce. 1 more will do it. The full heal back up. Viego has 1 more in him. Takes him down. Jhin down. The shield for Viego is enough to take out the Jhin. They trade 1 for 1, but it's not enough. And Gyosco falls to the flaming board of Cambiz.
It could not have been closer. Both carries dying in each other's arms. The Cambiz, of course, great news for Gyosco. It is denying the path for him back in towards the top. It's, that's going to really sting because that was so close.
Yeah. Tragic for Gyosco coming in, of course, with 8 points, having a really bad day up to this point, but hopefully he feels that this turns his fortunes around, and in the later rounds, his mental is intact as we go into what could be the final round of the game. Darkest on this level 9 threats board versus the classic Riftwalkers from Cambiz.
It does look pretty good. We've got a lot of defensive stats in play. We've also got from both sides the owners who are able to free fire from the back of the board, but the centralized tankiness is going to be so incredibly hard to deal with. And Belveth, again, dancing between, going straight after the Viego, means that's a huge amount of damage gone from Cambiz's board.
Leona, though, firing away on the Darken. It will not be enough. Aatrox survives. Belveth behind him. And it looks like Darkest will take the lobby. Cambiz in second place. And our Turkish player, Darkest 1903, after a hard-won battle, takes a first.
I mean, you saw the sigh of relief on their face there. They knew this was an absolute do-or-die round, and they managed to actually do it against
Serious as a heart attack still, though.
I mean, that was such a good board as well. We've been seeing our players really showing their variety here. Even when we're working in a space which is very contested, like the Riftwalkers, finding different ways to try and bring in the composition and make it work. In this case, the Belveth did chronic levels of work.
Yeah, I think that was incredible. We've talked a lot about Belveth throughout the entire set as one of those units you can use as like a stage 4 carry, stage 3 if you get it early, even with 1 item, it'll take you through. But rarely we get to see Belveth in a completely unrelated board carrying. It's been an appearance this patch. The threat boards have risen up in the tier list, and it's lovely to see that demonstrated so clearly in this game.
Now, I think for me, definitely King Dan's before really put the Belveth comps on the radar for me. He, in one of our previous ones, managed to just run roughshod through the entire competition by just taking the Belveth when no one else was doing it. We're in a space now where everybody wants these 4-cost carries. You can't hit a nut because no one's rerolling 3 costs, but 4 costs, a whole different story.
Yeah, and playing around it incredibly well. I think the adaptation to actually use the Janna was really good. That Sunny is really maligned by the community and a lot of our players, but turns out if you can put all of your units on it without a loss for your composition, it's a pretty good time.
Well, gentle friends, we are almost at the end of day 1. Of course, we will not be eliminating any players at the end of today, but there will be players in a very, very tough position for day 2. We have 2 more games to go, so stick with us. We will return after the break.
My name is Heikki Nikula. I'm from Finland. I am 32 years old and I work as a service manager in a building technology company called Overion. And I also play TFT and my in-game name is Ukkkko. Rising Legend is a good improvement in the competitive scene in Europe because like set 3, 4 and 5 we kind of had only these EU finals, so there was no tournaments in the mid-set, at least in my country. Maybe some France and some other countries have their own leagues, but it's good that we have this bigger circuit system now. Where also I think that helps people to play the tournaments better. The strongest ERC is maybe France overall, because I think they have the most overall amount of good players in Europe, so I'd say France. When I play ladder games, there's not like anyone I'm afraid of, but I think there is many really good players in Europe, and the top ladder games are very skilled, and it's kind of tough to win the games at the top of the ladder. So I want to shout out to my family and friends for the support.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me.
The return of Jin in this game for Wida. We saw game 3, not quite enough with the lobby that was so stacked, so high capped when it came to Laser Crow +1, Gadget Team +1. In this case, also Gadget Team +1 for Snooty, but overall the dominance of the Renegade Ox Force comp with Jin as the main carry. And in the case of Cam, it's just that 4 Ox Force being so helpful.
Yeah, 4 Ox Force, like the resistance spike that you get for 4 Ox Force is insane, right? Like compared to the just a 2 Ox Force, I think it's plus 40 or something. It's ridiculous how much resistance you get for that. And also another thing that's worth noting, right, David? The 3 and the 4 cost hero augments coming through in 3 too.
Especially for someone like Snooty, who was in a position where he had to start that win streak, roll down, had a very kind of dizzy transition with all these upgrades that he didn't actually want. The game almost enticing him with too many upgrades he couldn't actually put on his board, not finding the Sona as well later on. And the rest of the players hitting their forecasts, hitting those trait power spikes, the unit power spikes with units like Viego coming in, made it so he had a pretty rough win-lose situation up until that 5th place. Was a bit unfortunate, but some players ended up winning out. In this case, the top 3 all being able to utilize those forecasts in a magnificent fashion with the Viegos for Camus, for example, and then Darkness Simulation. Aatrox actually making a statement here.
Yeah, it's very much the same concept as the Chronic Hallucinations, right? It is going to be that augment where you really get a lot of value in the fact that you get that damage reduction coming through, and it's just so powerful.
And once again, we saw it in game 2 with 2 players running Belveth with scope weapons. Some players were, rumoring, oh, Belveth is not going to do so much this tournament, but all of a sudden, when you pair that unit with scope weapons, she just really pops off with the extra range to make sure she stays safe, can just get those crazy 1v5 with the Challenger AI on the Belveth, and that was the case for Darkest. I think they played a really good game, and someone who I have to give commendations to as well is Ukkkko. He was kind of in this tough situation, contested in the early game, not sure where he was going, but he found a way to pivot out and find success and get a 3rd. He, I think, really needed. He was not in the top of the standings coming into this game 4.
No, I think another one that we need to talk a little bit about here is going to be double 61, right? The hiring with 70 gold, using that rich get richer to a I mean, a little bit too greedily maybe, but he also had some pretty interesting gameplay patterns this game. Like, he ended up picking the Daredevil, but continued to play Twisted Fate for a while. And that was the attack speed multiplier that you normally are looking for. In case of the Double 61 here, it was going to be that Daredevil instead of Duelist, for example.
As you said, I think it was walking that very fine line between risk and reward. I think very close to really hitting a big spike if he was able to fight a few more rounds. I think he maybe was not quite understanding enough the power of his opponents, and in the end took a loss that he maybe shouldn't have if he would have rolled that gold down. So a little bit unfortunate, but looking now at the standings, a player that has not been able to climb out of there is going to be Kaspersky from Poland, still among that bottom side, same as Zulinash for Romania, two countries that are represented by only these players. And still, I mean, there are a lot of games left. Reminder for our viewers, reminder to chat, there is no cutoff day one. You have a chance to climb, to have a crazy spike, get first, second, first, second, first, the rest of these games, and you can still make it into that top 8. It's not over yet for these players, but they have to turn things around. And Double 61, also a player that is surprising to see him in not among those top positions in this case.
Especially, right, because when we think about Double 61 at finals, like, it's almost very rarely bottom 4s, like across an entire weekend. Like him and Ukkkko, I think Ukkkko kind of had the same gameplay patterns and, well, in Gizmos and Gadgets and in the Dragonlance finals, but obviously he's not here. And Double 61 kind of dropping that mantle right now as well.
Reminders at 6. Double, when he won the Rising Legends finals in Gizmos and Gadgets, he had, what was it? I think it was 18 top 4s and only 2 games were not among the top 4. So he's a player we've seen be so consistent in the past, and I think he still has that next level to get to in these last games today and maybe in the next 6 games tomorrow as well. But we do have a break ready to go, and we'll be jumping right back into Game 5 and hoping, crossing our fingers, that the players that are not currently doing so hot can turn things around and really make a comeback at the end of this day 1.
My name is Counterfeit, his name is Wheater. As a combination, we couldn't be sweeter. We're heading in to round number 5 because we're almost done with day number 1 of the EMEA Regional Finals.
Yes, we are. And again, we're going into these final 2 games here. Normally, when we're talking about Game 5, Game 6 of a tournament day, we are talking about the players needing to make a specific cutoff point, Peter, and that's not the case today.
No, but absolutely. We were talking about in the previous game as well. We get up in this really desperation scenario. We really test some of our players because, we're hoping to get ourselves, we will of course get ourselves a regional champion, but we'll also be getting a team going to the global championships as well for Monster Attack. So this is a really good proving ground for some of these players to show that they can get into a real big trouble and then somehow find a way to pull themselves back.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're looking into a lobby here that's going to consist of some of the best performing players of the day and players that we are going to expect to do a little bit better. The likes of Gink, for example, down to just 14 points after the first 4 games.
Yeah, and my eyes are drawn to Org's performance so far. 26 points is extremely impressive.
Yeah, Hawks has been doing really well, have been playing a lot of these blue buff lines, more so I think we can kind of call them right, Ezreal, Lulu, and look at that, triple tier and triple belt tier. So if you are going to play for some sort of streak, I think that should be doing just fine. Glove being left open here, not the ideal situation for most of the time for these as being a pickup here, but Orc didn't get one of those tiers, and that's going to be a massive setback for his game plan.
It'll be interesting to see how they go through here because, of course, as I said, Orc has been doing extremely well so far. I mean, of course, we heard a little bit from you on the desk as well, but coming back to the cast here, what do you, since we have got a pretty big separation between some of our players here, particularly for our players who are towards the bottom in terms of points, they need a big finish. What do you want to see from them comp-wise?
I mean, that's the thing is, like, that's going to depend so much because a lot of these comps are super stable, like, and they have some pretty big high rolls, right? So it's more like about what you're comfortable with and how you know the ins and the outs of the compositions, right? Because sure, the Jhin Renegade composition has a lot of upside, a lot of flexibility within it, but you need to be able to identify those lines and then take them home to a potential first place.
Well, for Org, we have got some promising early drops here. We got the chance for a Renekton 2, got a chance even maybe for a Sivir 2 as well. So a solid start to get off and build even more points in.
So a decent Infinity Team opener in the making here. Not something that we've seen Org talk too much about, right? This is not Lulu, this is not Ezreal, but a pair of Sevirs and a pair of Lucians just needing that final pickup of a potential Pantheon. They have a super strong opening to work with. Item-wise, still lacking like that final component to make it tick, though.
So just to quickly again go through the points in the lobby. We noticed that Org is on 20 points, so of course in a great position. Ukkkko as well in 20 points. So we start to drop off pretty dramatically in terms of what else everybody else has got on lobby. So we'll be seeing some high risk, high reward as our first one comes in, and we have got a potential direction for Org to take, though it's not the one we thought.
Instant ping as well. Someone might have snap picked there. We'll never know. But Portable Forge still one of the most picked augments in the game here. Silent Shell has some options as well, but it's going to be going for the duelist aspect as well, though, instead, Peter. So when you're looking at these items, are you thinking duelist as like the most optimal way here? I'm kind of in doubt.
I think for Org, we've talked about the different situations our players can be in. For Org at 26 points, the points leader in this lobby, I have to imagine at this point he's just trying to avoid having a really bad game and getting into trouble in day 2. I mean, 26 points is a hell of a lot to have at this point, so a top 4 comp? Sure, I'll take it.
Yeah, to a certain extent that's true, right? But when we say top 4 comp, so we have Barry Baden running some stats for us all throughout this weekend, and he was looking at the stats so far, and all like vertical 6 duelist players so far have bought forward, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, so not necessarily the ideal line. Yes, you do need some specific things for that to really start popping. So let's see if this is the situation for Org, right? He has half of that locket, which is a key item for the composition.
Yeah, we know that how much of a difference they can make, particularly as you said, when it hits 6 duelists and that damage reduction kicks in. Good enough now to keep Org ahead. So we are receiving some updated points before. Apologies for that. So Org on 26, Ukkkko on 24, and then everybody else going in 20 points or below. Our lowest points players in this lobby are Norby and Ging on 11 and 14 respectively. Again, we need to see them win big.
Yeah, and ISA not too far ahead of that with just the 15 points as well, right? Kind of in the same bracket, and that's going to be the nature of these first 4 games where you need a little bit more here, but an early slam from Ging here with that Protector's Vow and got that early Infinity Team emblem, so he knows exactly where he's going.
Yeah, I mean, really like this as well. Of course, we said, Ging, one of the players who needs to make up a lot of ground here. We know this competition is going to be very, very solid indeed. We've even got the beginnings of perhaps a last whisper coming together. And while Ging has spent money aggressively, this will hopefully put together a decent win streak.
Yeah, so there is some risk by doing this, right? His board is not one-stop, meaning that it is pretty weak. And when you start going into stage 2-5, where other players in the lobby are going to be going to level 5, with their upgrades already landing, this could potentially backfire.
And taking a quick look at our augments coming in here, did notice, of course, the starring augment of our previous game, which was the scoped weapons, is in play for Loescher.
Okay, so Kerfuzzled, I mean, he has to do this unit on his board, and an underground unit as well in the KL, right? But Kerfuzzled's one of those players, I feel like a lot of these UK players, are kind of like YLCO, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Huge flippy player when it comes to the underground. Kerfuzzled kind of had the same thing as well about him for a while, but so far so good. No underground in sight, but that early Death Defiance, if he goes into a laser core, that's a great warwick item.
Oh, for sure. I mean, well, in this case, it's going to be carried by Jax for the time being, but right, just keeping your board around for a long time, particularly if you've got some high damage units like the Jax and the Warwick, can make a huge amount of difference. For now, Kerfuzzled will have to settle for no win streak and just a little bit of gold on the bank. I have to think, though, the losses, if they come, will not be too serious.
We will see here. Orc, we've been talking about, has been going steady so far with that duelist, i.e. Draven. Solid item combination straight off the bat here. This could still be an angle for something like a spread shot, for example, right? We haven't seen a whole lot of that so far, and IE being very prominent for the vein in that composition.
Well, we also get to see on the Kerfuzzle side of things that Death Defiance is already paying off. There's not necessarily a ton of massive burst damage in these early games, so when you've got a stacking up unit like the Jax, he's going to stick around and keep healing up.
So let's see what's behind door number 1, Peter. It's going to be a traditional, normal, glitched out carousel in the nature of the fact that we have Lesser Champion Duplicator. But more importantly, Peter, we have the units, right? So no one is going to get screwed over on an economic breakpoint.
Yes, of course, we talked about that before. Just getting a little bit of extra money in the bank can be such a distracting thing if you've got a very narrow amount of play in mind. Taking a quick look at our players who have been on the HP counts, though. Ukkkko and Elia down towards the bottom, both around 80 HP or so. The rest of the lobby staying very healthy.
Yes, and that's kind of just because they're just kind of beating each other back and forth right outside of Ging, who is still on the 100 streak alongside Loescher, but now level 5s are going to come through across the board. And an early Lulu 2 as item holder for Ging. But again, look at this 2-star Blitzcrank being duplicated with the Infinity Team as well.
No, I love seeing that. Of course, there's a massive quantity of tankiness. It's a little bit of a shame there's no extra sure shot in there to allow for the backline to really kick off in the way we like, but Ging is doing very well now. Might actually be up against Loescher in the next round, who's also on a streak and actually got themselves a 2-star Civet.
And it's going to be Orcs board here. Not the Orcs card, but the Orcs board.
Well, it does mean that it's likely we're going to have our 2 win-streaking players remain that way. I mean, the Duelist board is pretty strong. We're seeing the Duelist Emblem being combined with the Infinity Edge for a lot of good damage from our friend Draven, but I still don't think it's going to be enough.
No, and I think this is the nature of the board that Ging is playing very streak-heavy playstyle here. Very strong focus, but again, a lot of work being put through from that Draven, but Orc will be taking another loss here, maybe even looking towards a potential loss streak angle going forward here. So what is going to be the case? We'll see in just a short second. No upgrades in the shop for Ging. And there's a lot of interesting things to talk about with Infinity Team, Peter, right?
Sure.
Because you can look at, you can go for 3, you can go for 5, you can go for 7 even. There are some people that think that 5 is fake.
Well, I mean, certainly, you're getting a lot less damage, a lot less tankiness out of the unit. I mean, hopefully, we'll be seeing the emblem really allowing that extra reach, but potentially a long way away from Infinity Team 7. Loescher and Ging still, will not be on a collision course for
Ging
this
going
round.
6, by the way. He is in the matchup pool as well. Keep that in mind, because this is a huge investment from Ging. It is going to pay off, but he's not going to punish Loescher, which you hoped for.
No, that would have suck a lot of money out of the pools. We still have these 2 likely keeping their streaks going forward. Loescher did take it a little bit easier, but the sure shot is in place along with the scoped weapons. I mean, certainly we know we've already got a Jax player hanging around the lobby, but a Belveth later on, of course, we know exactly how strong that can be.
And keep in mind, you're talking about a lot of money, Peter. Ukkkko is currently sitting, rich get richer, at least 50 gold. He is Bing chilling right now. He is in a fantastic spot to really push his economy and have a massive roll down, either free 2, free 5. The options are endless.
And we've got a lot of money up at the top of the table as well. Loescher and Ging have successfully managed to thread the needle past each other and keep their streaks in place. As you can see, a lot of the rest of the lobby has been spending aggressively. In fact, Ging themselves has been spending aggressively to keep that streak going. Loescher, though, holding on to nearly 30 gold in the exact same position.
Yeah, and Ging would have been in the same spot, but he wanted to go level 6, try to punish Loescher. Didn't happen, as we were talking about just a second ago. And that it means that his economy is going to be in the gutter here. It's super important for him to continue this streak, because if he doesn't get to rebuild that economy and start having like a proper 4-1 roll down, his game plan might as well just fall apart.
One thing I did notice from our quick look at the streaks there is that Ukkkko down the bottom has lost his loss streak as well. Thank you very much, Production, for showing it there, but has a lot of money in the bank. Perhaps a time to change from one to the other.
Yeah, but 60 gold, keep in mind that he goes 70. He has to farm that 7 econ every single round, Peter, right? So there's a lot on the line here for Ukkkko, and as long as you're stable and as long as you are willing to take the risk of having those massive high-risk roll downs and you're safe in that position, rich get richer is a perfect augment.
Yeah, I mean, Ukkkko does at least avoid the problem here for a lot of our mid-table. We can see there's tons of people on 1 streaks right now because we've had such an aggressive play from Ging and Loescher towards the top. But Rich Get Richer definitely lets you bypass that, as we will finally get to see them up against each other, the 2 undefeated players.
Yeah, but look at that. That's an early Twisted Fate as well on the board for Ging here, and he's at 20 gold. This is perfect for him because he's going to be able to rebuild that economy, but the power level of this Sivir 2 must not be underestimated. And you can kind of see how this board from Ging slowly but surely almost fell apart, but like 5-unit loss here coming through. So had this happened on 2-7 instead, or 2-6 even, sorry, should I say, this would have been detrimental to the game plan for Loescher, but now at least he gets to stay above 40, goes 50 levels to 6, and we are going to see a free 2 free.
I think Loescher's probably okay with how that played out. I mean, you've got the money in the bank, as you said, Ging at least will keep the win streak going. We're going to be seeing some rerolls being chucked in here. We know that we've got short shots, so we're likely moving towards the defender angle. Recursion Matrix, always a popular pick, but down to just 2 rerolls. Going to go deep.
Yeah, skip the time and a half route here because I assume that he wants to go for Mana Tempering because time and a half doesn't gel too well with the line that kind of centers around the Belveth and Let's Go weapons, right? So giving them Mana Tempering is super powerful because Belveth, well, she casts a lot. So she gets a lot of stacks of the Mana Tempering coming through from the Sivir.
All right, let's take a look across the board. Kerfuzzled, seeing some of these ones jumping out at me. The Grandmaster's training coming in. Of course, we have seen less mech since Garen's taking the nerf there. But for right now, it's going to just be the Jax standing by himself and hopefully keeping this win streak going for Kerfuzzled.
And an interesting thing to note here about Grandmaster's training. This is going to be super strong in lobbies where you have a lot of attacks. Like Orc found that spreadshot vein. Well, Duelists are not going to be able to do a lot towards that GM training when that happens. Recursion from Ging, AD line again. So many AD or attack-heavy lines. Grandmaster's training, insane value right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's working even with the Jax not dying, and therefore, we're missing out on quite a lot of board power, but it's good enough. The Death Defiant's doing fantastic work, and that will allow for Kerfuzzled to move up into 2nd place. Norby just below, but Ging keeps that win streak going.
He does, and that is super important. Finds the Sivir 2, but meanwhile, Elia here, we know he was, like every single player in this lobby right now, all looking to play this line, right? I think there's just no 2 ways about that. Early action mark, Super's already online, and 6 copies of Lulu with a lesser champion duplicator. He is in an excellent spot. The issue is that for him, that he's still quite a way off something like the Pantheon free, but has that Guardian Spirit, right? So get that continuous healing, can skip on the Gunblade.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we talked about the Axiom Arc being such a game changer for this competition, but maybe, as you say, Elia's been left behind a little bit, just not hitting those units fast enough because people are starting to pick up the pace in the lobby. We can see, I mean, the loss streak is impressive, but Elia is down a clear 20 HP below anybody else.
Keep in mind, Ukkkko has been playing really weak boards all throughout the stage while stacking their rich get richer. So it's not even, so Elia's board has been even weaker than that, but breaks the streak now. Loescher, player we know to be a bit of a Noah here, but we are going to be on Ukkkko's perspective. Just like a chilling Starmore right there. Like, are you a Starmore enjoyer, Peter?
I mean, I do enjoy my little whaley friends, whether they come from space or from the ground. So yeah, I would say I am.
Like that was like my go-to initially. Like the Darkstar Starmore was like my initial go-to little legend for a while, and then I've had some. Now I'm on a Squink Gaming. That has the best, by far the best dance out of all little legends. I have to say that.
I mean, I'm definitely a Shork enjoyer myself. I mean, it's just so much fun to say again and again.
Jin with Sword just casually chilling on the carousel until third pick. That's also something that we just gotta highlight there for a second.
No, I think we call that direction. As Nobby manages to grab a spatula from the three-stage carousel, which is interesting enough in and of itself. We'll go in to check with Ukkkko and see. So we have got a little bit of something of a throwback composition here, looking like a regular Kaiser board, just without the Kaiser.
Oh, Ukkkko, you absolute menace here. Doesn't even want to roll for the stabilization. This is a fast 8 coming from Ukkkko. Massively high risks being taken by the Finnish TFT player. And we know Ukkkko, we know he's been around forever. He knows his way around these tournaments. And him saying, you know what, I have 56 HP still. And I was just going to see if I can get a little bit more interest. I like the fact they lost go to level 7 to like limit the HP loss and potentially can break a streak or two.
Going up against Norby, of course, we did get a chance to talk about a little bit before, but coming on 97 HP, of course, the metabolic accelerator, meaning he's going to be quite likely heading up to 100 if he wins this round, or at least 99.
99. Yeah, that's a good number actually. I quite like 99 is a very aesthetically pleasing number. No, don't you agree?
I mean, 100's even better, but I mean, for Norby, again, we noted before, is the lowest points player in the lobby. To be able to stabilize at this kind of point and keep up this much HP and actually win while having an augment that doesn't give you any combat power at all, that's pretty damn good.
It is definitely indeed here. So Ukkkko here, I'm interested like how he's gonna like put these shops together, because he does have the opener to go into just the Ox-Force Slingers here as well. Right? He can pick up the Viego, can pick up the Alistair. Static Shiv, well, we know that's the best TF item in the game by far. Doesn't have anything else slammed here, but he's going to use that Aurelion Soul as an item holder for now. A lot of this is also going to depend on what happens on that 4-1 roll down, because if he 2-stars to Nico, he might need to prioritize her items instead.
Well, we'll come back to Org, who of course has been sitting on the duelist since the very early game. Of course, you said you wanted to see the locket being brought in alongside the 6 duelists, so that is the case. And we've also got the spread shot veins, so everything coming together for Org.
Yes, as I was highlighting here, why does this augment is so powerful, as you can see on the screen here. She gets 2 extra bolts on her ability, which just does so much damage in these fights, and they're also true damage, right? So you kind of start building Vayne more as a caster. I mean, I don't know, like, do you put a microphone in front of her?
That's it, shoutcaster?
Yeah, like shout. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. She does shout when she casts, I assume at least, right? So she's almost there. Not quite how it works, but she's almost there. She's getting there at the end of the day. But
All gave us a celebratory thumbs up there, just to confirm, on the same page.
Yes. Also, keep in mind that he's kind of looking for a Spear of Shojin, and in that regard, this is actually close to being best in slot. Normally, like, you're talking something about, like, IE Gunblade Shojin, for example, is pretty good, but very versatile item carrier. As long as you have that IE going, you can kind of do whatever you want.
I mean, we certainly saw the Vayne 3 coming through in all our previous stream lobbies and doing extremely well. Now, I don't even believe that was a spread shot Vayne. Look, I'm prepared to be wrong on that one. Item drops coming in do not seem to be particularly Spear of Shojin shape, though.
They're not Spear of Shojin shape, but they do have the shave of a Godbreaker. And yes, this is fantastic, right? It's such a good and powerful ability to be able to spread that effect across multiple targets should they generate those shields. Twisted Fate in the shop here as well. A big thing to note, though, Peter. This is a gold augment. It's not the silver one, so cannot level to 7 and put in 8 duelists. Is stuck on 7 or 6 duelists for a while.
No, that's true. But let's check in with a few of our other players, of course, who are building up their own boards. Kafuzzled now has got a 3-star Jax for the Grandmaster's training. I'm just honestly really surprised at the way this board has been put together, but it's working moderately well. Kafuzzled really out of cash, but the board is good.
Yeah, the little issue I'd say here is that the chain was right. I mean, Titan Resolve is fine, but you also already kind of have that. Like, you already have the Death Defiance lying around, right? So that is going to provide some limitations in terms of what he's going to be able to do entirely. But I like the recognition of the line. I think that Jax as a reroll composition has a lot of openings in the current meta that people, quite frankly, aren't taking.
Yeah, I mean, it's working. We can see Norby's expression up in the top left. A little surprised by this board, but Kafuzzled We'll get an extra prismatic to add in here. Verdant Veil could be pretty tempting.
Yeah, now, for example, Radiant Relics goes down in so much value here for Kefuzzled because of that Chainmask just chilling around on his Jax from earlier on. Now, Verdant Veil, great as well. Like, ensuring that the Jax doesn't get CC, so he has the time to continue to sting out those auto attacks. Great battle mates as well. Gives the AP here.
Okay.
And that is going to be the choice.
Well, I mean, we're kind of doubling down on the Grandmaster's effect here. We know we've got a lot of HP from the Brawlers. Now we're giving them extra stats to make the best use of it. I mean, I was certainly expecting to see, because we've not got a Jax here who's got range, so he's going to have to be right in the center.
Peter, I'm sorry. Like,
what have you seen? What have you seen?
Nothing that you say here will matter. We have 2x, not 1, not 2. Not 1, not 2. We have 2, not just 1. We have 2. Yeah, okay. It's kind of like, going out to a ramen shop, we got 2x this time around. We got the special.
I mean, it makes us taught us the way that 1 egg is never enough. But to be able to pick up those eggs when you're at the top of the table right now is amazing for Norby and Ging. I mean, I know something whenever I pick it up, I end up plummeting out immediately, but they are in the best possible position to get a huge payout.
And also keep in mind here, they are going to get different payouts here. They are not synchronous, in case people are wondering, because I saw that question pop up on Reddit probably a week ago or something like that. So in case anyone else out there had the same wonder, they are going to get 2 different payouts.
Then we'll have to see how well they end up matching the board. Right now, for game, we can see we've got the frontline items, we've got most of the TF items. Would not hurt at all to get some sure shot available items in there as well.
He is kind of all over the place with the setup at this very moment, though, due to the fact that he has this Infinity Emblem on this Annie. But he's in a bit of a 2-mind situation, right? He hasn't found that 2-star massive upgrade you're talking about.
No, and he doesn't have any money to be able to find it either, so I think we'll be chilling for the time being. Of course, once we do get to those eggs being hatched, we'll of course be yelling eggs obnoxiously again and again. For now, though, it's all on Ging to see if they can hold on and make sure they don't take too much damage while this egg is preparing itself.
Yeah, and I think this is like one of the really defining fights just in general for this game, right? Because whoever gets to accelerate their egg clock here is in a much better position than the other player. And the reverberation here coming from Norby, we saw how powerful it was in Loescher's game when he had the mech ribbon, but just in general, if he's able to freestyle that ribbon further down the road, it should still be fine even without the mech.
So will we not be taking the L there to get onto our next carousel? We can see even more spatulas being chucked around this game. We'll be seeing an awful lot of them coming in. Of course, very good news for any Infiniteam players.
Yeah, but none open right now. Elia has an open sword, but Elia is not playing Infiniteam. He's on that Luther reroll that is kind of struggling a little bit right now despite hitting earlier on.
Well, Ging's going to take the risk here. I mean, how do you feel about this? Because, of course, you're not going to get very many more item components at this stage of the game. It may be that you won't be able to put this spatula to good use.
Yeah, that's the risk you're always going to take here. But Ging is in a very high-risk, high-reward situation regardless to the nature of having that egg. So taking the risks here, I must admit, I'm a very big fan of here. And one ASA here, IASA should I probably say, right? In a bit of a rough spot when it comes to how this line sometimes kind of can fall apart.
We've got 6 spell slingers, we've got decent itemization, but yes, the star levels aren't quite there. Ekko could potentially be up to a 2-star as well, but this board is looking decent. But the loss streak is still in place for now. We will be got the 4 Ox Force in, and it's going to be switching over Ekko, getting the extra burst of tankiness.
Yeah, he's going to be going for this 5 Ox Force angle, which is a little bit annoying in terms of like if you really want to be within that same tree, but the thing is, this board is just so much stronger than the 6 Slinger board he was currently, he was pushing before this. So I like the fact he's going to do this instead. This is kind of the best way to optimize this board, even though it sounds weird.
Up against Elia, I think pretty lucky that the Nico currently on 1-star does not get deleted immediately, but the board is not strong enough quite now, at least for ISA. There is the loss streak in place, but HP is not good.
No, and keep in mind, Ukkkko has been kind of turning around, been stabilizing with that binary airdrop that he picked up from the prismatic augments. And Elia has now put a streak together, and Peter, too much to your liking, Kefuzzled on a win streak, top of the standings right now. And this is what Ukkkko has been going on to, the Ox Force Slingers as well.
I mean, this is just such an unusual setup here. Certainly it came into this one, Kefuzzled, I just didn't know what to expect. Suddenly, you mentioned Alana also from the UK, tearing up things on ladder, but for Kefuzzled, much more of a closed book. If you can get a win here, of course, that will propel him up 20 points. One of the highest scoring players in this lobby would be huge in our penultimate round of day 1.
He's currently looking to go towards that level 8 angle, get some more units onto the board. So gotta keep that one in mind here. And I like the fact that Binary Airdrop has been getting a little bit of shine here from Ukkkko, because in this composition specifically, it's actually a pretty solid pickup.
Yeah, I mean, we've got several characters to work from. We really want to have items for all of them. But Confuzzled, making decent use of our friend Syndra, but not quite enough to keep that win streak going. We'll take a fairly substantial L to Ukkkko.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we're going to hit the absolutely correct jack spots. Very often it was a play for a top 4 composition more than a play for the win in the lobby. And Confuzzled kind of started to bleed a little bit too soon here, maybe with that loss, but I'd love to keep that streak into neutrals.
Thus, we will be leaving Stage 5 here. Of course, our players will be getting the last few pieces to try and make sure their board is nice and strong. We check in on the HP overall, and ISA down at 8 HP. Everybody else around the 30 to 40 mark. The top of the table, though, is not running away the game as we've seen previously.
No, and the big reason why ISA is kind of down towards the bottom lobby here has been stock level 7. This happens a lot with this composition in particular, because you need to roll pretty aggressively to stabilize, because sometimes you don't even hit like a 2-star LeBlanc, for example, on 4-1 to kind of carry you over until you can get to level 8 and try to find the TF2.
We've got the last components coming in here. Maybe ISA will even be getting at all. Got some defensive prowess to add to the mix, because right now, the itemization isn't fully there, relying heavily on the Ox Forces. We've at least got the Twisted Fate online. We've also got a very prime item for our Echo.
Yeah, you do get that Gargoyle for the Echo here. 2-star Malphite is actually a bit of an upgrade to the board right now, because you can take away that second copy of TF, but there is no third copy of TF, Peter. This is the biggest issue for ISA right now, and it's probably the biggest reason why he will be going A here. I don't see a board in the lobby he can beat.
No, I mean, it's going to be pretty rough. Ukkkko is only a couple of places above, but with a ton more HP, lands the Zephyr perfectly to remove a big source of this board's damage. It's going to be a huge uphill battle. It's the Spread Shot Vayne, who's also got the Cybernetic Uplink. She didn't get Spirit Shojin, but she's certainly getting enough mana to work with.
Yeah, and Uplink has increased value for Orc as well. Due to nature, he has the Zephyr. He has that Duelist Emblem on top of that as well. So a little bit of extra value never hurt nobody here.
Yeah, I mean, just making these rounds last longer is, of course, going to be absolutely fantastic. But that will be our first elimination. ISA, one of our lower points players, so that is a pretty major disaster for them. Ukkkko, who's up next, 24 points, a very different situation.
Has had a great day so far, and everyone that I've been talking to knows how good of a player Ukkkko is. As we do see the 3-star Ribbon and 3-star Lee Sin, so Elia gets a little bit of extra super damage, and we see Norby getting that extra frontline ready to go.
Yeah, the stars are arriving tonight. Ging also picking up the 2-star Twisted Fate thanks to the fact that ISA is out of the mix. These boards are picking up the pace, and Elia here has managed to hit pretty much everything that he wants to get at this point in the game. He's been lagging behind for a while, but this board finally online, and it's handing out the L's.
Norby here hitting the 50 fame here, but he's going to be taking a huge hit. We are going to be seeing some of these eggs popping sooner rather than later. Ging very much on the brink of opening this egg very shortly, as we are going to be going over to his perspective. Oh boy, Peter, what's in store for us behind this little egg here? Oh,
one more round. One more round. We want to keep, of course, we want to keep the anticipation going. We hope in the chat that you'll be spamming.
It's viewer retention. It's viewer retention, right? You know, we're going to put the mid-roll in now. Action chat. No. But no, got to stay on this here. This is going to be a guaranteed cash out for Ging coming up here, Peter.
And I mean, Ging's got enough in the bank HP-wise to not have to worry about this. We hope that you will fill the chat with the word egg to celebrate this big payout. Again, we're looking for some items for our backline and frontline as well for Ging. Up against Ukkkko, this could easily be an elimination right now.
Also, just a little small observer funny thing here. It says 0 out of 11 on our server feed. So we actually were correct in that regard, but the egg is going to pop soon. I would expect at least, but look at that. He has the ultimate edge roll ready to go. We can see the binary airdrop coming through from Ukkkko. Not really able to stabilize so far. He's been taking a massive risk by not rolling it down here. Sat on 60 gold. Oh,
amazing!
No, it's a 1 unit loss!
What a way to christen your egg coming into this world, but eliminating Ukkkko without even needing to use a prismatic augment. We have seen a thrashing of our bottom players. Norby is out, Ukkkko is out, we're down to our top 5.
Norby didn't get the cash out as well, keep that in mind. So Ging gonna be uncontested on this massive cash out with a top end.
There can only be one. There can only be one egg. It's not allowed to have two.
And I want to highlight something here while this carousel is going on, Peter. Some people might be looking at, okay, Ukkkko, so greedy, why did you not roll down? Well, Ukkkko is playing a consistent unit in the Twisted Fate. He needs that goal to go 9 roll instead for a different line out.
Egg. What's it going to be? It's a lot of Thieves' Gloves and the Tactician's Crown.
A Rascal's Gloves, a Thieves' Gloves, and a Tactician's Crown, right? So that's going to be a little bit of an issue, actually, when you think about it here for Ging. Because of the nature of how his board has been put together so far, right? Like, he's really struggling with places to put these, to be completely honest.
Yeah, well, we wanted something to make this Garen on the front line work better, but of course, Thieves' Gloves, Rascal's Gloves, none of them are going to work when you've got an emblem there already.
No, they will work for the Shen later down the road here. And what he's been doing, as you can see here, once he was trying to get some of these utility items from the Rascal's Glove with the Shroud, for example.
We check in with Kerfuzzle, now the first victim of the excellence of execution. Ging is still looking pretty strong. Loescher up the top is still winning. We've got ourselves an Asol in the backline backing up this Jax, but the front line is being collapsed. This Jax needs to hold on, but it's such a strong front line to try and chew through.
It is, and it's really difficult with the setup currently in place for Ging. The lack of those 2-star backline carriers, and they are there, but like the damage is not necessarily going to be great here. It's going to be a slow and steady demise of this Jax, but it is going to be the demise of it at the end. Look at this, Loescher still streaking, 56 HP, 20 HP buffer to Ging in second here.
And Loescher looking real good right now. You can see 16 points for a player in the middle. Again, as we said before, we've got players who really need the strong finish here. And our good friend Belverth returns again. Perhaps we'll get back-to-back first places.
Yeah, that would be absolutely amazing. But just look at the power on this board. He's not even gone into anything like the Garen frontline 3-star Sivir with the Mana Tempering. He has a 2-star build we're talking about, but he's also been going on to carry off the Sivir. A bit of an unorthodox board here, but I love it.
Going to be up against Kerfuzzle's Ghost in this round, but Kerfuzzle himself up against Orc here. Both of them low on HP. The battle for maybe even third place occurring right here. Elia is barely above these two, but whoever hands out the loss here will be able to move forward and maybe secure an extra point.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, this Vayne is not 3-star, so she is going to be lacking a little bit of damage and will have difficulties pushing through the Jax.
Orc will take the L, but not out in its entirety. Kerfuzzle's board just a little too strong. As you mentioned, there's a ton of armor backing up these brawlers. That's not a good matchup at all.
Okay, so we are looking at the general state of the lobby. No one would like a long streak. Loescher's streak was broken, Peter. So he is at a 49 gold together with Ging. These two players will be able to go and look towards level 9 and get those 2-star 5 costs in and just completely turn the lobby upside down.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, the real big difference between the top two and the other three. There's just no money left in the bank. They're level 7, level 8. There's no way they can keep up come the late game.
It's going to be interesting here. Okay, so it's just going to be a regular completed item. No orange shenanigans this time around, Peter. So that should be to the favor of most of the players in the lobby. If someone like Ging, for example, would love to have an Ornn artifact just to kind of have an even bigger spike to a certain extent. And these options are not really that fantastic for Kerfuzzle. Static Shift is going to be the option. It's sort of a secondary, tertiary item thing here for Warwick.
Well, I mean, we are working primarily with magic damage at this point from the Jax and from the Asol. I mean, yeah, if we were running the Laser Core Warwick, we'd be loving to have the Edge of Night, but I guess in this composition at least, this will be a Warwick that is very much a support tool.
So we are going to be seeing this board here from Elia. We haven't seen it for a while, but picked up that Radiant Giant Slayer, aka the Demon Slayer. I don't know if Kerfuzzle is seen as a ladder demon, but maybe that's what is needed to take him down.
I mean, it's an extra chunk of damage, and we know that armor is the main defense Kerfuzzle's brought out here. It's not going to work against this magic damage composition. Kerfuzzle goes all the way down to -3, will not make the top 4.
And that's going to be rough to a certain extent, but when you look at the spot itself, it wasn't fantastic, right? It wasn't a relentless assault, for example, so you had no continuous scaling all throughout the fights. And meanwhile, Ukkkko is in the top 4 without hitting Vayne free.
That is absolutely amazing. Just one away from making that happen. Of course, be a massive, massive boost because the damage isn't really coming from anywhere else on the board. It's only a 1-star Twisted Fate.
But look at the utility items as well from Ukkkko, right? Such a critical part of his approach so far. 2 Zephyrs and a Shroud. He is so difficult to position against.
And we've got 8 duelists in the mix, which means even more damage reduction up against Ging, who is now level 9. We noted our 2 top players had the money to reach there. And I think Org may be reaching the end of the line.
That's going to be a big question. Getting technical level 10 with that Tactician's Crown. So many extra items with the Feast Gloves and the Rascal Glove as well, Peter. A ton of emblems too. This board is absolutely insane.
I mean, that is just rocking them like a hurricane. The Orc had to know this one was coming. Ever since, we know our top players are really moving into position. But Loescher here, I have to imagine it's very likely we're going to be seeing exactly the same thing happen next round.
But now the final small optimizations are going to come through for Loescher here. You can see now he's switching over to that Garen, but he's still lacking that 5th Infinity. He has to figure out the best way to go about this. Can you drop something like the TF down potentially? Or any other unit that isn't really doing anything for your comp right now, because sitting on 4 it's not great here. He's even gonna, if he found the 5th one, okay, cool. It's safe. We got the duplicator on the Garen. Let's go.
All right, Elia is going to be bringing out the firepower from our friend Lulu. Keep your eyes, of course, on the Belveth at the back. Has got that scope weapons to stay out of trouble.
Oh,
massive knockup. That Janna is such a problem. Lulu, though, immediately destroys the Belveth, and that means the bite of the comp is gone. Loescher, even at level 9, will be taken down, and we're fine on to our final 2.
But we can kind of see the power of what he was doing, right? The Garen stun into that Janna knockup as well. Almost took out everything on the board besides the minor little Lulu here, but final carousel most likely between these two players here. Elia and Ging, two widely different stories going into this event. Elia on a break, coming back for the finals after qualifying. Was even, like, I don't know, we have Ging, one of the natural favorites in this tournament going into it, but having had a very disappointing day so far. We know Ging. We know he's going to clutch up in these situations.
Well, for anyone who hasn't come across Ging before, I know you're a big fan. Tell us a little bit about Ging. Why should we be excited for these final rounds?
He's just good. Like, he's very good at the small mechanical plays. Like, you see, like, how he was trying to maximize the items on the Rascal Gloves while he was trying to get to level 9, stuff like that. Like, he has a very good understanding of the base level of TFT, able to see all the lines clearly, and just a very experienced competitor.
Do bear in mind, of course, Ging has taken up the worship of our Lord and Savior, the mighty Egg. So they've got a whole bunch more damage coming through. I don't know if this is going to be close. We got the huge knockup, of course. This shouldn't kill either player, but it's an absolute bloodbath in the center.
Yeah, this Lulu is so far removed from everything so far with the action, but it also means she's out of harm's way. So while her damage might be a little bit delayed to the backline carries, she's staying alive and dealing it.
Tell me that she's a one-cost. Good God. Just ripping out the damage. Ging takes a big L there, and apparently the gloves were just not enough.
But every single thing you need to take off on the checklist for Lulu reroll to be strong is here. Yes, okay, no Growth Spirit, but who cares? You have the Action Mark. You have the healing coming through from the Guardian Spirit. And then you get the Demon Slayer from the Radiant Race. You already want Giant Slayer, especially in these lobbies where you have so much HP on these mecha tanks.
But it seems like it's so in one basket here. We haven't even got damage itemization on anybody but the Lulu.
No, and that's the thing, right? But there's no Zephyr, for example, to take it out of the pool. There's no way to get to the Lulu sooner. That Pantheon doing a ton of work in the front line.
Elia's going to try it one more time. Keep your eye on that Lulu because it'll be so very important. The frontline knocks, of course, will be avoiding getting bursted with those invincibility frames. The backline carries from Ging pumping out the damage. It's starting to collapse. Lulu's not casting fast enough. She has got the Hextech Gunblade to heal up, but she can't take the burst to the face. We're going one more way round. Elia is not pleased.
But it's also because this time around, he put the Lulu into the TF. Ging did not move his TF to a different corner. He was trying to bait something out here. It just didn't work.
So talk to me about this final round, because we've only got one more of these items come in. What's going to make the difference between who's winning and losing?
Shroud, Zephyr, strong frontline items. A declaw, for example, to maybe help this Garen stay alive for a little bit longer for Ging would be massive as well.
All right, from Elia's side of things, we noted Lulu is everything. I mean, we've got a duelist Sona in there, but I don't even know what we can get from this big old crab friend that's going to make a major difference.
Yeah, as well, remember, we cannot get any emblems or anything like that if you haven't been tuning in for a while. Those have been removed from these rounds. So, okay, just a regular item, Peter. No Oran ornaments. Also, keep in mind that for Elia, he does have a Reforger, should he not be happy with the outcome, but I think Redemption is a great shout.
Oh yeah, I mean, being able to strip out a little bit of damage would be wonderful. We have got the Morellos coming in. We know, of course, we have got some big AoE dealers. The Janna, we could maybe even put on the Cinder as well, who's just got the 2-star, and now we'll be able to throw in a 2-star Fiddlesticks as well.
Yeah, now I'm trying to see how Ging's going to navigate this, because it's not likely for him to find a 2-star Esper. You want to guarantee this Fiddlesticks onto the board. Sells the Esper away here. Perfect setup from Ging.
And we knew that Ging was primed to overtake. Finally, the Lily Board may have met its match. This time will not be firing into the tank, so maybe we see some resets coming through. Backed up with the Pantheon on the left-hand side. All the damage for Ging, though, is secreted away in that corner. The big knockups are there, the front line starting to disappear, and Lulu just doesn't seem like she's doing enough. More cards coming in for the Janna. I think this one is surely done. The Pantheon cannot stand one cost all the way to the final 2. But surely this doesn't work
yet,
out.
Peter, not
the shield's
yet.
going through. Lulu still stays alive. One more card, and Ging goes down.
And the big thing I was talking about this in the previous fight that Ging won. Lulu on the opposite side of TF this time around. So the TF could not reach it in time, and the Lulu started resetting on the other backline units from Ging's board.
Oh my gosh, what a difference a piece of positioning can make. You can see exactly how that meant to Elia at the end. Just throwing up the sides much like you've been doing here. There's so much excitement here. We're only one round away from being done in day 1, so you've only got a limited amount of time to get these wins and that get you to day 3.
Yeah, such a massive moment. Also for Ging, right? Sure, it's not a first place, but just getting those 7 points, start to build up that tally. It's what we know for, what we know and love him for, right? But he needs to crush it up even more.
Oh my gosh, I'm still in awe of how this Lulu board can still work the way. As you said, so many different ways to still make it work, and I was certain we finally found the ultimate cap of that board, but it was not to be. It's still a menace, still locking down lobbies.
Absolutely insane one here. And while we are going to take a breather, you guys are going to have an interview in the break with our most recent game winner, Elia.
My name is Elia. That's why I named myself EliaTFT, because I'm not that creative. I'm from Germany, and my goal this GSC is just to get day 3, so I qualify for regionals. I really enjoy playing this set. It's so much better than the last set, like the hero augment mechanic is really fun, especially now that they introduce 4 rerolls, and you don't need to save your normal augment reroll, so you don't get Mortdog that often. And I didn't really like the dragons, so that's nice that they're gone. That's pretty hard to say. Like a lot of really good players, like the friend ones, like double German legend Salvi. I played versus him in German League, and he destroyed us really hard. So he's probably one of the only people I'm really scared of in Germany. But that's a hard question, because there are so much good competitors, and it's always decided by like who got the best opener, who got a good day, like who's comfortable on the patch. And because the patch is really fresh, it's really hard to say right now who's gonna be the most difficult player to play against. I want to shout out the German community, especially Memo and his Discord, because they're the reason I made it this far. Without the support of the German community, I wouldn't have gotten that far in TFT. I would probably have stopped at like reaching Challenger, I reset in and quitting.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rising Legends Finals. We just saw Lulu reroll finally fall, but second place. It's better than she's done for most of the day. But we also have an important announcement here, David.
We do.
They stole our damn chairs!
And it's not the first time. There was a thief around in Dragonlands as well. The Teemo plushie was stolen, and I think the same thief is still around here in Iberia.
All right, well, the chairs aren't up here. Carol, come here. Can you help me with this? So here's where our chairs used to be. Can we get a zoom in on where the chairs were?
They are certainly not there in Iberia, I can confirm.
Yeah, you'll
I
note
have
there's
eyes.
no chairs. Excellent. Thank you, Carol. I appreciate it.
Something else we got to speak about, though, in terms of comps that were stolen from the meta, but have come back. It is Jax DD, because we have Kerfuzzled, our only UK player, very bravely hitting a Jax 3, breaks all the rules of Jax. No RFC, no scope weapons, completely different items to what is considered BIS, but off of that tempo, off a very early upgrade, still manages a 5th place, not a top 4 ideally, but still impressive to see Jax being played in this tournament. I had no expectations for Jax at all this entire weekend.
Yeah, no, I was pretty sure that composition was dead. Obviously, Kerfuzzled proving us, I'll say he proved us wrong. Hey, 5th place, that's still better than I expected Jax to do. But we do have to talk about a couple of players in particular. First off, I want to highlight Ging and Norby on that egg. Ging really made it work. Norby died, so not ideal. But we did see that it is viable at this highest level. It got him 2nd place. Elia, of course, with that pesky Lulu, barely beat him out. Followed by Loescher and Og, some players we want to talk about.
And for this game 5, I had a special treat. Both my favorite and my dark horse were in this game. Unfortunately, my favorite Ging eliminated my dark horse Og. Still both managed to sneak into that top 4. And I think for Og, especially impressive, was going for the Vayne 3 with spread shot, was not able to find it, but still managed to get that top 4. So very, very impressive. And one more thing to note, once again, scope weapons Belveth, 3rd place for Loescher in the top 4. I think players going into this tournament did not expect success rate for scope weapons and augment. I think going to tomorrow, every single player, if they see scope weapons offered, will be trying to run some kind of board that has that Belveth in the back line.
Well, and I think the strength of it is it's the recon emblem from regular old monsters attack without all of the drawbacks. The problem with the recon emblem, for anyone who didn't play during 8.0, is that Belveth naturally has that little dash on her attack. I'm going to dash into frame, out of frame. See if we can do that on the stage. They told us to play with the stage, so I'm doing my
I'm not going to risk it. We have our feet positions. I am
That's
staying
right. We have tape on the floor telling us to stand in spot. But the thing that would happen as a result is Recon also gave a dash. So she would dip out, dip back in, dip out, dip back in every time she attacked. This time, we still have the +2 range, but she doesn't have to waste extra time with the additional dodge.
And extra item slots. Essentially, you were playing with a 2-item Belveth in the past. Now it's a 4-item Belveth. You don't have to play that Recon emblem on the Belveth as well. You get the extra range and the extra attack speed from the augment itself. So overall, I think this is the one combination of augment and champion that has surprised me the most. I knew it was strong, but every single time we've seen it on broadcast, it has been a guaranteed top 4 essentially.
Yeah, definitely underrated coming into this one as we take a look at our leaderboards.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it, Iberia. I see what you're looking at. I see what I'm looking at. I'm not even going to mention it. There's a day 2 tomorrow. I'm going to remind you. There's no cutoff. There's still a chance.
I'm just letting you know I'm not too proud to admit when I'm wrong. I'm not wrong yet, but I'm just saying if
what happened to your LCQ 100% predictions, huh?
That was great. I'm fantastic, but I can be wrong. Even gods are fallible.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
You know how
I think very fallible in this case.
Yeah, more than most. But of course, speaking of surprises, I think Enzo coming into this one, we knew he's been a staple of the Golden Spatula Cups of the Rising Legends scene for a while. Did not expect him to get 3 firsts in a row and then a second 2 games later.
Insane start, but also insane consistency from Cambiz. We talked about it. I thought there's no chance you can continue this consistent run all throughout a set. 3 tournaments in a row, finals now as well with this level of competition. And still, he's there. He's 2nd place. Arma Truck as well, someone I know French players are really a fan of. So France and Germany both doing so hot today as well. And Hayden, huge shout out to the Swedish player, popping off in that top 5.
Cambiz, Og, Hayden, Potable, all having incredibly consistent performances throughout the day. We'll see if they can keep it up in our final game. Casters, Wida, Counterfeit, take it away.
Oh boy, what a day 1 this has been. 2 more days to come after this, but already we're seeing the real emergence of, in a tournament where we thought this is Germany's time to really take the center stage. The French squad dominating 4 out of the 5 top spots is incredible.
Yeah, that's insane, right? And even for me personally, right, this might just be me like having my Shaq movie, like I apologize, but not super familiar with the game, but Armatrook for me is a player that, like, if I were to do like a top 10 French players, I probably wouldn't have him in there, but I know that a lot of French players really do rate Armatrook as a player overall, so like super happy to see him perform well. Always nice to see some of those newer names really popping off.
Yeah, and of course we'll be seeing Armatrook coming into the next lobby as well. As I mentioned before, this is only the halfway point of the competition, but we're already seeing some super strong performances coming in. It's going to be a big ask for anyone to unseat players of this caliber from the top of the table in day 2.
It's also returned to a familiar situation, right? French players on top. The Germans have had it too easy for a while. I feel like going into this finals now, the French are finally really starting to perform at the level that we expect them from. They had the Super Bowl win, only part of ball here from that Super Bowl team coming out of the Hex League, however, but still, the French scene overall really seems to be in a very good spot going into the tournament.
Yeah, of course, as we said before multiple times, we have very high expectations from Canbase. We just didn't expect that to extend to nearly the rest of the team as well. Of course, we know so many of these regions spend a lot of time prepping together, so apparently whatever the French players have been doing, it's working.
It is working for sure, right? And also, gotta give props to man, like Ukkkko, for example, right? Like being at that happening again. And the story about Ukkkko is it's the first time that he's at a finals, and the other times that he's been playing, indeed, it was back in like Galaxies and Fates and back in the old school days, right? Before Rising Legends became a thing. And back then, like he would finish in around like the 21st, like that 20 to 30 bracket. But now, he looks like he's making a real challenge for top of the table.
All right, let's get into our final lobby. We can see Armatrook, we mentioned before, on 30 points. Currently, the top scorers in the whole tournament are only on 34, so that's a pretty damn impressive thing. For everybody else, though, we're looking around 20. Hayden, of course, will be the exception on the 28. There's still an incredibly important Game 6.
Yeah, and obviously, as Hayden's mental coach, I gotta root for Hayden to a certain extent, right? But no. Another thing I gotta keep in mind here is that Havali, for example, playing a lobby that we haven't seen like do too well today. Considering like how strong in form he's been one of the best players overall throughout the entirety of the GSC circuit this year. Really one of the new shining players coming out of the Turkey region, right? So really excited to see if he can kind of turn it around. Like, was he at 19 points right now? Not necessarily bad, but needs a little bit more if he wants to have a real strong shot at that top 8 going into tomorrow.
Yeah, the lowest points right now is 14. The highest points are 34. So there is a big spread across the competition. Yeah, we'll be, of course, we're reseeding coming into the future of the day 2 of the competition, then cutting to our top 8. So with so many high-scoring players, there's so little room to work with. It could very well be the results of this lobby which makes a difference between whether it's possible to make it into the final 8 or not at all.
Also, an interesting thing I want to highlight here. Most likely, only Havali and Kaspersky has not gotten any of their gold yet here. Havali should be guaranteed to get a gold drop coming through right now. Okay, maybe I got it before I didn't see it because we were talking about super important things, right, Peter?
But yes.
Early 2-star copy of that Silence, but if you look at the items, Peter, they're not exactly screaming Anima Squad right now.
No, though I suppose maybe we, if we find an early event, we can somehow make that work, but of course, this is one of the competitions we don't necessarily get a ton of because you do need to have that really strong start, get those fame stacks rolling in. And right now, having Silence 2 is great, but there haven't been any other Anima squads so far.
And also, like another thing with like Glitched Out here is that Silence 2 is not as powerful as it used to be. Because back in just regular monsters attack, I think that's something that's worth noting here as well. Is that okay? Grand Challenge for Vali. Okay, no, your spot is actually garbage for Grand Challenge. Please don't take it. But I do believe the Grand Challenge is an insane augment. If you have the spot for it, it's insane. So I'm just gonna Divine Ascent, Peter. Kale did get a re-nerf after being buffed due to the impact of the most recent B patch, but we were talking about how this wasn't an Anima Squad opener.
I guess it is now.
I guess it is now. You do have the early Silence. Hopefully there's an Naz in the shops you can pick up. Everyone goes boom. Because had this been Soul Leader instead of Stacks on Stacks, this was a different question. But Stacks on Stacks would be way too risky here. But instead we're going to be going with, well, the less cool version of like scoped weapons.
I mean, to be fair, we know how good scoped weapons has been, so I guess, while it's definitely not quite the situation we would hope for, this does allow for a very interesting ball. We've got a strong backline, being able to scope weapons in on the front. I mean, we've got the, right now it looks like it's at least good enough to get a soft loss, maybe even a win.
I mean, when you have Renekton intruders early on combined with that Morgana, it's going to be pretty good overall, right? But another thing you got to keep in mind is that it's going to be a pretty big thing to give up early in the early game here, having to put a Kayle on the board in the late stage of the game, right? So, sure, like Kayle, like the fretboard, if that's what we're going to be going for, has a very flexible setup, not too much crazy stuff going on, but like having to play Kayle in the late game is not going to be ideal. Could go into a traditional laser call opening as well. The options are plenty right now because I don't think regular duelist really is where I want to be.
Well, it may have been a disappointing augment choice here for Havali Nick, but for other players, it's a very different story. Hyperbolic Time Chamber in here for Armatruk and for Sasa. Dynamic defenses, of course, we know how strong that is for Hayden and Salvi.
And it's something to note here as well, like just historically speaking, Hayden and Salvi, part of the kind of the same old school social circles back in the day. Not so much anymore, I do believe, but still, like that old school selection of players, you're thinking about Dark Hydra, you're thinking about Fluffy, Hayden, well, Salvi, etc. That group of people, Taps as well can be put into that one. It was kind of part of like the dominant early EU West players, and well, Hayden making it back here finally for a while after really been wanting to make his name on the stage for so long. Got me in the same mix as well. That type of group of players here, he's a part of that.
I think that's really reflects early TFT, doesn't it? When we didn't necessarily have the regions coming together quite as strong as they were, having that group of friends to practice with, to theorize with, could make all of the difference. But to cut back in here for the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, we've got 2 of those in this lobby. And I want to bring it up for you, like, what does this mean for the lobby going forwards?
So it's kind of the same vein as something like a level up, something like a March of Progress. I think it's much more applicable to something like a March of Progress where you can actually buy XP. As long as you can get like something like a blue buff early on Delusion, you're going to farm yourself so much XP over the course of these earlier rounds. And it's such a massive economic bonus. And as I was talking about earlier on today, in the Oxford Spellslinger competition, the best hero augment, well, that is actually going to be Hyperbolic Time Chamber because of how effortlessly you get to go to level 8.
I mean, I certainly do like the ball we've got here, even if we don't have the blue buff. There's the Oxfords to make the rounds last just a little bit longer and get a few more cards in. Up against Havali Nick, who is playing pretty aggressively. I mean, the Righteous range being put to good use here. It's definitely not what we would have expected, but if you roll all the way down, you got to take what you get.
Gotta take what you get here, but Sasa, he is going to be on that 10 gold at least with level 5, so that's just the power of that Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Obviously, loose string is going to be a little bit more difficult when you are going into those earlier levels, but so far so good. This kind of been the story of his tournament games today, right? So far, like you think about it, he has 22 points in the tournament overall so far, so let's see how this is going to go. Open Spatula on the carousel.
And the sword.
But the sword is not, I mean, it depends, right? Because you either just land the Oxford emblem if you're Sasa, or you go for the Infinity emblem you're talking about, Peter.
Well, we know it has been pretty darn good. It certainly seems like the kind of option which, if you know you're not going to have to work too hard to get into the line, would perhaps tempt you off the path of righteousness.
Are you a paladin, Peter? I'm sorry. I just cannot deal with like lawful good players. I'm much more like chaotic neutral, more like chaotic evil. I just gotta say that. Like, I don't have time to listen to all your paladin nonsense. So just gotta put that out there.
Well, there's no time for niceties certainly here in our final round of the day because every one of our players is biting and clawing at each other just to get one more point. And again, in this lobby we've got the big spread. Armatruk is up there on the 20. Above 20, we've got several other players in that same kind of area as well.
We have a Warwick on this board from Armatruk.
What?
So I guess we know which route he will be going further down the road. But
oh boy,
he's also the player on that Hyperbolic Time Chamber. And again, Armatruk, a player that, while I did say in the top of like this little game here that I was not too familiar with him, we got to keep in mind that he did win an open qualifier back in Gizmos and Gadgets. A player that we have seen perform quite well in a variety of these GSCs as well. So he's not a player that people are going to be super unfamiliar with, but he's not like a standout superstar power type of name in like the overall French sphere.
I mean, it's worth noting here for anyone who's unaware of the Open Qualifiers, they are massive tournaments. So to actually win one of those in itself, even if it's not necessarily the highest level tournament, is still incredibly impressive. Armatruk and Havali Nick, though, they've both been very impressive so far, both on streaks.
Yeah, and these streaks here are super important to keep in mind here, Peter, because in reality, with the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Armatruk could have just been sitting back, chilling, and say, you know what, I'm just going to take my free 4 gold here, just going to go naturally into level 6 during the round. Instead, goes to level 6 instantly to try to see if he can punish Nick's streak.
Okay, yeah, going to be potentially up the streakers against each other. I suppose with more boards, you are going to get more things, and it will be the 2 streaks. Valinic did not decide to spend, so presumably will be losing out.
And look at the sheer amount of frontline items here as well for Armatruk. And that's the biggest deciding factor for a win streak in the early game. It's going to be having that strong frontline. Sure, it's the Lucian too, Peter, but it has no items, just sheer overpowerment of the frontline.
And it's Armatruk with 30 points. My apologies from before. 30 points are currently the highest scoring player in the lobby who keeps hold of their win streak. Amazing news for our French player to keep on building to further and further domination.
And overall in this lobby, you gotta keep in mind that we have 2 players on really high points in Hayden and Armatruk, and it's not the normal scene that we use during GSCs. It's not the players with the highest points going against each other like you're used to at home. There's a bit different seeding format being used, so for a player like Ukkkko, for example, to take a win in this lobby and potentially send someone like Hayden or even Armatruk into the bottom 4 would mean a massive gain in the overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly very bad news for the rest of the lobby that Armatruk has been so dominant because of just how much it limits your ability to get through and steal away that first place for our players who are so desperately in need of it. Looking at the right-hand side, though, economy-wise, we're seeing that the lobby is keeping a fair amount of gold in pocket.
And also just a final reminder that points are not getting reset going into day 2. We're not going to be cutting any players after today, so there's an entire full day of games again tomorrow, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, we always know, of course, over a 3-day competition, of which, of course, most players will only be paying 2, but you can have just a bad day. We can see players who've been incredibly dominant in day 1 suddenly take a huge dive in day 2 and open the door for being leapfrogged.
And one of these players that are currently not having a bad day because he's been taking one down here to the underground is going to be Salvi on that blue buff edge where they're trying to save some HP. But with the 4 underground in place, he's going to be able to accelerate into those steeper heights very quickly.
And we've even got the blue buff in there for Ezreal as well as those dynamic defenses to make the round last a little bit longer. Salvi, of course, not necessarily, well, not looking to get a win here, just try and soften the loss a bit. And I think the board should be good enough to at least sneak out 1 kill.
You say that, Peter, but the dynamic defenses on a Blitzcrank 2 at this point in the game.
What a beast.
Is exactly what a beast of a unit. And that is going to be Hayden stabilizing here at Salvi. 6 loss streaks so far, but 54 HP is honestly not that bad.
No, absolutely. I mean, it is still a big gap from Sasa, who is above, but we have got a late game possibility. Salvi has got 2 costs on the board right now. I don't know if he necessarily wants to go into a 2-cost reroll angle.
Well, he had a double trouble option, at least last time as well, if you want to go for that massive swing around turn at some point. And another thing I actually want to highlight here for a second is going to be these players playing temporary boards are actually pretty okay with the fact there's been a 2-1 hero augment because they're not going to get punished on free 2 for playing these intermediary boards that doesn't really reflect where they're going to end up, so they haven't been forced to take a bad hero augment in that regard.
Yeah, that's true. No more catering. In fact, no catering at the beginning of the game either. Ukkkko managing to keep hold of the win streak, though, as we head into the depths of Stage 3. Salvi, very close to a potential catch-out here, but with the amount of HP he's got left, it does seem like we're going deeper.
We are indeed, but only a 1-star Blitzcrank still for Salvi. That is going to cost him a ton of HP here. And you're talking about how Sasa picked up that emblem earlier on with the pickup of the spatter yourself on the carousel. It has become that Infinite Team emblem, Peter.
Well, that's what we always like to see. Certainly with Simon the Lucian, it's going to be a much easier transition to this late game ball as we see Sasa building up a big head of steam, getting a ton of casts out of that Lucian to push the levels even further.
Oh, that execute from the Samura is so big here, actually costing Salvi a couple of HP, which could end up being a really big thing. Because look at the HP differential, Peter. Yes, Salvi has that last stand, but he's still 30 HP behind Sasa.
I mean, what we liked seeing before was having an incredible late game board combined with last stand.
Oh, you gotta keep going though, no? Yeah, it just keeps going here. I love that from Salvi. Instant snap here, no consideration either. So, you know what, last was not what I'm after. I need some of those X-Factor items, Sonya's Paradox, all of these really incredible items gotta show up instead.
Ooh, I'm not liking the position here for Salvi. It's on 21 points overall, so a clear 9 points behind EliaTFT and Armatruk in this lobby. EliaTFT is on top along with Ukkkko, both streaking.
Switch over to Pantheon? Okay, no. I guess he wants to have the double effect from the Shen here. He just doesn't like having two-star Pantheons, right? So it's kind of a difference here because when you copy the Pantheons, you get two CCs, but with his instead you get double Terrors instead. So it's not necessarily a mistake in that regard, just a different type of optimization.
Well, for SwellowTiger, it seems to be working out pretty darn well so far. So we know we've got two different Infinity Team players in the lobby. Right now for this Infinity Team board, though, it's working pretty darn well. It might just be about to drop the win streak, though. The cast comes out last second and keeps SwellowTiger nice and warm.
We're talking 1 or 2 auto attacks from that vein, and that's a loss of this entire streak for SwellowTiger, who is looking to be chasing down a Sivir free with that time and a half, Peter. Keep in mind, that's going to be so much gold overall. It could be a potential massive late-game transition as well.
And we've even got Sivir here on the carousel if you want to try and go in and swipe an extra one. Just for anyone who's unaware, getting extra gold based on how much AD you have. Of course, getting a Deathblade in there, getting a 3-star in there. You're getting money specifically for spending money and spending items.
Yeah, I think some of the wildest you can get it to is like 8 or 9 gold. Like, that is the ridiculous numbers that you can kind of get to. But you get to a point with enough swords that you're guaranteeing yourself 4 to 5 gold every round, right? And that is just so much extra economy to work with, as we can see here now. Hopping over to Havali, we've been talking about him, Peter. One of the players we expected a lot from. Going for that level 7 transition, has picked up the Belvev on the bench, but it's not 2-starred, so still not fully strong enough to warrant a full transition.
We've got some interesting choices coming in here for Havali, Nick. It does make me wonder if maybe we'll be seeing the KO getting binned. We've got Belveth there to potentially allow for the Righteous Range to mean something. But right now, it's just a grab bag of units, the strongest board Havali can put together, but he spent a lot of money getting there.
He did indeed do that, Peter, but even if he continues to lose out here, he does have a 30 HP buffer down to Salvi, and then he can continue his loss streak into Neutrals and try again on 4-1, but we can kind of see the power level of the Righteous Range with the Belvev. It was very clear this was where we were going to be ending up at, and if he can beat Salvi here, that is so massive for his potential, like guaranteeing at least going 7.
And that puts Salvi below 30 HP, real big danger zone for one of our lower points players. Could very much head into a dangerous situation.
Keep in mind here, we're switching to Salvi's perspective, Peter. This is going to be the 3rd highest coming through. It can be fantastic. It can't be horrible. Rocket Grab as well as Gold Collector. I mean, you can't go deeper. You just got to take this, Peter.
I mean, 27 HP. No, apparently Salvi will disagree. He's up to 4 underground right now. This seems incredibly risky, but from where Salvi is in the competition, perhaps this is the only path he sees forwards.
Keep in mind, he has to win 5 fights in a row, Peter. He can only afford to take 1 loss. He's 27 HP. This is a massively high-risk play coming out from one of the most storied players in competitive TFT history.
I mean, Salvi will at least have the last stand to buy 1 extra round, but up against SwellowTiger, you know there's the promise being presented here of a heavy, heavy loss that'll push Salvi towards having to catch in the last stand.
Oh yeah, I did the thing, didn't I? I forgot about the last stand. You never forget about the
last stand.
You kind of do, right? I mean, holy moly, this is going to be a massive hit coming through from SwellowTiger, who is still chilling at the top of the lobby. Did lose that 1 or 2 fights down to the 92 HP, but outside of that, really a strong showcase from him. Speaking of strong showcases, Peter, someone we need to see a strong showcase from. Kaspersky also kind of tumbling down the standings here, 48 HP.
It looks like we're bringing out some sort of Star Garden or Duelist board, but I mean, with Salvi very close to doing a complete turnaround or an immediate plummet out of this lobby, you have to know with SwellowTiger being so strong, those HP totals won't stay this high for long.
They will not here, so potential death cap angle for this Ezreal could be the case, and now you gotta go deeper, don't you? Also keep in mind, Salvi, very, very prominent Kaiser reroll player as well, so he's very familiar with these quick draw lines, how deep you can take them. Sure, it's not necessarily as powerful on this patch as it was on the previous one, which would have been probably Salvi favorite to win the World Championship, to be completely honest. If you look at his domestic tournament scores, he averaged 1.8 over like 12 games in Germany and Dark Region. It was quite frankly insane here, but he's playing it out in an even greedier fashion, does not want to send it to 0 here. And Kaspersky, you said, Peter, duelist board, indeed it is.
Yeah, and we've saw multiple upgrades coming into this round for Salvi. This is going to be running it right to the edge of annihilation. should be taking the L here pretty convincingly because this duelist board is just too damn strong. Maybe Fasalvi can avoid going down to the last stand. No, it's activated. One last chance.
Yeah, with those 2 losses, he's going to be just 2 points away from that heist being unlocked for him. Axiom Arc, Jewel, Lotus, both of these are fantastic. He's going to be going for that Axiom Arc instead, and now he has to send it, Peter. He has to find these upgrades.
There's a 2-star MF coming in, last stand. Thank you, production, for showing us on the side of the screen. Health, armor, magic resist, and Omni Vamp coming in.
All right, 2 more.
We've got the Vi getting a little bit close, but money is running out, and we've not gotten there.
Oh, this is not ideal here for the German superstar player. 21 points, not the worst of days. 22 points, still not ideal because making that leap up to the top 8 tomorrow is going to be utterly difficult. We don't have the full idea about his matchup pool either right now, so there's something we gotta keep in mind. Any positioning thing that can come through here will be massive. Again, 2 copies of Ezreal away from greatness.
We know right now the 8th place position Elia is on 27 points overall, so you really want to be getting at least somewhere close to that. For Salvi, that just doesn't seem to be terribly likely. They will be going up against the dynamic defenses board. Hayden almost falling out of frame. It has been a long day for our players, but they're still fighting with everything they have.
And this looks like this could be pretty good here for Salvi, getting that action mark in to guarantee those resets on the weaker frontliners for now. Salvi, one more
shot!
Okay, saved for now. Cash out coming in here as well. But the 4th cash out, it's such a cruel mistress, Peter. It can be fantastic, but it can also be utterly garbage.
I mean, there's so much needed from this cash out for Salvi to recover.
Okay, we can work with this. We can work with this, Peter.
All right, tell me the story. What's going to happen from here?
I have honestly no idea, but we have Orniters, we have full items, we have the Ezreal free as well, as I'm completely stumbling all over the place. And Salvi has to avoid doing the same thing here. Gotta keep that clear mind. Paradox would have been fantastic on this Ezreal, but no longer can fit it on there. But setting up the secondary Kai'Sa carry, Peter.
All right, we are now no longer underground. We are now a quick draw board, and a quite strong one indeed. But there's one chance for the rest of the game. We've got some very good backline carries, but our front line is still being held down almost exclusively by the Blitzcrank.
And keep in mind, this Ezreal now is freestyle with that Axiom Arc and extra stats from the last stand with the supporting cast. This board is crazy good for now.
And we can see Ketzer unflustered, but this does send a message to the rest of the lobby. The pace has just picked up. Swillertiger at the top, taking an L as well. It seems like the whole lobby is picking things up as well.
This is gonna be crazy. Even a spatula on this carousel for people that are trying to play those lines like the Infinite team. Does Sasa take another spat? He has an open sword, Peter. It is an option, but he's not really considering it.
No, I mean, it's such a risk. Amatrick gonna go right past the Nunu and into the center. These last few choices, particularly for Salvi, you know, they're going to make such a big difference in just pushing further. There's still, you know, we've got Sasa, Amatrick. They're on around 30, 40 HP. It's a long road for Salvi.
But look at this from Havali, for example. So many components on the bench. Now he's got to make something from something here. But he is also win streaking with that maximum level threat, Peter. We were talking about this being the most common line from his position. And well, so far, so good. Max level threat, extra HP as well.
Yeah, and there's a lot of threats making that even stronger. Though the front line isn't itemized as of yet. Our Belveth items are fantastic, and we've even got 2 Belveths who'll be firing from out of range for quite a long time.
Little minor issue here. A little minor? Well, I guess you kind of the overemphasis kind of helps, right? But the tier is currently stuck on this Morgana, so can't go for something like the double Archangels on to this Aurelion Soul, but this fight could be everything for Havali because he's stuck level 7. He needs to continue to protect this streak, but look at the side of Sasa. Level 8, 2-star Samira, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, Sasa takes a big hit. Salvi does not die, so the 8th place is still open for Sasa, dropping down to 17. It feels like we're going to need to see someone really surge forward to beat Salvi, and by the time that happens, Sasa might well be dead.
That's a bit grim though, Peter. He'll be eliminated from the game.
Okay, fine. We won't actually kill him for coming 8th, I suppose.
All right, Salvi going to level 7 now has found that stabilization we're talking about, can now start helping, getting a bit more frontline in to support that Blitzcrank.
Oh boy. I do love the threats balls, as you say. You know, we've got such a good setup here. Swiller Tiger still remains in top place, even if Havali Link keeps things going. Sasa, after taking a loss in the previous round with the 5 Infinity Team board, this is looking pretty good. But still, just like Salvi, very little room to maneuver.
Very little room to maneuver here. Hayden with that Zephyr from the TG does not snipe the Samira, so Sasa's carry unbothered for now.
I mean, we've got a pretty decent board. We're keeping our eye out for our friend Warwick, who's just chewing through the front line. With, unfortunately, for Sasa, it's taking a while for our friend Samira to really get enough damage done, and this might actually be enough.
Yeah, and it's really hard for these carries to kill Warwick when he has that additional healing, and Sasa down to just 4 HP, and there's no last stand to save him. Salvi already took that one, but he does make it into neutral. We're not going to get all 8 players into stage 5 at minimum, so... Ooh. Looking at the spot though, like he's lacking the option of something like the Garen here. He's sitting on 53 gold and an angle to go level 9. Potentially could also just roll it down, Peter. This could be a super, super interesting spot for Sasa because there's no correct way to play this spot out. Right, that's the big thing you got to keep in mind here because he's got all that extra 8 XP to work with from that Hyperbolic Time Chamber, but some people will just roll on 8 here instead try to 2-star the front line.
Well, it takes an enormous amount of nerve at this point in the competition to hold where you are because, of course, we saw Double from before, dying with gold in pocket. You can end up cursing yourself for not just taking what you've got in front of you and making the most of it. The roll down will be happening once we've hit level 9. Sasa looking to fight back from the brink just like Salvi.
Looking to do that. We see some big upgrades around the board here. Urgot 2 from Armatruk, TF2 from Kaspersky. Ketzer trying to continue that Anima Squad line with the Jinx pickup. So a lot of other boards spiking. That's interesting speaking what happens at the start of stages as well. Keep that in mind. And no real spike here from going level 9 outside maybe the 7 Infinity Team here for Zaza. Is that going to be enough though? That's the big question.
Well, we're going to get an elimination one way or the other. Salvi versus Zaza. I mean, the 3-star, as we pointed out before, is an absolute unit, just ripping through everything. The front line remains intact. The Blitzcrank doing so damn well. A fully itemized Misfortune. The Axiom Arc going up like crazy, and Sasa will not stick around to see the final hammer fall.
No, and this is also, look at all the lasers as well from this Belvev. And with that insane attack speed, you're getting so many of these drone shots. But again, Salvi really just taking that high-risk, high-reward place that we've been talking about, and he's running with it. You're pointing out full items onto that Misfortune. Such a massive pickup for him.
We knew we wanted to see the multi-threat setup, but from Armatruk, you mentioned, we've got this amazing Belvev who will eventually collect all of these laser core drones. Looking across the field, though, we have got a pretty big separation between our currently bottom 3 players and the top 4.
Absolutely, but again, keep in mind, we're stage 5, Peter. Everything can change to just a single fight.
Well, Ketz is going to be giving us one of those fights. We've got a duelist Misfortune in the mix there, along with our friend Vayne, of course, fully itemized as well. Keep your eye out for the Belvev, because she is just right in the corner. I mean, this is how you make sure she gets those laser drones.
It is indeed, but look at the strength of the sport so far here, coming through from Ketzer. It's doing a ton of work putting Armatruk into the danger zone, and Salvi just keeps on winning. We're looking at Armatruk, we're looking at Kaspersky for these eliminations coming up, probably in this very fight.
I mean, with Salvi being so strong, it just doesn't feel like you can put streaks together unless, of course, unless you're the one to eliminate him. It's going to come through, break your streak, and break the economy of the players in the middle.
Yeah, Spirit of the Arc from Kaspersky here, not the greatest augment set up for him entirely, right? So he's just playing this traditional, vertical duelist line, but what we've been talking about has not really been the case that it has been strong today. It has really faltered in pretty much every single game.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it either, but Kaspersky's got to keep on holding on 16 points overall, our lowest points total in this lobby. Armatruk on the other side, who has got 30 points, our highest points total, might be going out this round because that's an awful lot of damage.
Yes, and we saw how earlier on in the fight, the Belvev got Zephyr, so even though that was always going to be a fight loss, there was going to be no acceleration of that attack speed coming through here. So double elimination, Armatruk and Kaspersky. Hayden taking another loss here. It's looking like a blood 4 because Salvi has no intentional stopping.
I mean, it's just such an incredible ride to the edge there. Honestly, Salvi, one of those players I remember from our previous sets, we managed to run a win streak and managed to somehow turn it into a win. Salvi just playing with fire, but somehow it's everybody else that gets burned.
Yeah, Infinity Emblem on the offering here, but well, Sasa got eliminated a long time ago and not really at the focus of anything other than Swellow. So Swellow at the top of the standings here is going to be able to cut down on some of those bad units in that tree and still stay at that 7 Infinity.
Oh my gosh, but Salvi's found a pretty big upgrade as well. The Aegis, not currently part of the composition, but could be added to bring online, making it a little bit more resilient. Swellow Tiger, we'll see what they're going to swap.
This is an interesting setup here. We can kind of see like just how stable his economy as well. Like his board is so well rounded here, and getting both the double Fiddle and the double Garen with the double frontline hex. This is absolutely crazy. This could not be better for Swellow Tiger.
Let's see if it's good enough to take down the Anima squad board again. We've got the two backline carriers. Ketzer, you can see a little bit of look of concern on his face. Swellow Tiger has been absolutely coming to life in our final lobby of the day when it's needed the most. And I just don't know if the Anima squad is strong enough.
This Soul Eater could provide a ton of value with these low HP units on the side of Swellow Tiger, but this MF could just not produce enough damage here. And Ketzer has a big HP buffer to work with. Hayden taking another loss here, looking to be most likely to go 5th.
Yeah, but Salvi is still running an absolute rampage, clawing up the table. As you said, Hayden in elimination territory, Ketzer down on 24. Swellow Tiger and Havaldi, the only ones who feel remotely safe, as Hayden does find a major upgrade.
He does find that Warwick 2 finally, but the issue is he's 7 out of 8 units on the board, which is very far from ideal. And he can't even really do anything on the board. He could sell this 2-star Lee Sin, pick up the Shen alongside it with the 1-star in the shop, but I don't think that's an upgrade when you start thinking about that. So he is going to be facing against Salvi. I think this is going to be the end for Hayden today.
Yeah, knock up as well on the Mordekaiser. What a way to go out for Hayden. I mean, came into this one with 28 points, so he's still pretty okay in terms of tournament health overall, but Salvi just unstoppable. Now with the Urgot as well. The backline fully intact, and Hayden, a wry smile. I think, honestly, just impressed at how well Salvi has played.
Yeah, I gotta say that as well, right? Like, you just gotta accept that at the like that's just how it's gonna end, right? You can't really be mad at that. Like, you can be mad at how you make a mistake or you get high rolled by something that's absolutely insane, but you gotta respect the way Salvi played this game out, right? Like, he went for that 4th heist and got massively rewarded, realized that he had enough power, knew that if you could just roll down, hit that edge reel free, we'd get the cash out. So strong play and strong understanding of these reroll lines we know Salvi so well for.
And again, for anyone who's come in late here, we're here in the EMEA Regional Finals. Day 1 of our 2-day first stage. After that's done, we'll be cutting to our top 8 and eventually sending 4 players forward as our Monsters Attack Championship team. We'll be sending a couple more to the Western Last Chance qualifier as well to finalize. There's a few more places in, but for our players, they are showing us everything they have, desperate to get onto the global stage.
Ketzer finding that vein free finally as well, right? He was contested for a while by Kaspersky, playing that vertical duelist line. So with now Ketzer having the ability to get that extra bit of damage coming through here with the primary damage carry on his board, that's going to be a massive bonus. Keep in mind, with that Soul Eater, this vein is going to stay topped up consistently.
Yeah, a little bit of heal across the field, but it's going to be up against the Belveth, dancing through the back lines. Over on the left-hand side of the board, Salvi is trying to hold on again. The front line is very, very good. The Ezreal in the bottom left corner moves up and delivers annihilation to Swellow Tiger, who's at least got the HP to shrug this one off. But it's looking like it will not be the case for Ketzer, settling for 4th.
Going into 4th, and Salvi looks so strong. Like, some of these boards just do not stand a chance. He's sat with 50 gold and 10 streak and looking to go level 9, Peter. This board is going to get even crazier.
I can't believe that Salvi has managed to ride this wave the whole way here. Again, just such nerve to be able to hold the line. And, we could very easily, just by 1 round's difference, be saying, well, Salvi is pretty much out of contention here on 21 points overall, lined up to maybe leap to 29.
Also, look at these items here. Double Shroud and a Zephyr. It's so hard to position against the Salvi board. And this is going to be the first real test of if any board in the lobby is able to beat Salvi in the long run, because the board from Swellow Tiger is about as strong as it's going to be.
I mean, we've mentioned before the Sivir up to 3-star now, but the Ezreal is titanic. Swella Tiger just can't do anything at all, and now it seems like it's a race to see who will die first. And it's Swella versus Avani, 1 HP differential. Still a little bit too early for Salvi to go into that level 9, but could just send it out of this carousel after this fight here. He's going to be facing Havali, Peter. This could be a ghost. We don't know whether or not that is going to be the ghost, but I think Salvi has one in the rotation, so we could be facing an elimination between Swella and Havali. I mean, this is a deeply meaningful top 3 for these remaining players. They're all around 20 points, so they needed a strong finish here, and they've got it no matter who manages to get across the line. Salvi seems to be unstoppable. Again, keep your eye on the Ezreal because he just absolutely slaps.
Everyone's just so good, Peter, right? The Zephyr here earlier on is going to delay that massive burst from the Aurelion Soul. So this stacked front line is going to fall slowly but surely. And now we're onto the back line, Peter, meaning that this Ezreal is going to get those continuous resets with the action mark. And even though that Belvev did his utmost, it just could not do enough. And Swella Tiger won the ghost fight he was having. So Swella getting that second place, much needed after he went 8th in the previous game.
There doesn't seem to be anything left for Swella Tiger to bring out. She said has pretty much reached the peak of where it was going for. But again, for Salvi and Swella, this will put smiles on their faces knowing that they'll be going into day 2 with at least a solid base to play from, a good amount of points to maybe, just maybe, get through to the top 8.
And keep in mind, Peter, these are the two of the players with the most qualifications. Sal with 5 because he took a set off in Gizmos and Gadgets. Swella with 6 out of 6. These two players are some of the most consistent players that we have in the entire region. Like, they know what it's like. They're not going to feel the pressure. We spoke to Salvi. He's changed his approach going into Dragonlance. Like, we know this guy is clear-minded.
One more time around, both these players have given everything to put together these boards, which will strike down the gods in the face themselves. Salvi, of course, will try and make sure that the Ezreal stays alive. The Zhonya's on the left-hand side makes sure the Misfortune casts again and again and again. Swella Tiger swept away in a tide of bullets, and Salvi from a last stand to a first place.
Really getting the most value of this. Again, clever gameplay, understanding the limitations here, knowing that he's going to be taking a risk, right? Like we've seen in previous games, so the player likes of Double, as well, I believe, Nobby going out with huge amounts of gold in the previous games, but understanding these risks, like sometimes you're going to look a little bit weird. It's going to look weird to people, like, why do you not just take the cash? I just play for a 5th. But no, when you know you have the ability to play for a first place, you got to take it.
Yeah, I mean, that was so brutal. I kept expecting someone to find a way through, but honestly, it was amazing. The same way we saw those Lulu balls from before, just managing to punch way above their weight, to be able to pull out through to the end of the game, add in all the quick draw as well. You just had such a ridiculous board.
Insane board, and we know Salvi was synonymous with Kai'Sa for so long, right? Everyone on the server knew, well, if Kai'Sa was in your game, it was Salvi, right? So, just great to see him understanding these quick draw lines and just having a good way to close out day number 1, because damn, he is one of the players we really want to see get that redemption after faltering in the last chance qualifier last year.
All right, gentle friends, that brings us to the end of the final game, but we're not quite done with our broadcast. We'll be hearing from Snoodyboo during the break, but we have got one more analyst desk to come and an interview as well. So don't go anywhere. We will be back as soon as possible with our last segment of the day.
Okay, so my name is Balu Antares Moroni. I'm 28, and I was originally born in Germany, but I'm currently living in Spain since pretty much since I was 5, and I'm more known as Snoodyboo in the gaming community. Okay, so the thing that I enjoyed the most about this set is that I actually think they got the grasp on the hero augments. They've been getting much better at that, and the first month I was pretty much playing nonstop, like 12, 14 hours, so I'm really enjoying it. Usually when we're almost at the bit set, I'm kind of tired of it, but I'm still in the mood of gaming 8-10 hours a day, so I'm really loving it. So TRC is definitely have to be important because like the reference we have in Europe is France, and their system revolves around their national competitions, their TRCs, right? And they've always been a step ahead and they've kicked their ass forever. So I think that Spain is actually catching up is really important. Myself, I've always been good at ladder, but struggling with these tournaments. And now that I've been playing these much more often, I think it's getting better. Oh, so I've been competing in pretty much all the Rising Legends competitions ever since it existed, and even before it was called Rising Legends. But I think this year has been my best performance so far at GSC 1, where I got 10th. I think I could have done a bit better, but that was still pretty nice for me because I actually get a real shot to get to the European Championship, which is pretty much my dream ever since I competed. So that's pretty nice. Of course, everybody who supports me every day, thank you very much for the cheers every day. And everybody who's enjoying TFT, keep on doing that. This is an awesome game. We're going in the right direction. Have a nice day, and thanks for watching.
I know I normally open these with a joke, but what the hell did we just watch? That was amazing!
We watched one of the best comebacks of all time, all coming down to that one last fight that Solvi said, you know, if I'm going in this deep, I'm playing a trait that rewards risk. I'm going to take it all the way. I'm going to take that risk to the next level, the 5th heist in the very end. And it was that one fight. Last time was already procced. If he ended up losing before the cash out, that was it. Managed to win, and then since that point, I mean, we saw what happened. Ezreal 3, all these extra items, the MF itemized as well, and just no one could stop him.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane. And, you know, like I said before, David, I am not beyond saying I was wrong. To all of you Ezreal rerollers out there who did it without the augment, I was wrong. It does work. It is viable. I never would have thought so, but here we are.
The one bad thing was the rest of the lobby, the moment they saw Solvi survive and cash out, I imagine their hearts just sank because they knew essentially if you're at 10, 15 HP and if you face Solvi, it's almost an insta-loss at that point. So it comes down to some RNG, some barrier in terms of how the matchmaking works as well. So overall, it's a tricky situation for everyone involved except for Solvi, who I'm sure was ecstatic. I think he knows he wants to make that top 8. He knows he needs to start risking it and trying to go for those first and seconds. And that was the way to do it. I really do commend his bravery.
I've never seen a player dig so deep and get rewarded so much by it, because we've seen a lot of players go for that underground cash out and miscalculate, but Solvi, you know, not only with the underground cash out, but knowing that with the Ezreal, that was enough to get to the later stages of the game without having to roll. He wasn't rolling for 3 stars of other units. He said, okay, Ezreal, that's enough. I can level from here. I can go to 9. So just absolutely incredible play from him.
And before we move on, I'm happy he knows 4 Quick Draw is the superior version compared to the super version in terms of just raw damage for an Ezreal 3-star. So just everything we can say about that game from Solvi was perfect, except he would have lost that one fight, of course. But history is written by the winners, by the victors, and Solvi in this case is going to be that player. He is him. Someone else that I think I want to mention is Ketzer. He picked up Soul Leader as an augment. It's an augment that usually at one cost you're thinking, what do I do? There's Lulu reroll, you know, what options do I have? Ashe reroll maybe, but I love Soul Leader. I think it's actually the best Anima Squad emblem as a hero augment because it fits exactly what Anima Squad needs to do to actually find success, which is 1, the chance of a Nasus 2 off of the augment itself, of the orb. 2, it pretty much snowballs your whole stage 2. It guarantees you win every single fight because thrill for your entire team after every single takedown is absolutely massive. And in the end, we saw it was a top 4. And Squad, I think, is not really a top 1 comp right now unless you have some kind of huge high roll with like a Manazine on MF or some kind of crazy stuff going on there. But overall, I'm very happy Ketzer knows his Soul Eater line. You can play with mascots as well. That's another big shout. But really happy to see him top 4ing.
I think the craziest thing for me there was, you know, as analysts, it is very rare that we can say something and then have a demonstration the following game. But we came into that one, we were like, yo, Bel'Veth with extra range is crazy, man. What if we saw more of that? And then we did. Havali picking up the righteous range saying, I've watched some of these games. I've played in a lot of these lobbies. It's time for Bel'Veth.
That being said, Armor Truck also had Bel'Veth and scope weapons, and he went 6. So once again, Nigeria proving you are fallible. I'm also fallible, but 50-50, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Standings is something that some players are not going to be too happy to see where they are right now after these 6 games. We're halfway through essentially the cutoff for that top 8 for day 3, and some players have a lot of work to do. That being said, because we're playing 12 games overall, the difference between players across a field that is going to be, you know, similarly leveled in terms of their skills is going to start becoming lower and lower, and really it's going to come to tiebreakers in the next few days. We're going to see the point difference there is just very, very small between each player.
Yeah, and for you numbers freaks out there, the top half is generally around that 28 mark per day. So if you're looking to see, oh, is this player completely out? Well, you can figure out top 16. Top 8 will take a little more doing. But wow, that's a lot of French flags up in that top 4.
And Enzo smurfing 5-point lead over second place. I just talked about it. You know, there's going to be a small gap between players. Not in this case. And that's even considering Canvas, who's been popping off as well at 35 points. But Enzo just has had an excellent day of TFT.
Yeah, Armor Truck and Hayden as well. Armor Truck is one of those players we've talked about. It was talked about on the cast. We don't mention all of them much because he's had ups and downs throughout his career. But I've got to say, today is the biggest up I've ever seen from a player.
And Og as well. I had a few players to pick from when it came to Dark Horse. I really had to think about it, really analyze all the results, kind of the eye test as well for me seeing them across the GSCs. And Og is a player that I was really surprised to see just played really well all throughout this set. And I'm happy he's proving me right. I'm happy that's at least one player I did not caster curse. Maybe Ging as well if he comes back in this day too.
Yeah, and I think I really do want to stick on Og for a second because we mentioned a lot of times there are these players coming from regions that haven't shown a lot of representatives before, like Greece. Not traditionally a region where just like, oh yeah, lots of players come from there. But with the advent of Star Cup, with the addition of those strong players like Saru came out and really set the stage. Og behind him has been incredibly consistent in the back half of these Golden Spatula Cups throughout the season. So I've been really impressed with him and Saru.
I do believe, Nigeria, we have an interview ready to go with a player that has certainly popped off in this day 1.
All right, let's take it away. Introduce ourselves to our newest player. Hey, Enzo! You've had a hell of a day, man. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, yeah.
Awesome. All right, you got to be honest with me. I know coming into this, all of our players are saying they're nervous. We talked to Snooty this morning, and he was like, if I take an 8th, I'm going to cry into my keyboard, and that will be the end of the day. You started the game with 3 first places in a row. How are you feeling at that moment?
I'm feeling very happy after this 3 top 1. I'm sorry, my English is not very good.
No problem. No problem. It's all we have to understand. TFT mostly English is secondary, and TFT you definitely speak and know very well, Enzo. I wanted to ask you your game plan coming into today, your overall strategy. Was there any comp that you wanted to try and play more often than others? Was there any comp you thought was very, very strong that you ended up playing today?
I have played a lot of comp today. Very flexible. I don't play only one comp, and I think that's good.
Can you give some examples of some of the comps you played today that you found success with?
I have played Infinity, Oxforce, Brawler, Jean with Renegade, and that's all I think.
Sounds like you played the 4 strongest comps in the game, so well done, Enzo, on knowing the meta for this tournament.
Yeah, really impressive. Oh, he's thinking. He's in the tank.
There's one more.
Got another one?
Yeah, wait.
You can bring it in later, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. We'll let you come back with it. You can DM us or you can
He's
come
keeping
back
the secret
on.
tech, Niberia. It was
Yeah.
off stream. He's trying to make sure we don't know.
Saving it for tomorrow. I respect it.
Yeah, it's for tomorrow.
Yeah, all right. We'll be excited to hear from you from your next 3 first places in a row. I do have a question for you. You know, what is your strategy going to be going into tomorrow? You're top of the leaderboards. You have a 5-point lead. You need to make top 8. Are you just going to be going for top 4s, or are you going to continue going for those first places, the rush?
Probably playing for top 4, you know. But if I have a good game, I play for top 1. I want to be first.
Enzo, you of course are from France. You have the France buff. In this set 8, Germany has started to actually make this a real rivalry. A lot of very good German players in the 3 GSCs. Everyone, myself included, started saying, oh, France is strong, of course, but not that strong anymore. Clearly, you're here to prove us wrong. First place for you, Cambiz in second place, Arma Truck very close behind as well. How do you feel about France coming into this after this first day, maybe going into Worlds as well? In set 6, we saw 4 out of the 5 players being French. Do you think it might be the same case in this finals?
Yes, probably. We have a lot of train with Cambiz, Armatruc, and Ketzer. We have do a lot of scrim with all player, and we have lot of train together, and that's the result of the train, you know.
Exactly, it shows. Really, it does.
Is there anything that you learned from those scrims that you weren't expecting coming in? I know we've had a lot of scrims across regions, across teams, a couple on the super server. Is there anything that surprised you from that time?
Not really. In this meta, we don't have some exciting comp. We just play the meta, and that's all I think.
And you play it very well, Enzo. Before we let you go, any shout-outs you want to give? I know you've mentioned a few of your practice partners, players that are also popping off on this day, but is there anyone in particular in the French community, maybe your family, your friends, that you want to shout out, that you want to thank for allowing you to be here and to be playing so well as well on this day 1?
I can say it in French.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Dédicace à toute la France, dédicace au Discord, dédicace à tout le monde. Merci à tous d'être passés, dédicace à toute ma communauté qui me regarde, à ma famille, à mes amis, à tout le monde. Les gars, je vous oublie pas et on va essayer de vous rendre fiers avec tous les Français. On a train, on est là pour ça. Merci beaucoup.
Also, I think I even caught
You know French, right, Iberia?
I know a little bit.
I definitely know French. I know everything you said, Enzo. I perfectly understood. Next interview, we'll just do it straight up in French.
Sure.
Maybe we'll have some automatic translations. The new tech is here, maybe.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. In the meantime, Enzo, thank you so much for having this interview with us. Congratulations on your massive lead and the first place finish. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Man, I love hearing from the players that are just like so unbelievably confident. He was just like, yeah, I did take 3 first places. It's just that easy. Just play the meta, man.
I asked, how do you think France is going to do? Do you think you're actually going to get 4 qualified players to Worlds again? He's like, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
why be humble when the results have been there across so many different sets? You know how strong France is. You know how strong you are as a player as well.
Do you think the sun is going to rise again tomorrow? Yeah. Absolutely.
Some German players might decide that tomorrow will be a dark day. The sun might not rise, and France actually might fall in the standings. We have a lot of players that are actually trying to fight. Elia, of course, solving with that big win at the end. So it's going to be close, I think, between France and Germany. And players like Hayden, a few more countries are also trying to vie for those spots for Worlds.
Yeah, Hayden, of course, really impressed us coming out of today's games. But we do, of course, want to let you guys know where you can find the stream again tomorrow. First we got the
you
contest.
Forgot. Creative writing.
I did. I checked my lists, and I should have checked it twice. Learning lessons from Santa Claus once more. All right, let's see. Okay, I thought that tiny little white box was the winner, and I was like, you guys are messing with me.
Listen, I don't have my glasses on, Liberia. It's going to be up to you if that was the case. So I hope you're able to magnify what that little small box over there says. For anyone that has not actually joined this contest yet, actually gotten some writing done, I would actually just maybe suggest use the themes that we've been seeing today, the comeback, the David versus Goliath of solving this last lobby to actually inspire you to write the story.
Yeah, of course. We can use things from our environment, and that wins extra points with the socials team because they love to see you guys engaged. I'm giving you the secret. I used to run socials.
Maybe something about sofa thieves could be the case as well. Yeah, that could be a riveting story.
They just brought it back, by the way. I was just like,
we have not caught the thief yet.
We're
on the lookout.
No catching of the thief, yet somehow the sofas have returned. I think maybe a good Samaritan found them somewhere in the dumpster. We do have the winner, I'm hearing, of the contest for today. We will, of course, be running it.
Magnify.
My God. Andrew!
Enhance. CSI, enhance, please.
I know this guy. I know him. He's made a million memes of me in a server that we're in. I'll have to post
Not
some
rigged.
of them.
This is definitely not rigged.
No. I didn't even know. All right, I'm going to have to lean forward because I do have glasses, but I can't see that good. An old friend. Elsewhere, a phone rang on a desk. Its owner, nowhere to be seen. It was time for him to pay back his debts. From behind Pengu arose a shadowy figure. It's more dog time. Haunting.
I like it. Is there a part
poetry.
2? I want a part 2 tomorrow.
I want a part 2. Yeah, give us a sequel, Andrew. I know.
We'll double the prize, whatever it is.
Yeah,
Production,
we'll
clearly
it out.
that's fine.
We'll just not have a contest.
Where's the car?
day
Where's the
3.
car we talked about?
We'll give it. I can get him a Hot Wheels. Do you think that counts?
I think that counts.
All right, well, we'll work on that. It's really so bizarre to see a name that you actually recognize on one of these things. Weird. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, everyone. That is the end of the content for us today. But David, where can they find us again tomorrow? What time?
We're running it back. I see TFT Esports MEA is going to be the Twitter. TFT Rising Legends to join in conversation. But the schedule for tomorrow, same as today. This is the key point. 10:30 CET will start for the top of show. 11 for the games. Monday will be a different time, though. We'll remind you tomorrow as well, but on Monday it'll be a slightly different time, a little bit later in the day.
Yeah, it's going to be 16:30 on Monday, but you don't need to remember that. You're coming back tomorrow. We'll tell you again then. So, of course, if you're wondering where else to find our stuff on Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook, it is at PlayTFT, and I'm going to try and do all of the caster socials from memory.
All right.
Okay, I know myself, at Nibiria, Nibiria. It's got a little rhyme to it. At Impetuous Panda, use a dictionary. He spells it right. I'm very proud of him. At Makes was not, unfortunately, able to join us here
with
today.
An underscore.
With an underscore.
There we go.
That's correct.
We learned
I was getting there.
We learned that one. Okay, just making sure.
Should give her a follow regardless. And then, of course, our wonderful casters for the last game. This is where it gets tricky, because one of them has an S, one of them doesn't. Counterfeit Cast, singular. I'm looking around. They're not here, so they can't correct me if I'm wrong. And Weta Casts. I got it right.
Okay,
I'm killing
okay,
it.
Nibria, you're popping off. Maybe you are infallible. You are a godlike figure, as you mentioned earlier on.
With the socials, I got us covered.
With the Scope Weapons Belveth, maybe not so much.
Yeah, no, not with the Belveth, but we don't need that, because we're going to be coming back tomorrow with even more games. Reminder, 10:30 CEST. Wherever you are watching it, you will find it again. We'll see you tomorrow.